World of Martial Arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Ending the Earthly Fate. After Lin Ming said this, Lin Wanzhan could only nod his head in agreement. Lin Ming saw that Lin Wanzhan was reluctant to see these 18 puppets self-destruct after use. It was no wonder. For a patriarch of a large family, the prosperity of the family was the most important. Seeing such a protective artifact of the family self-destruct in the future, how could he not feel heartbroken? However, Lin Ming's status meant that he could not say anything, even if he was reluctant. Lin Ming shook his head and said, even if the 18 puppets I left behind can be used forever, they cannot make the Lin family prosper forever. Instead, they may cause the Lin family's power to expand rapidly and eventually burst like a rapidly expanding bubble. A century-old dynasty, or 1,000-year-old sect, a 10,000-year-old holy land, no power can prosper forever. I would like to develop the Lin family into a superpower that will last forever, but the Lin family does not have such a foundation and luck. If the Lin family really suffers and falls to the mortal world in the future, it is inevitable that it will rise and fall, and it is not a bad thing. Lin Ming said this to Lin Wanzhan, but also to himself. Even a holy place like the Ghost Demon Emperor City has only existed for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Even a kingdom of God will eventually perish. The world is endless, but there is nothing that lasts forever. This is the law of heaven. Therefore, if a warrior pursues the peak of martial arts and wants to live forever in the world, it is against heaven. There are countless dangers on this road. Without great luck and perseverance, you cannot succeed. Lin Wanzhan agreed repeatedly. What Lin Ming said was indeed reasonable. He could not refute it. A weak family that possessed too much power would only suffer. Well, after what happened today, the Lin family and I have understood the cause and effect of the worldly ties. One day I will leave this world. At that time, whether the Lin family prospers or declines is also a matter of reincarnation. If you want to fight against reincarnation, you can only practice martial arts to defy fate. If there is such a person in the Lin family in the future, it will be the good fortune of the Lin family. Martial artists must ensure that their original intentions are perfect and not be affected by cause and effect. The worldly ties must be straightened out, but not cut off. Lin Ming has two worldly ties. One is the Lin family, and the other is Qin Mu Qianxue and his parents. Lin Ming did not plan to merge the Lin family into Shenhuang Island. After all, the Lin family is just a mortal family. There are very few people with martial arts talent in the family. Even if Lin Ming merges them into Shenhuang Island, it will not allow the family to develop. Instead, it will only add burden to Shenhuang Island. In this case, it would be better to let the Lin family stay in the mortal world, be crowned as kings and marquesses, be promoted to the position of prime minister, and achieve the ultimate wealth and honor of mortals. As for how to treat Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue, Qin and others, that is another story. After explaining all this, Lin Ming said to Lan Yunyu, follow me. After that, Lin Ming walked towards the Kangyan pavilion alone. Lan Yunyu was stunned for a moment, and then followed silently. Looking at Lin Ming's tall back from behind, Lan Yunyu felt mixed emotions. In the past 10 years, Lan Yunyu had regretted it, but later, as her mind gradually matured, she saw through many things. What is not hers after all. Perhaps she chose all this at the beginning, and it was also destined in the dark. Lin Ming is destined to be a dragon among men, but she cannot be a phoenix among men. In this way, the gap will still be getting farther and farther. In other words, even if she had not betrayed Lin Ming at the beginning, they would not be able to grow old together now. In this case, giving up may not be a bad thing. In the carved and jade-lined Kangyan pavilion, Lin Ming sat down casually and pointed at the chair in front of him. Lan Yunyu put her hands on her waist and sat down stiffly, only sitting on 1/3 of the chair. Lin Ming said, Yunyu, if you hadn't left, maybe I wouldn't have experienced some things, and now it would be a different scene. Lin Ming got the magic cube in the kitchen of domination. He dissected a golden-backed pangolin and got it from its belly. Lin Ming came to the Mingzone because Zhu Yan's friends forced him to lose his home. All these coincidences were caused by Lan Yunai's departure from Lin Ming. Lan Yunai shook her head gently. There is no effing fate. Over the years, I have increasingly believed in God's arrangements, got used to a plain life, and learned to slowly bear the sins brought by vanity and impetuousness in my youth. Lan Yunai said softly, stroking the hair hanging down in front of her forehead. Her beautiful plain face, washed away the makeup, was calm and light, and there was a taste of seeing through everything and returning to nature. After 10 years of ups and downs, Lin Ming had to admit that, although she was just a mortal woman, she had a unique beauty in her temperament and experience, just like a thick book, which made people savor it and sigh. You are right, there is no effing fate, but fate is not completely unchangeable. I used to let fate take its course, but now I have enough luck and strength to fight against fate, and go against the will of heaven. A person with great luck and the fate of being crowned emperor can fight against fate, survive everything, and turn misfortune into good fortune. Part of this luck is determined by heaven, and the other part is earned and accumulated by oneself. There are similar sayings among mortals, such as who has a hard fate, which champion is the Wenguxing from heaven, and which historical figure is a true dragon emperor who has the fate of being crowned emperor. In the history of mortals, those who became kings and emperors often encountered many assassinations on their way to becoming emperors, but they avoided them one by one, which was due to their luck. It is almost unheard of that any hero who stole the world was assassinated when he was about to accomplish great things. While Lin Ming was talking, he took Lan Yunai's broken hand hidden in her sleeve. Lan Yunai was startled and instinctively wanted to retract it. She didn't want her broken hand to be seen by Lin Ming, but Lin Ming held it tightly. The originally beautiful and slender fingers were broken at the root, which made people feel extremely heartbroken. Lin Ming didn't say anything and injected energy into Lan Yunai's body. At that moment, Lan Yunai only felt waves of heat attacking her body, flowing through her meridians and limbs, making her feel extremely comfortable. Soon, Lan Yunai felt hotter and hotter, sweating all over her body. Her clothes were soaked, and a trace of grey substance flowed out of the sweat. These were all the acquired turbid ki in Lan Yunai's body. Lin Ming was using his own true essence to help Lan Yunai cleanse her essence and marrow. He was able to do this because he had condensed into a complete spirit body after his death, and had a further understanding of the laws of human body structure. Otherwise, doing this rashly would only damage the meridians. After all, the body of mortal is very fragile. This process of cleansing the essence and marrow lasted for half an hour. Lin Ming was very patient in combing every inch of Lan Yunai's meridians. When it was over, Lan Yunai's face was flushed, and her chest was rising and falling violently. It's done, Lin Ming said, and released another stream of energy to relieve Lan Yunai's fatigue. Lan Yunai suddenly found that she could clearly feel the energy flow in her meridians. She even had a feeling that as long as she moved her mind, she could see her body clearly. Is this the condensation meridian stage? Lan Yunai's previous cultivation was only the Yijin stage. In the martial arts world, those who are above the Xiantian stage can condense the innate ki in their bodies and return to the innate fetal breath. They can live without worldly food. This can be called a true martial arts cultivator. Those below the Xiantian stage cannot remove the acquired turbid ki in their bodies and eat grains. They are just mortals. It's not the vein condensation stage yet. Lin Ming shook his head. Although I can help you improve your cultivation directly, that will only be counterproductive and affect your future progress. Now I will remove the acquired turbid air in your body and use energy to transform the meridians and small units throughout your body. You can cultivate to the innate level without any obstacles. Also, here is a pill that can allow you to regrow a severed hand and extend your life for hundreds of years. I will give you some more resources in the future. Your own cultivation should be able to break through the Zuandan stage. You have a lifespan of 1000 to 2000 years. I can only help you here. After you die, it will be too difficult for you. As Lin Ming spoke, he poured out a elixir from the jade bottle, brought it to Lan Yunai's mouth, and whispered, swallow it after chewing. This medicine is mild, and will not harm you. Lan Yunai bit her lips, and looked at Lin Ming blankly. There was an expression in her eyes that was impossible to understand. After all, she still swallowed the elixir and chewed it carefully. The pill tasted bitter, just like the bitter life in the past 10 years. Looking at the figure of her former lover in front of her, Lang Yunyu suddenly couldn't stop the tears in her eyes and cried silently. She missed too much and gained too much in her acquaintance with Lin Ming. The memories that could not be erased would be engraved for a lifetime. Lin Ming smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Lang Yunyu's eyes, and said, I will take you to a place where you can practice in the future. I will leave this world in the future, but it will not be a farewell forever. If there is a chance, I will come back again. Let's go. Everything Lin Ming did now was to get rid of the concerns of the secular world and prepare for ascending to the divine realm in the future. Although he didn't know what Yang Yun's plan was, there was no doubt that there would be a battle between him and Yang Yun, which was inevitable. At this time, thousands of miles away, Yang Yun sat cross-legged on a raised reef, and below him was a sea of blood, with countless corpses floating in the sea of blood. Some of these corpses were pitch black and hard like divine iron. Some were as red as blood, with evil spirits soaring to the sky, and some were as crystal as jade, faintly emitting fairy spirit. There is no doubt that these corpses were all powerful in their lifetime, much more powerful than Yang Luotian and Oyu Yehe, and even stronger than the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor who died in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Many of these corpses were people who were born 100,000 years ago, or they came from the God Realm, and were powerful people in the God Realm. The blood waves hit the rocks, splashing countless blood flowers. In the distant sky, a green light shot over. It was a bronze ghost coffin, and on the ghost coffin sat a young man. Beiyao. Demon Lord, you called me back. What's the matter? Beiyao landed on the reef opposite Yang Yun and bowed. Chapter 927 Indifference and Compassion. After 3 years, Yang Yun's appearance has not changed much, but his temperament is completely different. In the past, Yang Yun wore white clothes, had a noble temperament, elegant speech, and was handsome. If you use one word to describe him, that is, a gentleman like jade. However, Yang Yun now seems to have changed into a different person, and there is no trace of the past. He wears a blood red robe, most of which is open, revealing his strong shoulders and chest. The muscle lines full of power and beauty are like jade carvings, crystal clear and flawless. There is a shuttle-shaped red line between his eyebrows, which is pointed at both ends and round in the middle, like an eye, adding a strange beauty to him out of thin air. Such a change in temperament occurs because Yang Yun is getting closer and closer to the magic way. In the final analysis, temperament and momentum are the energy field around the warrior. If you practice the righteous way, the energy field will naturally tend to the righteous way, and the temperament will be elegant and noble. If you practice the magic way, the temperament will tend to the magic way, and the temperament will be strange like blood. Originally, with Yang Yun's way of dealing with people and his outstanding talent and strength, everyone thought that he would be a wise ruler of the Ninding Divine Kingdom. No one expected that after the trip to the Miracle Temple, such a change would happen. Yang Yun killed his great-grandfather with his own hands, and forced his biological father into a dead end. After that, Yang Yun not only took over the Ninding Divine Kingdom, but also controlled the other 4 kingdoms. He has become the master of the world. Now, if he can integrate the 4 kingdoms, he will establish a real 6th grade sect. The 5th grade sect has the life-destroying strongman as the elder, and if there is a leader of the Sea of Gods, it is a holy land. The 6th grade sect has the Sea of Gods as the elder and the world's #1 person as the leader. In the past 100,000 years, there have been more than 10 world's #1 people in the martial arts world, but there are no more than 3 6th grade sects. Every time a 6th grade appears, it is not that all the power of the entire continent is gathered, and it is prosperous for a time. If Yang Yun integrates the 4 kingdoms of God, he can accomplish such a great cause. At this time, Yang Yun closed his eyes, expressionless, and naturally exuded a compelling aura from his whole body, making it impossible for people to approach him. Demon Lord, why did you call me back? Beiyao knelt on one knee. He was kneeling to the ancient demon in Yang Yun's body. In the past 3 years, Yang Yun has appeared more and more in the personality of the ancient demon. Although the ancient demon lost 2 of the 3 souls in the Battle of the Miracle Temple, in the past 3 years, the ancient demon has been nourished in the blood pool and collected many powerful corpses that fell in the battle 100,000 years ago, absorbing their energy. Now the ancient demon has recovered a certain combat power. After possessing Yang Yun, his strength surpassed Bai Yao, so Bai Yao became more respectful. You can't beat Lin Ming, the ancient demon said. He did not watch the battle between Bai Yao and Lin Ming. He only came to this conclusion based on the incomplete information and some calculations sent back by Bai Yao before. Bai Yao seemed a little unconvinced, but still had to admit, Lin Ming didn't know where he inherited a very powerful force field. If I'm not mistaken, it should be part of Hunyuan Xian's and Hunyuan Wuai. Once this Samsara Wuai is activated, a strange space will form around him, with a length of 1,300 miles inside, making all energy and laws invalid. If I attack from a distance, my spear light will be weakened to less than 30% after piercing through the strange space of 1,300 miles, and I can't do anything to him. But if I fight inside that strange space, my whole body's true energy will be suppressed by the strange laws there, and I still can't do anything to Lin Ming. If there is no strange space, I can kill him within 3 moves. Bai Yao said angrily. Fighting with Lin Ming, he felt that he had a strong feeling that he couldn't use it, which made him very aggrieved. Hunyuan Wuai. The ancient demon suddenly opened his eyes and was moved. As a participant in the war 100,000 years ago, and witnessed the scene of Hunyuan Xianzhen using Hunyuan Wuai to instantly kill thousands of God Realm powerhouses, the ancient demon certainly knew what these 4 words meant. He pondered for a full quarter of an hour, and said, I have checked Lin Ming's life before. Before he was 15, his talent was mediocre. But after he was 15, he became unstoppable. In just 10 years, he grew to such a level. Obviously, he experienced a great opportunity when he was 15, and now I suspect that the opportunity is related to Hunyuan Xianzhen. The black vortex that resides in Lin Ming's body, could it be the prototype of Hunyuan Wuai? The ancient demon muttered to himself. He had only seen Hunyuan Wuai, but he didn't understand it at all. When it came to the realm of Hunyuan Xianzhen, it was no longer something that people like them could guess. As for the magic cube, the ancient demon didn't know anything about it, and of course he couldn't guess Lin Ming's adventure when he was 15, so he had such a misunderstanding. Seeing that the ancient demon was lost in thought, Bai Yao said in a flattering manner, no matter what adventures Lin Ming has, after killing him, all these things will belong to Lord Demon. He is just making wedding dresses for you. When Bai Yao said this, the ancient demon laughed. You are right. After a period of time, my great blood refining technique will be perfected. By then, if I kill Lin Ming, I can get his accumulated luck and the secrets on his body. While the ancient demon was speaking, Bai Yao glanced at the blood pool around him and said, it has only been a few months since I left last time, and you have already absorbed 20% of the power of the blood pool. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will not be enough for you to practice the great blood refining technique to perfection, right? Essence and blood nourish the soul the most. At the beginning, the ancient demon killed Yang Luotian and Oyu Yahuadu. One reason was to rule the 4 great divine kingdoms, and the other was for their essence and blood. Over the past 3 years, the ancient demon had united with the deep sea tribes of the Sea of Mist to kill countless deep sea beasts and built a blood pool with the blood of these beasts. Then the ancient demon had threw some of the remains of the dead strongmen he had collected in the Sea of Miracles into the blood pool, and only then did he prepare the conditions for practicing the great blood refining technique. Yes, the grades of those deep sea beasts are not very high. Although there are many high-level beasts in the ocean, the beasts that can reach the level of the Sea of Gods are generally in the deep sea of 50,000 feet. Even I can't hold on for long under that pressure, let alone kill them. Although the remains of the strong men in the divine realm that I collected are powerful, after all, after 100,000 years, the bones, blood, and marrow have dried up and are not very useful. The ancient demon head shook his head and said. Bai Yao's heart moved, and he said, so, the demon lord urgently summoned me back this time, just to let me kill some more deep sea beasts, and take some blood, to help you complete your magic power. The ancient demon nodded and said, yes, new blood essence is indeed needed, but it is unlikely that you can kill the beasts in the Sea of Gods. Now my magic power is almost perfect, and the blood essence of low-level beasts is no longer effective for me. What should I do? Although the strong men in the Sea of Gods of humans are easy to kill, they mainly cultivate Dunshan, and their blood and ki are far less abundant than those of beasts. Beiyao was thinking. At this time, the ancient demon suddenly smiled and said, human blood naturally has limited effects, but if he can possess the blood of a different kind of beast, that's another matter. For example, the blood of the ancient Phoenix clan and the blood of the Hydra are all blood of excellent quality. When the ancient demon said this, Beiyao's heart suddenly trembled, and then a chill rose from his heart. He was the blood of the Hydra. Wow. The surrounding world suddenly changed, and a strong red energy shield enveloped Beiyao and the ancient demon. It was the mysterious blood-locking heaven array. Unlike the mysterious blood-locking heaven array that trapped Lin Ming before, this time the mysterious blood-locking heaven array was presided over by the ancient demon himself, and it was also supported by a huge blood pool. The power was incomparable. Even if Lin Ming came in person, it would be difficult to break it. What's more, Beiyao's ability to break the array was far inferior to Lin Ming. Demon Lord, Beiyao looked at the ancient demon in disbelief. As a subordinate of the ancient demon had a favor for him. He was able to cultivate to this point thanks to the resources provided by the ancient demon. Over the years, he has been loyal to the ancient demon and never expected that one day he would be put on the altar by the ancient demon. The blood of the fierce beast you went to find is not good enough. Lin Ming's growth rate is too fast. I don't have much time. I only need the last step to complete it. I need your blood to add the finishing touch. You are now in the late stage of the Sea of Gods. You have even reached the higher stage of the divine transformation before. The blood of the Hydra in your body is enough. Therefore, in the end, I can only sacrifice you for my own benefit. The ancient demon said expressionlessly, without any emotion in his voice. Beiyao's eyes were bloodshot, holding a purple spear. His heart was broken. He never thought that one day he would be betrayed by his respected benefactor. Demon Lord, I don't believe it. In the Sea of Miracles, your physical body was destroyed, and your strength was greatly reduced. Without your physical body, you have no combat power at all. If it weren't for my protection and support, you would not have survived. We have been in the eternal demon pit for a full 100,000 years, and you treated me like this in the end. The ancient demon looked at the white demon coldly and said, it is meaningless to talk about the past now. You can't resist me. As early as 100,000 years ago, when I was training you, I planted restrictions on you. Coupled with the formation here, killing you is a piece of cake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The white demon stared at the ancient demon's eyes, and suddenly, his heart was shocked, and he suddenly realized, you are not the demon lord, you are Yang Yun. Demon Lord? Where is the Demon Lord? Demon Lord, save me. Yang Yun wants to kill me. The white demon shouted, but the man in front of him still had an indifferent expression, as if everything was under his control. I didn't expect that you recognized me in the end. Yes, I'm not the Demon Lord. I'm just me, Yang Yun. Yang Yun said here, stood up, and looked at the white demon, as if a god was looking down at a mortal, with a trace of cold pity in his eyes. Chapter 928, Death of White Demon. Impossible. Impossible. Beiyao's mental state became extremely unstable. You sealed the Demon Lord. How could you have this strength? Nothing is impossible. Beiyao, just follow your master with peace of mind. Yang Yun grabbed the air with both hands, and the blood pool under him suddenly roared, and waves of blood rushed up into the sky, and turned into a huge python. You ungrateful beast. Without us, you would have died somewhere long ago. How could you have the power you have now, and how could you stand at the top of this continent? Beiyao shouted hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, wishing to tear Yang Yun in front of him into pieces. Ungrateful? Yang Yun sneered, is there any point in saying such a lie to a child now? You and I have always been using each other. I have never believed in you, and you have never believed in me. If I had not acted against your master before, I would have become its sacrifice, or even been possessed by it, when the devil's power was perfected. Yang Yun drew out a bright red sword from the Zumi ring. This sword had also been refined in the blood pool, and its power was even greater than before. He smoothed the sword's edge, and a trace of blood remained on the sword. The sword body absorbed the blood, and became more and more enchanting. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. Are you sealed? Wake up. Wake up. The white demon mobilized all the energy in his body, and poured it into the sound, forming a series of sound waves like a landslide and tsunami, rushing into Yang Yun's body. This is a sonic martial art unique to the Hydra clan, called Heaven Devouring Roar. It infuses will and energy into the sound waves to kill the enemy. It is most effective against invisible souls. Beiyao wants to use this impact to awaken the ancient demon. Yang Yun was not moved at all, and said coldly, "You don't have to shout. Most of your master's soul power was devoured by Lin Ming in the Temple of Miracles, and his strength was greatly reduced. At that time, I accumulated strength, and while it was healing, I suppressed and devoured it in one fell swoop. Over the years, the demon lord you have worshipped is me, Yang Yun. Even if you shout your throat out, it will not wake up." What? Beiyao couldn't imagine it, and acted like crazy. "Without erasing the mental imprint, you will lose yourself by devouring other people's souls. How is it possible? How is it possible?" "Yes, I can't erase the mental imprint of that demon, I just seal it, but I still often lose my personality. My memory is disordered, and I can't tell who I am. Now I can only overcome these things with willpower. In the future, when my cultivation is improved, and I have enough understanding of the soul, I can completely refine the soul of that demon, erase its mental imprint, and eliminate its memory together. The soul is composed of memory and mental imprint, and the two are inseparable. Therefore, if Yang Yun wants to completely wipe out the mental imprint of the ancient demon, he will also destroy the memory together. However, at that time, the memory of the ancient demon will also be ineffective for Yang Yun." Yang Yun's words made Beiyao feel cold in his heart. This Yang Yun is simply a lunatic. Although he said it lightly, in fact, this practice is almost equivalent to suicide. No one will joke about their own soul. The so-called state of overcoming the loss of personality by willpower is extremely dangerous. Once failed, they will become mentally disordered and become a lunatic. As for the future, when Yang Yun's realm is improved, it will be extremely difficult to refine the mental imprint of the demon, because the memory has been integrated, and it is not easy to separate it. If it is not done well, his own memory will be erased together. Yang Yun chose such a dangerous approach because he needed the knowledge of the ancient demon. When the ancient demon was attacked by Lin Ming and exploded his soul, although he lost most of his soul, the remaining part was the essence of the ancient demon's soul and the source of his memory, which was much more important than the other two parts of the soul combined. This was also reasonable. The ancient demon sacrificed the car to save the king and the magic cube, so it was impossible for him to lose the most important part. Yang Yun's ambition was great. He wanted to become a peerless strong man and climb to the peak of martial arts, not just stop at the Xianan continent. In this way, he had to take this risk. "Madman, you are really a complete madman." Beiyao's face turned pale. Facing Yang Yun, he was really scared. He was not afraid of strong opponents, but afraid of opponents who didn't care about their lives. He was not afraid of opponents who didn't care about their lives, but afraid of opponents with mental illness. At this time, Yang Yun was a mental patient and a madman in Beiyao's eyes. He was cruel to his enemies and even crueler to himself. From the beginning, they underestimated Yang Yun and chose the wrong target. Now they have raised a tiger to harm others and made wedding clothes for others. Boom. Thousands of blood waves rushed into the sky, turning into huge blood pythons, rushing towards Beiyao. Yang Yun was suspended high in the sky, like the master of this world. "You are a loyal dog, let me show your final value." At this point, there is no point in saying more, and the only way is to fight to the death. Beiyao shouted, and a huge 9-headed snake phantom appeared behind his body, holding a purple spear, and rushed towards Yang Yun. Hydra bloodline, broken star. Seeing Beiyao's strongest attack, Yang Yun's eyes flashed with pity. He casually made a seal, and Sanskrit symbols flew into Beiyao's body. Beiyao's body shook suddenly, and the 9-headed snake phantom behind him almost dissipated, and the condensed true essence also dispersed. What? Beiyao was shocked and immediately looked at Yang Yun with hatred. You, despicable. He wanted to eat Yang Yun alive, but an irresistible force made him completely powerless. At the same time, the giant pythons formed by the blood flow devoured Beiyao mercilessly, and the energy exploded wantonly. The blood waves rushed up to the sky, forming an endless blood cloud, and a moment later, it started to rain blood. Beiyao's meridians were broken by 30%, and his body floated in the extremely sticky blood, facing up, his face pale. His nostrils and ears were still bleeding, and his eyes were as hen. Suddenly, the white demon laughed, and laughed miserably. Demon Lord, you never believed in me after all. You never believed in me after all. I have been loyal to you for 100,000 years in the Sea of Miracles, but you did not remove the restriction in my body, and let it take my life today. Take my life. Yang Yun looked down at the white demon with pity. Just now, he did not use any martial arts, but just activated the power of the formation itself, and then induced the restriction left in the white demon by the ancient demon, to beat him into this state. This is the safest and cruelest way to defeat the white demon, not even leaving the opponent a chance to fight. For a warrior, this is the saddest way to die. He has magical powers and the belief that he will die, but he has no chance to fight. You consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Lin Ming, but you rushed all the way here without recovering enough strength, so you have no power to resist this restriction. Yang Yun said coldly, before you die, I want to advise you that the only person you can trust in this world is yourself. Your master did nothing wrong. He died in my hands because he was not lucky enough and was seriously injured by Lin Ming. And you died because you were too stupid. After Yang Yun finished speaking, he raised his right hand and grabbed the air. A blood arrow pierced the white demon's chest and soared into the sky. The heart and blood of the white demon were brought out by this blood arrow, condensed in the air, and blood-colored brilliance kept flashing, which was extremely gorgeous. Beiyao watched helplessly as his whole body of blood and heart turned into such a charming and beautiful picture in the air. The scene was extremely strange. A trace of ironic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that this was the ending. Blood continued to flow out of Beiyao's body. The blood of the nine-headed snake was extremely powerful. In addition, Beiyao had reached the realm of divine transformation above the Sea of Gods. His body was strong. Even if his heart was broken and his blood was sucked, he did not die until his whole body of blood was drained and his body shriveled. At this point, Yang Yun had sucked out all the blood and essence of Beiyao's body. Yang Yun injected energy into the blood and flesh. Faintly, there was a bloody nine-headed snake roaring and struggling in the blood and flesh essence. It actually condensed into the true form of blood and ki. Beiyao's blood and ki are indeed of excellent quality. Yang Yun muttered to himself, and his hands moved faster, wanting to refine the true form of blood and ki. After many rare elixirs are produced, the medicinal gas is too strong, and will condense into a true form. After a long time, it can even produce spirituality. The aged natural treasures will have medicinal spirits. This is the reason. Although the blood and ki true form is far from reaching the level of spiritualization, and has no wisdom, it also has the instinct to survive. It is enveloped by Yang Yun's blood and ki, and is about to be refined. It struggles frantically. However, it is ultimately impossible to resist Yang Yun's power. The spiritual energy in its body is quickly drained away, and it slowly wilts. Melt. Yang Yun grabbed it with his hand, and the blood and ki true form of the Hydra Phantom was finally absorbed by the ball of blood, and fused into one, and finally turned into a thumb-sized blood pill. With this blood pill, this pool of blood will be like a spring, with a qualitative leap, and it will also allow me to achieve the ultimate perfection of the great blood refining technique. As long as my great blood refining technique is perfect, I can use a person's blood and ki to assist the formation and lock his position within a range of tens of millions of miles. By then, Lin Ming, you will have nowhere to escape. You are destined to be an emperor, and your luck is as high as a rainbow. Although I have accumulated more than 40 years of experience, my luck is still not as good as yours, and my life is not as strong as yours. Even if I'm stronger than you, I'm not very sure of fighting you. But this battle cannot be avoided. Not to mention that I want to kill you. The whole world is wanted for you, and the hatred of hurting your relatives cannot be resolved. Just your luck and secrets also make me have to kill you. Yang Yun's ambition is higher than the sky, but his life is worthless. He can achieve his current achievements by relying on the resources and teachings of the ancient demon. However, although the ancient demon is somewhat capable in the god's domain, he is not a hegemon. Even if Yang Yun devours its memory, he can only reach its realm in the future, and it is difficult to go higher. Therefore, Yang Yun must inherit another fortune, which is the inheritance of Lin Ming. Since ancient times, geniuses are destined to be unable to achieve great achievements without opportunities, and opportunities are fought for with all their might. Now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of Yang Yun. Even if he knows there is danger, he will take a risk. Please like, just ask for this month's likes. Please give it some strength, it is very important. Right square bracket. Chapter 929, Fighting the Purple Lion Thunder Source again. 15 days later, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, as the forbidden zone of life in Cheyenne continent, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp is always covered with grey clouds. There are many dangers here. The strong ones who are destined to die will have a life or death. Even the weaker ones in the Sea of Gods may fall into it, if they are unlucky. On this day, a man in black appeared above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. He carried a thick-backed knife, and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that could never be found again once he mixed into the crowd. This person was Lin Ming in disguise. After repelling the white monster, Lin Ming rushed all the way to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Because he had to pass through many teleportation arrays on the way, Lin Ming chose to disguise himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did not go to see Mu Qianxue immediately, mainly because the giant Kun was now too far into the South China Sea, and there was no teleportation array in the deep sea area of the South China Sea. Even if Lin Ming flew to see Mu Qianxue at his speed, it would take a long time. Lin Ming could not afford such a long time. According to Situ Yeox's memory, he would have to fight Yang Yun in a year at most. There was no way to avoid it. Now he has enough spiritual medicine, and his cultivation is in a period of rapid growth without bottlenecks. If there is enough time, Lin Ming can go through several life falls in a row, and come out of the 6 or 7 life falls, if he stays in seclusion. Unfortunately, he only has 1 year, and he must make full use of it. Now he came to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for one thing, the Purple Iron Lightning Source. When Lin Ming was still in the late stage of Zuanden, he entered the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and encountered the Purple Iron Lightning Source. Not to mention swallowing it, he was almost swallowed by it. If it weren't for the evil god sprout in Lin Ming's body and the shock of the white sword, I'm afraid Lin Ming would have died in the 9 Heavens Thunder Domain. It should be here. Lin Ming came to the cave below the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor according to his memory, and looked up at the sky. Are you sure? Mo Guang said. I'm 70% sure. Lin Ming didn't dare to call it a sure thing. The time and space inside the 8,000-mile Black Swamp were a little messed up. Even if Lin Ming's time and space realm has greatly improved now, he dare not guarantee that he can find the position back then. Lin Ming suppressed the breath of the evil god's young sprout and soared into the sky. Soon, he rushed into a sea of thunder. Countless thunders flashed in the sky, and the lightning swept wantonly. However, for Lin Ming now, this feeling of being surrounded by countless thunders was like a mortal soaking in warm water. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he felt comfortable. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Lin Ming went straight into the thunder area. The color of the lightning kept changing, and the power kept increasing, but Lin Ming was unaware of it. 70 miles, 80 miles, all the way to the 90-mile thunder area. The thunder here not only changed greatly in color, but also in shape. The thunder before was in the form of arcs, but the thunder here turned into a series of phantom lights, purple white, dark purple, and red gold, connected into one, but without the slightest sound. It looked like a colorful mist, like a colorful fairyland. Under this peaceful appearance, there is a terrifying murderous intent. The red gold lightning was later used by Lin Ming to break through the first level of life. If there are more of these things, they can directly kill the strong men of the Sea of Gods. When Lin Ming was in the late stage of Zuanden, he stopped here and could not move forward. But now, even the most powerful red gold lightning cannot threaten Lin Ming. Keep going up. 100 miles of thunder domain. At the beginning, although Lin Ming did not dare to step into the 100 miles of thunder domain, he released a ray of perception to explore here. The 100 miles of thunder domain and the 90 miles of thunder domain are completely different concepts. This place is full of large and small thunderballs, each one is suspended like a star. The powerful thunder force formed a force field wrapped around these thunderballs, and the space has been twisted and torn, so that the void is full of large and small space cracks. Both space and energy are extremely unstable, and even the power of law is affected. If the strong men of the Divine Sea who practiced the thunder system in the 90 miles thunder region could still survive, then the 100 miles thunder region was already an absolute life restricted area, and those who entered would die. Even now, Lin Ming was cautious when he came to the 100 miles thunder region, and he did not dare to go deep rashly. He had to use his senses to explore first. These islands are still there. I really don't know how they were formed in the first place. Above the 100 miles thunder region, there is a different world. It seems like another world. There are large and small islands floating in the sky, and there are yuan-si god trees on each island. These yuan-si god trees live in peace with the thunderballs suspended in the air, and their roots even penetrate into the thunderballs to absorb the energy from them. These yuan-si god trees are undoubtedly treasures. But the last time Lin Ming came here, let alone transplanting these yuan-si god trees back, even getting close to these god trees was impossible. The yuan-si sacred trees themselves have terrifying attack power, and they are extremely hard. It is not easy to cut them off. Even for me now, it is very dangerous to explore these sacred trees. Lin Ming was hesitating, and suddenly his heart moved, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you here? No need to hide, I sense you. Lin Ming's eyes locked on a direction. After a few breaths, the lightning there fluctuated like water ripples, forming countless lightning threads that condensed together, growing from small to large, and finally condensed into a purple little lion. This lion is only 3 feet in size, and its shape is no different from a real lion. It has a strong body, majestic and beautiful purple mane, and each hair is extremely clear. The amber pupils are watery and lively. It doesn't look like a lightning illusion at all, but a real lion. This is the purple lion thunder source. The thunder source, that is, the origin of thunder and lightning, is even higher in rank than the thunder spirit. The lowest level of thunder source is also 10 times more terrifying than the thunder spirit. The purple lion lightning source had already developed some intelligence. It actually discovered Lin Ming at the beginning, because Lin Ming carried its aura on him, the aura of the companion lightning crystal. Over hundreds of millions of years, the companion lightning crystal was bred together with the purple lion lightning source. It was of the same origin as it, so of course it could feel it. This companion lightning crystal was related to the evolution of the purple lion lightning source, and was extremely important to it, but it was plundered by the man in front of it. How could it not hate Lin Ming to the bone? However, it felt that Lin Ming was powerful, which was no longer the same as a few years ago. This made it extremely afraid, and did not appear at the first time, but hid and observed secretly. Even if Lin Ming was powerful, it would not give up the companion lightning crystal, so it prepared to take a risk, and wait for an opportunity to attack, but it did not expect to be discovered by Lin Ming. Your wisdom is not too bad. Your companion lightning crystal has been swallowed by me. You want to get it back, unless you swallow me, Lin Ming said, pulling out a purple spear. This is the weapon that Jiangxiji left in the Purple Ring Palace. It is a thunder type heavenly grade top grade spear. It should not be worth mentioning to Jiangxiji, but Lin Ming is very good at using it now. To deal with the purple lion thunder source without a physical body, a heavy weapon like the great wilderness blood halberd is obviously not suitable. On the contrary, the blood evil spirit on the blood halberd will be restrained by thunder. The best weapon is undoubtedly this purple spear. Submit to me, follow me to conquer the world, and I will let you evolve. Lin Ming pointed the tip of the spear directly at the purple lion thunder source, and an invisible force field burst out. It was the breath of the evil god Bud that he had deliberately suppressed before. He deliberately suppressed this breath before because he was afraid of shocking the purple lion thunder source and making the other party dare not appear. Now it is naturally unnecessary. The evil god seed is the supreme divine weapon of the thunder and fire system. Now the energy field has completely erupted, and it immediately caused great pressure on the purple lion thunder source. This feeling of awe is like a memory engraved in its bones, since its birth hundreds of millions of years ago, which cannot be erased. At that moment, a trace of fear flashed in the pupils of the purple lion thunder source, but it was immediately forcibly expelled, and then replaced by anger. As the origin of thunder, it is extremely arrogant. How can it be willing to be subdued by humans, and driven at will? Roar. The purple lion thunder source roared with a thunderous roar, carrying a mighty power. All the purple white, purple gold, and red gold lightning within the 90 Li thunder domain swept in reverse, forming a colorful vortex. These red gold lightnings, dozens of them gathered together, can threaten the strong men of the Sea of Gods. With so many thunders gathered together, the power can be imagined. Lin Ming's eyes revealed a burning desire to fight. This purple lion thunder source can get the energy of the thunder domain and the 9 heavens thunder domain. When it fights hard, its strength is also very terrifying. If you want to devour it, you must be careful, otherwise it may be backfired, burning the meridians of the whole body. And I hear, blessed by the large amount of thunder energy in the 9 heavens thunder region, the body of the purple lion thunder source swelled up, and a trace of bloodthirstiness flashed in its eyes. Of course, it was afraid of the power and pressure contained in Lin Ming's evil god sprout, but it was eager to obtain this power. By swallowing Lin Ming, it could evolve a big step. With this thought in its sea of consciousness, the purple lion thunder source began to become excited and crazy. Swish. The lightning behind the purple lion thunder source turned into a colorful dragon of light, shooting towards Lin Ming. The dragon of light roared, and the roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoing between heaven and earth, and piercing through the sky. Lin Ming's eyes were cold, and his whole body's true energy was running to the extreme. The Hongmeng war spirit was infused into the purple spear, and stabbed straight at the dragon of light. Chi-chi-chi. The purple golden lightning swallowed, and spit out wantonly, and the clouds in the thunder domain were cut open. Lin Ming's Hongmeng battle spirit directly endured the attack of the 5-colored light dragon, and was tempered by thunder. However, it did not weaken at all, but became more and more sharp. The heavenly demon martial will, Hongmeng space. When the light dragon roared, behind Lin Ming, a strange red lotus slowly bloomed, and an invisible force field emanated. With a vast and majestic momentum, the 9 heavens thunder domain was instantly shrouded by the Hongmeng space. Hongmeng space kills most of the energy and law power. Thunder belongs to the 5-element energy. It was born after chaos, and is one of the laws restrained by the Hongmeng space. A new week, vomiting blood to ask for, like. It's very important. I will make up another chapter in the next 2 days. Please click a like. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930, Swallowing the Lightning Source. The interior of the Hongmeng space is very vast, spanning more than 1,000 miles. The moment the purple lion thunder source was enveloped in the Hongmeng space, it felt that its connection with the thunder power between heaven and earth was cut off, which made it very frightened. Law of destruction, chain of stars. Lin Ming's spear shook suddenly, and the power of space burst out. A powerful rotating and fragmenting force spread out, and with the rotating Hongmeng key embryonic form, a chaotic storm was formed, which directly swallowed the light dragon emitted by the purple lion thunder source. The strangling power of the chaotic storm, together with the suppression of the thunder law by the Hongmeng space, after just a few breaths, the phantom of the light dragon shattered like a mirror. After the light dragon was shattered, it turned into pure thunder power and dissipated. Lin Ming swept the purple spear, and it devoured the thunder power wantonly like a whale sucking water. Seeing a large amount of energy being absorbed by Lin Ming, the purple lion thunder source was furious. Roar. It roared and rushed towards Lin Ming in person. After all, the thunder source is the origin of thunder that has been formed over hundreds of millions of years. It symbolizes the strongest thunder power. Its full strength attack actually made the Hongmeng space tremble. It is worthy of being the thunder source, but the stronger you are, the stronger power you can bring to me. Lin Ming's eyes showed a glimmer of excitement. He shook the spear in his hand and whipped it out like a whip. This shot contained the compressed energy of the evil god's young sprout and the Hangmeng war spirit. Even if a strong man who had just entered the late stage of the Sea of Gods was hit, he would be seriously injured or even die from the shattering of his danshan. Although the energy contained in the purple iron thunder source is powerful, it has no inheritance of skills. It has strength, but cannot exert its strongest power. Lin Ming is not afraid of the body of the purple iron thunder source now. What he fears is the impact of the terrifying energy on the meridians after swallowing the purple iron thunder source into his body. If he doesn't control it well, it will burn the meridians. Swoosh. The spear slashed down with a purple arc of light, and the void was almost split in two. At that moment, the purple iron lightning source suddenly disappeared. In the void, a series of purple light and shadows were drawn, like a dream. The speed of thunder is the first of the 5 elements of energy, and this purple iron lightning source is a body of nothingness, and its speed is unparalleled. Comparing speed, it happens that I'm also confident in speed. Lin Ming smiled coldly, and the door of shock opened. With the cooperation of the black thunder light and shadow and the golden rock breaking the void, his body also became completely blurred, turning into countless rainbows of light, covering the entire Hangmeng space. Chasing lightning. While exerting the extreme speed, Lin Ming infused the thunder power in the evil god's young bud into the purple spear, and stabbed it out with a spear. The attack power of chasing lightning is not too strong, but as a martial art with a single artistic conception, it can reach the extreme in terms of speed. To deal with the purple iron lightning source without a physical body, it does not need too much power. Instead, attacking with martial arts that control the laws of thunder can bring greater damage to the purple iron lightning source. With his extreme body movements and his speed chasing lightning, he caught up with the purple iron lightning source in a blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Ming catching up, a trace of astonishment and disbelief flashed across the purple iron lightning source's amber pupils. The reason why it dared to sneak attack Lin Ming without any certainty was, first, because it had to take back the companion lightning crystal on Lin Ming's body, and second, because it was self-confident about its extraordinary speed and thought it could come and go freely. Now it never expected that Lin Ming's speed would be faster than its own, and it was finally afraid. Boom. Lin Ming's spear collided with the purple iron lightning source. Lin Ming felt that he did not pierce any entity, but a violent energy came and rushed into his meridians wantonly, trying to burn his meridians all over his body. This was the backlash of the purple iron lightning source's energy. If it was an ordinary Sea of God strongman, he would be seriously injured if such lightning energy entered his body. But it was nothing to Lin Ming. His mental power connected to the young sprout of the evil god, and the energy circulated, instantly clearing the raging energy in his body. As for Lin Ming's meridians, they were not damaged, because they had been tempered by thunder for a long time. But the purple iron lightning source was miserable. It was shot through the abdomen by Lin Ming. The life source of the lightning that constituted its body was stirred by the law power contained in Lin Ming's chasing lightning, and a large part of its energy was lost. Especially in this Hangmeng space, its energy could not be replenished by the thunder domain, but was consumed all the time. This made the hair on its body suddenly become illusory, and the pupils that were shining with brilliance also dimmed. If the previous purple iron lightning source was no different from a real lion, then the current purple iron lightning source was like a reflection in the water, hazy and unclear. It's injured. Take the opportunity to trap it. Mo Guang's voice came from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Without Mo Guang's words, Lin Ming had already shot out 8 grey energies in a row, forming thunder talismans, and flew into the body of the purple iron lightning source. This is the thunder realm that Lin Ming comprehended from the jade slips left by Jiangzi. The same is true for the 12 natal thunder symbols that he used before, except that the 12 natal thunder symbols are secret methods to assist the operation of thunder power and stimulate the body's potential, while the 8 thunder symbols are now the method of sealing the thunder power. The thunder symbol flew into the body of the purple iron thunder source like a flying arrow. The purple iron thunder source suddenly felt a pain like a knife stab, and then the body's mobility was greatly reduced. It roared desperately, trying to use energy to break the 8 thunder symbols, but these thunder symbols were like shackles with spikes. The spikes were deeply buckled into the flesh and blood. The more it tried to break free of them, the more painful it was. The purple iron thunder source let out a series of wails. How could Lin Ming give it a chance to breathe? He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and instantly shuttled through the void and came to the top of the purple iron thunder source. Lin Ming grabbed the purple spear with both hands and poured endless thunder energy into the spear and smashed it down with one shot. Puff! The spear almost cut the body of purple iron thunder source in half. The illusory hairs on the purple iron thunder source's body stood upside down, ignoring the pain in his body, and let out earth-shaking roars, trying to break free from the restraints of the Thunder Deo talisman. However, at this moment, it only felt that the energy in its body seemed to be out of its control, and the spear that Lin Ming had pierced into its body was quickly pulled out. In just a few blinks of an eye, the body of purple iron thunder source became much more illusory, almost transparent. Its roar was not as powerful as before, and the 8 Thunder Deo talismans in its body were like a confinement made of divine iron, making it unable to move at all. Now purple iron thunder source had no way to go up to the sky, no way to enter the earth, and the blockade of Hongmeng space cut off all its energy supply. It was finally scared and began to wail for mercy, but Lin Ming ignored it and continued to extract the energy from purple iron thunder source's body. Submit to me, or I will wipe out your intelligence and only absorb your energy source. Although the effect is a little worse for me, the difference is not too big. And directly wiping out your intelligence and absorbing your energy will make it easier for me to control this energy. There are many benefits. Lin Ming's face was indifferent, and the energy in his hand became stronger and stronger. The purple iron lightning source had no doubt that, if it refused at this moment, Lin Ming would really wipe out its intelligence. After a short blink of hesitation, the purple iron lightning source finally showed a look of begging for mercy, made a woohoo sound, and its body began to shrink and surrendered to Lin Ming. It's a bit dangerous to take this guy, but not wipe out his intelligence. If one day you are seriously injured in the future, I'm afraid this guy will take the opportunity to rebel. Mo Guang said with a click of his tongue, somewhat disagreeing with Lin Ming's approach. Lin Ming knew this very well. He said, if I wipe out its intelligence, it is equivalent to erasing the most essential part of this lightning source. Not only will its strength be reduced, its attack methods will lack spirituality, and it will be impossible to improve in the future. And more importantly, if it submits to me and does not resist, then it will be much easier for me to devour it. Otherwise, if I swallow a violent lightning source without intelligence now, my meridians will be under tremendous pressure and may not succeed. Lin Ming was not too worried about the betrayal of the purple iron thunder source in the future. His strength growth rate was much faster than that of the purple iron thunder source, and he was suppressed by the evil god's young sprout. Once the purple iron thunder source entered the evil god's young sprout, its energy would be controlled by the evil god's young sprout. How could it be easy for it to betray? Come in. Lin Ming grabbed the shrunken purple iron lightning source with his big hand. At that moment, an energy vortex formed on Lin Ming's hand. The purple iron lightning source's entire body of thunder energy was absorbed by this vortex and continuously flowed into the evil god young sprout, nourishing the branches, leaves, and roots of the evil god young sprout. The purple iron lightning source did not dare to resist at all, allowing Lin Ming to absorb its energy like this. At that time, it would only retain its own intelligence, and most of its energy would be controlled by Lin Ming. As Lin Ming absorbed it, the body of the purple iron lightning source became smaller and smaller, and in the end it was smaller than Lin Ming's palm, and was completely swallowed by Lin Ming's palm. It followed Lin Ming's meridians, and came to the Danshan, and then it saw the evil god young sprout. The thunder energy contained in this young sprout may not be too strong, only 1/3 of the purple iron thunder source in its heyday, but the energy it contains is extremely pure, and it faintly exudes a breath of the law of the Great Way, which makes it feel terrified just by approaching it. Compared with this evil god young sprout, the thunder and lightning essence it swallowed before can be said to be extremely mixed and extremely complicated, and it is completely on a different level. After discovering these, the purple iron thunder source no longer resisted being absorbed by the evil god young sprout, and the key is that it can't resist. It was absorbed by the evil god young sprout and completely integrated into the branches and leaves of the evil god young sprout. At that moment, the evil god young sprout gently squirmed, and another young leaf grew out from the top of the young sprout with difficulty. From curling to slowly stretching, the leaf veins gradually became clear. This leaf grew strangely and looked like a small tripod, and on the body of the tripod, a purple lion pattern suddenly appeared. Chapter 931. Further progress. The evil god sprout has grown again. Lin Ming looked at the evil god sprout that had grown an inch in height, feeling happy. He clearly felt that the power of the evil god sprout had increased a lot. In this way, he would be able to comprehend the realm of thunder and fire with divine help in the future. After going to the god's domain, he would most likely join the ancient Phoenix clan and continue to receive the guidance of the Phoenix Fairy. With the support of the evil god sprout, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. The purple iron lightning source was completely absorbed, and lightning flashed on the evil god sprout. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sensed it, nodding with satisfaction. The evil god sprout's control over energy was better than he had imagined. The purple iron lightning source entered the evil god sprout, and most of the energy it carried was absorbed by the evil god sprout, and the control fell into Lin Ming's hands. If the intelligence of the purple iron lightning source is equivalent to that of a general, and the energy of its body is like an army, then now the military power is in Lin Ming's hands. This feeling of controlling everything made Lin Ming very satisfied. As his strength increased in the future, the possibility of the purple iron lightning source betraying him would become smaller and smaller. Magic light. After absorbing the purple iron lightning source, I feel the energy in my body overflowing again. It's not difficult to break through the 5th level of life fall in one breath. You want to break through the 5th level of life fall? It's been less than a year since you broke through the 4th level of life fall, and you want to break through the 5th level of life fall? Your cultivation has increased too fast recently. If you don't suppress it, your foundation will be unstable, and it will be difficult to improve in the future. Generally, it takes 50 years for an emperor level genius to complete the life fall, and the life fall here is only at the level of the 6th and 7th levels, with an average of 7 or 8 years to pass one level. Lin Ming is now basically passing one level a year. In just less than 5 years, he has passed 4 life falls and is about to pass the 5th level. Lin Ming's cultivation has improved too fast, and most importantly, in the past 5 years or more, Lin Ming has not experienced many actual combat times. The lack of battlefield testing and tempering will also lead to the inability to integrate the laws and martial arts he has comprehended, resulting in an unstable foundation. Lin Ming said, I know, but it's not impossible to make up for it in the future. I just need to meditate quietly before I break through the sea of gods and let the energy settle down. Although it will take some effort, I'm facing Yang Yun now, and I must improve my strength as soon as possible. In a year, Yang Yun's strength will definitely be above Bai Yao. With my current cultivation level, even if I absorb the purple lion thunder source, I will probably not be able to beat him. That's true. Yang Yun is proficient in the realm of time. If he changes the flow of time and retreats in a closed space, and if 1 year is equivalent to 10 years, I'm afraid he will even break through to the middle stage of the Sea of Gods now. Mo Guang said with some concern. The 8th level of life was lost, and then he broke through the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. In addition, the skills Yang Yun originally learned were not bad. All these factors added together, Lin Ming was indeed in great danger. Yang Yun can indeed change the speed of time, but the barrier that changes the speed of time requires the warrior to operate the power of the law to maintain it. If he concentrates on practicing a certain magic skill and devotes himself to it, it is difficult to adjust the speed of time to a 10-to-1 level while practicing the magic skill. Warriors practice with full concentration. The reason why Lin Ming's ethereal martial arts is excellent is that it allows Lin Ming to have no distractions. The best state for practicing a martial art is to be in a state of selflessness without distractions. In this case, it is difficult to maintain the time barrier while practicing. The reason why the old man Zhao Hua was able to do so was because he had reached the bottleneck of practice thousands of years ago. His so-called retreat was just sitting in meditation to recuperate, cultivate his body and mind, and occasionally comprehend the law and experience his will. It is not comparable to Yang Yun at all. If you want to practice in a barrier with a time speed of 10 to 1, you must have another strong person to continuously cast spells for him, so that he can devote himself to practice. It is not easy to find such a strong person who will serve you day after day for several years. In fact, if it is really possible to do so, with Lin Ming's current understanding of the time realm, he can also do it. Although it cannot reach a time flow rate of 10 to 1, 5 to 1 and 6 to 1 are not a problem. Lin Ming collected the Hongmeng space and flew straight out, flying to the cave opened by the 8 meteorites Thunder King. This cave is also located on a suspended island, but this island is not located in the 100 miles Thunder region, but in the 90 miles Thunder region. This is the only suspended island in the 90 miles Thunder region. As for the 100 miles Thunder region, even the 8 meteorites Thunder King at that time was completely incapable of going up. Lin Ming flew into the cave of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. The ancient cave faintly exuded a breath of time. It was no different from the last time Lin Ming came. The stone tablet still stood there, with a line of words engraved on it. I use the sword in my hand to fight against the universe and reincarnation. Fate does not tolerate my clan. I break the shackles of fate. Heaven does not tolerate my clan. I go against the flow and kill the immortals. 36 words. Between the lines, there is a condensed sword intent, which makes people feel awe. Now as Lin Ming's realm improves, he can feel the power of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor in the past. Since ancient times, Qianxue continent has produced more than a dozen peerless strongmen who deserve the title of the world's number one. Even if the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor is ranked among them, he is still a leader. The so-called number one in the world is a person who has the ability to kill all other strong men of the same era in a single fight in an era, not defeating, but killing. So even before Yang Yun and Bai Yao appeared, the old man of destiny could not reach this level, and was still a quasi number one in the world. There are more than a dozen number one people in the world from ancient times to the present. Some are strong and some are weak, and Bai Yao can only be considered as a relatively weak one among them. Lin Ming took a deep breath and sighed. Even if I absorb the purple lion lightning source, I'm not much stronger than Bai Yao. It is easy to defeat him, but it is difficult to kill him. If it were in ancient times, I would be the last of the number one people in the world in Qianxue continent. In terms of the number of peerless strongmen, Qianxue continent is much worse than Shengmo continent. The number one person in the world in Shengmo continent is stronger. And above Shengmo continent, there is an endless ocean between the two continents, which is 10 times larger than Qianxue continent and Shengmo continent combined. The number of strong people in it can be imagined. Even such a vast world is just a drop in the ocean in the 3000 worlds. There are countless different dimensions that are more powerful than the plane where Qianxue continent is located. In addition, there is an even more terrifying God's domain. Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed deeply. He still has a very long way to go. The number one person in the world, confined to Qianxue continent, is nothing. After this battle with Yang Yun, he would end everything, ascend to the divine realm, go to that wider space, and face greater challenges. Lin Ming set up a formation in the cave that 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor had used. With Lin Ming's current understanding of the realm of thunder, he could already isolate the deadly lightning of the 90 Li Thunder domain. The 8000 Li Black Swamp is a dangerous place. There are some risks for Lin Ming to practice in it, so Lin Ming was meticulous in the formation. For a whole day, Lin Ming integrated the laws of the Hongmeng space and the formation in the memory of the ancient demon head to set up 3 major formations. Then he sat cross-legged on the stone bed of 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor and took out 12 Thunder Dao fruits and more than 20 top-grade Yuan Ling stones from the Zumi ring. One of the 12 Thunder Dao fruits had been eaten by Lin Ming, leaving only the peel engraved with the mysterious Thunder Realm, but now Lin Ming has not made time to comprehend them in detail. This time, Lin Ming picked up another Thunder Dao fruit and used a dagger to pry open the fruit stalk at the end of it, revealing the red flesh. A scent of wine immediately spread out, and the aroma was fragrant, like a 1000-year-old wine, and it was the best among the 1000-year-old wines. This Thunder Dao fruit is different from the one I ate before. The flesh of that fruit was milky white, but this one is red like flesh and blood. The crystal clear flesh actually contained traces of blood, and the intoxicating aroma was very tempting. Lin Ming cut off a piece of flesh with a dagger and touched it lightly with his fingers. It was very elastic. He swallowed the flesh in one bite. The flesh melted in his mouth without chewing at all. The fragrance in his mouth escaped and turned into a stream of hot air that filled his limbs, flowed to his heart, danshan, and rushed straight to his head. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he was drunk. His head was dizzy, his limbs were weak, and his bones were crispy, as if they were about to melt. The effect of the second Thunder Dao fruit was completely different from the first one, making Lin Ming feel as if he was in the clouds, light and comfortable. Such a powerful and unique medicinal power. It seems that each Thunder Dao fruit is completely different. While the medicinal power was still there, Lin Ming practiced a set of divine thunder exercises left in Jiang Ziji's Jade Slip, Thunder Emperor Secret, which was one of the few exercises in Jiang Ziji's collection that did not require the purple lightning unicorn bloodline to practice. The thunder energy mixed with the true essence, and it circulated one cycle after another. At this time, Lin Ming did not enter the ethereal martial intent, but he was half drunk and half awake. His mind seemed to be blank, but also seemed to be extremely clear. Although his movements were slow, the energy in his body was surging crazily. This strange state was like practicing drunken boxing, which was a better state of practice than the ethereal martial intent. It was similar to deep hypnosis, without fear or awe, and thoroughly explored one's own potential. Any impossible thing became possible. 1 hour, 2 hours. Lin Ming digested the energy in the Thunder Dao fruit. Every time he finished digesting the energy, he woke up from that strange state and ate another piece of Thunder Dao fruit flesh. The energy contained in the flesh was extremely huge. Generally, Thunder warriors could not eat more than 4 or 5 pieces. If they ate more, they would explode and die, unless they excreted the excess energy, but that would be a complete waste. However, this was not the case with Lin Ming. The evil god bud in his body seemed to have just advanced and could swallow any amount of energy. In such a high intensity training, Lin Ming's understanding of the thunder law became clearer and clearer. His body was shining, as if he was about to turn into a flying fairy and fly away. Behind Lin Ming, Dao diagrams appeared and disappeared, mysterious, and the patterns engraved in them were the most profound thunder laws. Chapter 932 Dark Clouds. In a suspended hall, more than a dozen people sat around a long table. These people were both men and women, and each of them had a deep aura. They were all powerful sea gods. There were no more than 100 sea gods in Xianan continent. In the past few years, few new sea gods were born, but many old sea gods died. Now there were only about 90 left, and 1/6 of them were gathered in the hall in front of them. Sitting around the long table, many people looked worried. Yang Yun summoned us this time, and I don't know why. At one end of the long table, a woman in white tapped her forehead with her finger and said with some concern. She was the Snow White Fairy of the Bei clan. Over the years, Yang Yun's strength has become stronger and stronger, especially he did not know what means to unite the deep sea tribes of the Misty Sea, so that the number of Feng Huang masters serving him reached more than 20 people. In addition to the deterrence of Yang Yun himself and Bei Yao, 2 top masters, no one dared to resist him anymore. No matter what happens, we just need to do what he says. We are all marked with the war spirit tracking mark left by Yang Yun. Unless our willpower is close to Yang Yun's, we can't erase these marks. Now he has everything to say. Can we still resist him? A middle-aged man in green clothes said helplessly beside Fairy Zufeng. Since ancient times, even the strongest people in the world rarely control the world like Yang Yun. Yang Yun can do this because of the war spirit mark. If anyone violates his orders, he will chase him down even to the ends of the earth. Following the words of the middle-aged man in green, the atmosphere at the scene fell into silence. After half an incense stick of time, someone suddenly whispered, "In the past year, 7 Sea of Gods warriors have disappeared. These 7 people have a common feature, that is, they have divine bodies or alien bloodlines." This sentence made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Warriors with divine bodies, alien bloodlines, and alien Danshan are all geniuses among geniuses. They practice quickly and have a high probability of achieving the Sea of Gods in the future. Therefore, even though there are very few warriors in the world with divine bodies and alien bloodlines, they account for a large proportion of the Sea of Gods warriors, accounting for 1 or 2%. Moreover, these people often rely on themselves to break through the Sea of Gods, and their overall strength is stronger. However, in the past year, 7 Sea of Gods warriors with divine bodies have disappeared, and half of them have disappeared. 3 of them are confirmed dead, because their soul jade slips have been shattered, and the other 4 did not leave soul jade slips. They claimed to be secluded or wandering around, looking for immortal fate. But how could the Sea of Gods warriors who have lived for thousands of years believe such words? How could people not be shocked when such a thing happened suddenly? The Sea of Gods expert who spoke only mentioned it casually, and stopped talking without going on. However, the Sea of Gods experts present were all experienced and not fools. These 7 people are likely to be dead, and there are only a few people in the world who have the ability to kill 7 Sea of Gods experts within a year without leaving too many traces. Beiyao, Yang Yun, and even the old man of good fortune. As for Lin Ming, in the eyes of the crowd, he may be worse than the old man of good fortune. No one knew about his battle with Beiyao. The only witnesses at that time were Situ Yaoxi and several powerful emperors of the deep sea tribes, and these people are dead. In the eyes of the crowd, after these years, although Lin Ming's cultivation must have made great progress, it seems unlikely that he can grow to the level of Beiyao and Yang Yun. This is not to say that these people underestimated Lin Ming. It is really that more than 3 years is too short. They don't know that Lin Ming has comprehended a supreme divine martial art. In fact, if he doesn't have the heavenly demon martial intention, Lin Ming is not the opponent of Beiyao. Among the 4 people who were capable of killing the 7 Sea of Gods, neither Old Man Zhaohu nor Lin Ming had any motive to kill. The most likely ones to do it were Beiyao and Yang Yun. The common point of these 7 dead Sea of Gods was that they had divine bodies or alien bloodlines. This made people have to associate that some magic skills could extract the essence of alien bloodlines to replenish themselves. Yang Yun's magic energy was so strong that it was not surprising that he knew this kind of skills. Moreover, he even killed his great-grandfather, so what else could he not do? Realizing this, the warriors present felt like lambs in a pen, especially the few Sea of Gods with alien bloodlines whose faces turned slightly pale. If Yang Yun wanted to kill them, they would not be able to resist at all. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Fairy Zhu Feng said with her true essence. The people she sent her voice to were all people she trusted more. Of course, she didn't dare to say anything in Yang Yun's territory. An old man in green robes took over and said in a voice transmission, Yang Yun is very ambitious. He has already started to attack us. When he has enough strength in the future, I'm afraid he will unify the 4 great divine kingdoms. We must unite to resist. If the more than 90 powerful men of the Divine Sea can unite as one, we can also fight against Yang Yun. More than 90 powerful men of the Divine Sea unite as one. A middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. It's easy to say, among these 90 people, there may be spies who have defected to Yang Yun, and there is also a Shura divine kingdom in between. For them, Yang Yun ruling the world may be better than Lin Ming dominating the world. What's more, even if we unite, it is unlikely to defeat the 2 masters Yang Yun and Beiyao, and so many powerful men in the Misty Sea. We may very likely be killed one by Yang Yun in the future. Then what do you say we should do? We can only watch Yang Yun erode our strength bit by bit, and finally fail to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Everyone fell into silence. They didn't have the strength to resist Yang Yun now. If they didn't resist, the final outcome would definitely not be good. Shang Yushan, head of the Shang family, said, Yang Yun is not without threats. His biggest threat comes from Lin Ming. Yang Yun has been looking for Lin Ming all over the world for many years, but he still hasn't found him. Xi'an continent is so big. If Lin Ming is wiser and finds someone to hide and stay in seclusion, with his speed of improvement, he will definitely kill Yang Yun in 10 years. He is a last hope. Do you think it's okay for Lin Ming to stay in seclusion? Hey, don't underestimate Yang Yun. His methods are not necessarily worse than Lin Ming. I don't know what he has been doing these years. He may find Lin Ming. Fairy Zhu Feng shook her head and said, I'm more optimistic about Lin Ming. You probably don't know what happened in Qianxue Kingdom in the southern sky region. Qianxue Kingdom is just an inconspicuous small country in the vast Qianxue continent, and it is also a mortal country. There is almost no martial arts inheritance. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a small village. It can be known by all the strong men present, of course, because of Lin Ming. They all heard a little about the trap that Yang Yun set in Qianxue Kingdom. What happened? Qianxue Kingdom was too far away from the four great kingdoms, and Lin Ming killed everyone at that time, so the news did not spread. Of course, Shura Kingdom, which suffered the greatest loss, knew about this, but how could Shura Kingdom publicize such a thing to the whole world? The Shura Kingdom's strongmen who were originally stationed in the Lin family of Qianxue Kingdom, including Situ Yaoxi and the patriarch of the Sun family, were all killed, and the Lin family, including the clan members and buildings, were all taken away by someone with great magical powers. Does this make you think about it? You said that the person who did it was Lin Ming? Lin Ming finally showed up. When Fairy Zhu Feng said this, everyone was shocked. Lin Ming had been missing for more than 3 years, and now he was reborn. This made some people excited. Lin Ming always gave people surprises, and he was very likely to overthrow Yang Yun in the end. It's only been more than 3 years. He's too impatient. The middle-aged man who was a little pessimistic about the prospects shook his head, and killing Situ Yaoxi and the Sun Clan leader is nothing. Both of them achieved the divine sea by chance, and are the weakest sealed emperors. Yang Yun and Bei Yao can take their lives with a wave of their hands. Compared with Yang Yun, Lin Ming is probably still far behind. Why do you always say discouraging words? Fairy Zhu Feng frowned slightly. Lin Ming's killing of Situ Yaoxi and the Sun Clan leader is indeed nothing. But don't forget, how could Yang Yun set up this chess move in Qianxue country without leaving a trap? Lin Ming knew there was a trap, and he didn't even know whether Yang Yun's real body was in Qianxue country. In this case, he still dared to save people and retreated safely, which is enough to prove that Lin Ming at least had the confidence to escape from Yang Yun and Bei Yao, and it is even possible that he had fought with Bei Yao. Lin Ming is a peerless genius. We can't use common sense to speculate on such people. Snow Wind Fairy's speculation was reasonable. Everyone present looked at each other, and a hope was ignited in their hearts. If Lin Ming came forward, they would follow Lin Ming and fight against Yang Yun. Of course, the premise is that Lin Ming has the ability to compete with Yang Yun head on. Even if his strength is not as good as Yang Yun's, he can at least resist him. If he holds on for a few more years, it should be enough for Lin Ming to grow up. At that time, we will help him to compete with Yang Yun. Snow Wind Fairy was talking when she suddenly felt a strong momentum coming. She looked up and saw that the person coming was a tall young man wearing a red robe. There was a vertical shuttle-shaped red line between his eyebrows. His appearance was perfect, his skin was like jade, and his temperament was extremely strange. This person was Yang Yun. Just by looking at Yang Yun, Snow Wind Fairy felt as if her soul was lost. She felt that Yang Yun saw through her whole body. She even doubted whether he heard the true essence transmission just now. How could it be? How could there be such a terrifying power? Fairy Zhu Feng's breathing stagnated. It had only been half a year since they last met, but Yang Yun had become even more unfathomable. He seemed to have cultivated some extremely powerful magic skills. His aura was so strong that she was terrified. It's over. Yang Yun is so powerful, how can anyone resist him? Fairy Zhu Feng felt a sense of despair. Not only her, but the others felt the same way. The confidence they had finally built up in relying on Lin Ming to deal with Yang Yun also collapsed. Chapter 933, Heaven and Earth Net. What are you discussing with the True Essence voice transmission? Yang Yun looked around the room with a smile on his face, but his smile made people shudder. True Essence voice transmission? Hearing these 4 words, everyone felt sweat in their palms. At that moment, they even suspected that the content of their conversation had been leaked. It stands to reason that the True Essence voice transmission would not be discovered. What did Yang Yun notice? Or did he deliberately use such words to deceive them? Facing Yang Yun, who seemed to know everything, everyone felt pressure, heavy as a mountain. Yang Yun's eyes were like dazzling lightning, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Fairy Snow, you seem to have something to say to me. Say it, it's okay. You Bay people have followed my 9 Cauldrons kingdom for thousands of years, and you are also loyal. Yang Yun's eyes fell on Fairy Snow Wind, and Fairy Snow Wind immediately felt a compelling momentum, as if her heart was seen through. This feeling made her feel weak and her back cold. However, Fairy Snow Wind was also a person with a strong will, a master at manipulating emotions. She took a deep breath and her voice calmed down. We didn't discuss anything. We were just waiting for you. Oh, really? Yang Yun had a smile on his face, and no one could understand the meaning of this smile. Behind Yang Yun, followed closely by the strong men of Shura Divine Kingdom such as Sita Haoshan. Shura Divine Kingdom had long been at odds with Lin Ming, which meant that they had to join Yang Yun in order to fight against Lin Ming. In the battle with Xianan Kingdom a few dozen days ago, Shura Divine Kingdom suffered heavy losses. Sita Haoshan stood behind Yang Yun with a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yang Yun walked to the first seat calmly, shook his red robe, and sat down. I called you here today to ask you to help me do something, Yang Yun said, and with a flick of his hand, more than a dozen jade slips flew out of his sleeves, and flew into the hands of more than a dozen powerful sea gods present. You should arrange the formation according to the description in the jade slips. I have prepared the formation flags. You just need to infuse your mana. Everyone took the jade slips, looked at each other, and immersed themselves in the jade slips, only to find that it was a map that included the entire Xianan continent, as well as the 4 seas of the South Sea, the Misty Sea, the North Sea, and the Red Sea, covering a huge area of 60 to 70 million miles. On this map, hundreds of red dots were marked, and red lines connected the red dots, forming a network covering the entire continent and the 4 seas. Is this a teleportation array? Yes, it is a teleportation array, a super long teleportation array that spans a distance of 8 million miles, covering the entire continent. You only need to be responsible for Xianan continent, and the 4 major sea areas will be arranged by others. There are hundreds of teleportation arrays, and they are far apart from each other. If Yang Yun arranges them personally, I don't know how much energy it will take. If these Sea of Gods are used to arrange them separately, it will take a few months. Before, Yang Yun killed 7 Sea of Gods with alien blood in Xianan continent, extracted their whole body blood, and finally completed the last step of his blood refining technique together with Beiyao's 9-headed snake blood. Now he only needs to practice for another half a year to reach perfection. At that time, he can search for Lin Ming's location within a range of tens of millions of miles, based on his blood and ki, and then use these teleportation arrays to search the entire continent in a short time, leaving Lin Ming nowhere to escape. Yang Yun took out all the array flags, packed them into a dozen zoomy rings, and distributed them. He said in a cold voice, there are a total of 316 teleportation arrays, and you are asked to set up 82 of them. I have prepared the array flags and array plates. You have 2 months to complete them. It is best to put away your little thoughts, and don't make any mistakes, otherwise I will make you pay the price. Yang Yun's voice contained a hint of murderous intent. Everyone present was shocked. Facing the unfathomable Yang Yun, they had no room to resist. After Yang Yun finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving everyone present looking at each other, holding the jade slips in their hands. They all felt a taste of despair. I have a feeling that Yang Yun's action this time is aimed at Lin Ming. Fairy Zhu Feng suddenly said in a true voice transmission. Humans and animals occasionally have some premonitions about the future. This feeling is illusory and difficult to explain, but sometimes it is very accurate, especially for warriors who have reached a certain level of cultivation. Their premonitions are more accurate. It is very likely Yang Yun should take action. After 3 or 4 years of silence, he will not let Lin Ming develop any further. I don't know what Yang Yun has done in the past few years. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He is even more unfathomable than 3 or 4 years ago. Now we feel great pressure just by looking at him. How can Lin Ming beat him? Indeed, the time given to Lin Ming is too short. If there are 5 more years, no, just 3 years, it will be a different story. An old man shook his head, feeling sorry. Lin Ming's talent is far superior to Yang Yun, but Yang Yun will not give him this time to grow. There is no way, and we must set up this teleportation array, otherwise we will die faster. An old man in green said, taking out the array flags and array plates from the zoomy ring. These array flags are engraved with countless complex patterns, and there are special jade slips describing the method of setting up the array. For Yang Yun, who has studied with the ancient demon for decades, and is proficient in the array of the magic of the divine domain, it is not difficult to set up a teleportation array that can teleport 8 million miles. At the same time, millions of miles away in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, Lin Ming was in the cave of the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor. Thunders traveled along his body and condensed into 12 complicated array diagrams behind him. These were all evolved from the laws of the Great Dao and contained infinite mysteries. These array diagrams slowly rotated and merged into Lin Ming's body one by one. A burning feeling escaped, as if a sun had merged into his body, and his whole body exuded a dazzling luster. It is the breath of the Great Dao Law. The texture of the Great Dao Law is interwoven in this Thunder Dao fruit, and these textures form something similar to a talisman, which is the fragment of the Great Dao Law. Lin Ming opened his eyes and felt that his vision had turned purple. He was not unfamiliar with this mysterious feeling. When he was in the ancient Phoenix City, he had also felt it when facing the Chaos Stone carving, but it was not as clear as today. It is worthy of being a divine object bred by the essence of heaven and earth. The texture of the Great Dao is interwoven in the flesh. The higher my cultivation, the deeper my understanding of this texture. Lin Ming muttered to himself, feeling that his body was full of vitality and energy. He continued to meditate, practice kicking, absorb energy, and comprehend the laws of the Great Dao. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming's body suddenly shattered silently. First the skin and muscles, then the meridians, bones, and fascia. The body shattered and became invisible. Unknowingly, Lin Ming's 5th level catastrophe of death arrived. Chapter 934, Xianshan Dao Diagram. At the 5th level of life full, the broken pill is condensed again. On the surface of the rotating pill, the outline of the law of Tao and reason is engraved. If the 6th level of life full is achieved, the law is completely condensed, which means that the life full is officially completed, and it can impact the Sea of Gods. Life full has the highest level of 9 levels. The first 3 levels are to condense the spirit body, the middle 3 levels are to condense the broken pill, and the last 3 levels are to condense the soul. After the first 6 levels are completed, you can impact the Sea of Gods with your own strength, and the last 3 levels determine the future strength of a warrior, and how far you can go in the future. Only when the soul is strong can you manipulate more energy. The soul is also the carrier of will and fighting spirit. If the soul is not condensed well, the potential is ultimately limited. In the cave, Lin Ming's body has turned into a pile of flesh and blood, slowly tempering in the ocean of energy. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a full half a month passed, and in that blood mist, countless energy essences condensed, and began to form rotating pills. The process of condensing the rotating pill is extremely slow. A trace of the breath of the original energy lingers around the rotating pill, condensing into a picture of Tao. The natural evolution of the source energy will form a natural Dao diagram, which is the Xianshan Dao diagram. The so-called Xianshan means naturally generated, while the acquired is artificial. The source energy forms the Xianshan Dao diagram, which is the principle of the Dao contained in the martial arts. The so-called Dao follows nature, which is the case. Among the many Dao diagrams, the most conspicuous one is a purple Dao diagram, which is 1 foot in diameter. The Dao patterns in it are like arcs of light and lightning. It evolves in a complicated way, and is extremely mysterious. This is the Dao diagram of the Thunder System Law. Lin Ming comprehended the Thunder Jade slip left by Jiangzi, and swallowed the Thunder Dao fruit, and comprehended the Dao fragments in the Dao fruit. Therefore, the Thunder System Law is far ahead of all the laws that Lin Ming comprehended. Second only to the Thunder System Dao diagram is a red Dao diagram, 8 feet in size, and its array pattern is like countless jumping flames. This is naturally the Dao diagram of the Fire System Law. Lin Ming has the blood of the ancient phoenix, and has practiced in the ancient Phoenix City for so long. Comprehending the Chaos Stone carving, the Fire System Dao diagram is also unmatched in power. Next, the Dao diagrams of the Space Law and the Time Law were far from being as perfect as the first two. Many Dao patterns were a little fuzzy. Finally, the Dark Law barely condensed the Dao diagram, and many places were incomplete. The last Wind Law and Vibration artistic conception did not even have a Dao diagram, but only condensed into a 1-inch square rune, which was eclipsed by the light of the two Dao diagrams of thunder and fire. After crossing the 5th level of life, the prototype of the Law of Tao and Reason was engraved on the surface of the Xuanden. If the Dao diagram could be condensed at this time, it would be an absolute vision, a manifestation of the ultimate strength of the foundation, and there would be great achievements in the future. There are countless warriors in this universe who have cultivated step by step from physical training, acquired innate, Xuanden, lifeful, and Sea of Gods to the Holy Master, Realm Master, and then to the Heavenly Master of the Divine Domain. I don't know how many warriors have died on the road of martial arts. Take the Realm Master for example, he is the king of a realm. There are 3,000 great realms in the Divine Domain, and many small realms. There are only 3,000 great realm masters, and they have accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. To ascend to the position of realm master, I don't know how much luck I have to accumulate, how many opportunities I have to encounter, plus great talent, great perseverance, great wisdom, a strong heart of martial arts, extraordinary talent, the guidance of famous teachers, and the accumulation of countless resources. There is only a glimmer of possibility of success. Lin Ming is now condensing the innate Dao map at the 5th level of life full. Although it does not mean that he will become a realm master in the future, it has also allowed him to take a solid step on the road to climbing to the peak of martial arts. 3 more days passed, and all the Dao diagrams disappeared and merged into Lin Ming's Xuanden crystal core. Lin Ming's body also began to condense and take shape, from bones, muscles, blood vessels, meridians, to skin and hair. Lin Ming sat naked on the stone bed, his body faintly glowing. He felt that his spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. Now he was confident that he could easily defeat the white demon, or even kill it. When Lin Ming was thinking about what to do next, he suddenly heard a loud earth-shaking sound from the 9 heavens. Even the island where he was shaken by the grand sound. The ceiling of the cave was covered with stone powder, as if it was about to collapse. Huh? What is that? Lin Ming was shocked. Could it be another sacred object like the thunder source? Judging from the posture, if it was a thunder source, it would be stronger than the purple lion thunder source, and he was no match for it. After hesitating for a while, Lin Ming decided to carefully hide his breath and quietly go to the cave entrance to see what it was. Boom. The huge sound continued to come, which seemed to be the sound of chains and iron rings colliding. The sound was like the collapse of heaven and earth. After hearing it, one soul would be shattered. Lin Ming held his breath and came to the cave entrance. He carefully released his senses to explore outside. The scene he saw made him feel a chill on his back, rushing straight to his head. Above the 9 heavens, there were hundreds of thick iron chains, forming a huge spider web, radiating in all directions. Each of the iron chains was dozens of feet thick, and the chain buckles were engraved with dense runes. Hundreds of chains faintly condensed into a large formation, separating heaven and earth. At this moment, the huge chain web was trembling violently, as if some terrifying existence was about to break through the chain web. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of the iron chains colliding like a demonic sound shook Lin Ming's heart and soul, as if he was listening to the long cry of the god of death from the abyss. Only then did he realize that each iron chain was connected to a floating island in the air. The chains were deeply cast into the mountain of the island, and there was a Yuan-Si divine tree on it to suppress it. Roar. The ancient beast above the chain formation suddenly roared. The terrifying roar shook the earth. Lin Ming's blood boiled, and his face turned pale. What a terrible roar. Could it be that a divine beast was locked in this formation? Lin Ming remembered the giant dragon that he suspected to be a divine beast in the eternal demon pit. He had no doubt that, if an ordinary Sea of Gods faced the roar of this divine beast head on, his soul would probably be roared out of his body and his soul would be scattered. Lin Ming wanted to contact Mo Guang and ask what this was, but Mo Guang had fallen into complete silence and could not be awakened at all. This roar was invisible and intangible, but it contained energy and was the most damaging to the soul. Even if Mo Guang was in Lin Ming's body, he had to completely seal himself to avoid being hurt by the roar. At this moment, with the sound of rolling thunder Countless thunderballs suspended in the sky around the Yuan-Si divine tree sank into the divine tree. Hundreds of Yuan-Si divine trees on hundreds of islands simultaneously bloomed with purple gold divine light. The vast thunder energy was transmitted along the chain, and the entire chain net turned purple gold. At this time, the roaring beast seemed to be in great pain, and let out a wail. The sound suddenly weakened, obviously injured by the lightning strike in the formation. Lin Ming could see clearly in the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor cave mansion that each of the thunderballs suspended in the 100 miles thunder domain contained an extremely terrifying power. Even though Lin Ming was now at the 5th level of life and had such a deep understanding of the thunder system, he did not dare to rashly enter the 100 miles thunder domain. This showed the horror of the thunderballs. But now, countless thunderballs gathered together to give the sealed beast a fatal blow. It was hard to guess how powerful it would be. This was probably the work of a heavenly venerable. It turns out that these hundreds of suspended fairy islands are just the base of the chain formation, and the Yuan-Si divine trees are hundreds of arrays that gather energy. The Yuan-Si divine trees, which have grown to this extent, are also treasures in the major sects of the god realm. Now hundreds of Yuan-Si divine trees are used in one breath to block the existence of the suspected divine beast. Such a grand plan, could it be arranged by Hunyuan Xianzhen? No, Hunyuan Xianzhen controls the power of chaos. I have walked the path of the Emperor and seen the primordial space left by Hunyuan Xianzhen. I also have a certain understanding of Hunyuan Xianzhen. If he sets up an array, he should use the power of chaos instead of the law of thunder. Could it be that this is the formation left by Hunyuan Xianzhen's opponent? Lin Ming realized this and felt that it was possible. Of course, Hunyuan Xianzhen's opponent was also a Xianzhen. If it was a Xianzhen who was proficient in the law of thunder, it would be reasonable for him to set up such a large formation. But what is this formation blocking? Lin Ming's mind raced, and at this time, the roar in the sky had weakened. The weak voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. This is terrible. This is terrible. That chain might be the legendary dragon trapping rope. The weight of one chain link is more than the great wilderness blood halberd. A dragon trapping rope has 1080 links. Now there are hundreds of dragon trapping ropes. The combined weight can surpass a small meteorite. Could it be that there is really a real dragon locked in there? It might be the contracted beast of Hunyuan Xianzhen. Who knows what's going on? Lin Ming shook his head. This thing was undoubtedly related to Hunyuan Xianzhen, but it was not something he could detect at his current level. The locked beast in the sky was no longer roaring, and the dragon trapping ropes disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the hundreds of fairy islands still suspended in the air. But the thunderballs in the sky were reduced by 70%. Lin Ming's heart moved when he saw this scene. He hesitated for a moment and approached the 100 miles thunder domain cautiously. Originally, it was difficult for Lin Ming to approach the 100 miles thunder domain with his strength. However, the struggle of the divine beast had greatly weakened the energy of the 100 miles thunder domain. Now the light of the thunderball was generally dimmed a lot, and less than 30% of the energy was left. Maybe he could absorb some and use it to give Yang Yan a surprise? What would happen if the thunderball that could be used to help block the divine beast hit Yang Yan? Lin Ming was full of expectations for this. He completely concentrated his mental power into the evil god's young bud and slowly approached the 100 miles thunder domain. The barrier between the 100 miles thunder domain and the 90 miles thunder domain did not stop Lin Ming, who was proficient in the laws of thunder. He successfully came to a fist-sized thunderball. Chapter 935 Lin Ming returns. The fist-sized thunderball looked extremely peaceful, but when Lin Ming approached it, he felt the hairs on his body stand up. This was because the energy in the thunderball was too condensed, forming an energy field around it. This energy field actually caused the space to close and twist. After Lin Ming approached, he felt that his heartbeat and breathing were all affected. Facing this thunderball that was probably left by a master of the Xianzhen level, Lin Ming did not dare to be careless, even if he had the young sprout of the evil god. Although the power of the evil god was strong, it was not invincible. Lin Ming was not sure what level of martial arts it was, but he thought that no matter how powerful it was, it would not be much stronger than the martial arts of the supreme divine martial arts level. Just looking at the heavenly demon martial intention, one can infer what level the supreme divine martial arts can reach. The heavenly demon martial intention is only a defective supreme divine martial arts, which can kill the strong men of the Sea of Gods and increase Lin Ming's strength by 1 or 2 levels. A master of the heavenly venerable level may possess more than one supreme divine weapon. If the lightning ball in front of him was condensed by the supreme divine weapon level technique, it would be difficult for Lin Ming, who had not yet grown the young sprout of the evil god, to suppress it. Lin Ming concentrated all his mental power on the young sprout of the evil god. He gently stretched out his hand and drew a trace of energy from the lightning ball into his fingertips. As this trace of energy entered his body, Lin Ming felt like it was piercing his body like a steel needle. Wherever it passed, Lin Ming's meridians had a tendency to break under the heavy load. This energy made Lin Ming feel extremely heavy, just like the primordial energy. The thunder energy was invisible and intangible, but it could give people a heavy feeling, which made Lin Ming feel incredible. Looking up at the sky, large and small lightning balls were suspended in the air, far or near. From Lin Ming's angle, they looked like stars in the sky. This ancient strongman actually refined the power of thunder into a star-like entity. It's amazing. If the divine beast, that was just sealed, didn't want to break free and greatly weaken the energy of these thunderballs, I wouldn't have thought of capturing them at all. Those shy and unlevel figures, their magical powers are beyond Lin Ming's imagination. They left a large formation casually, which contained a shocking power. Lin Ming endured the pain from his meridians and continued to accumulate thunder energy, allowing the evil god sprout to absorb them all. After absorbing this thunderball, Lin Ming took away 2 thunderballs of similar size, and the evil god seed was completely saturated. Everything was accomplished successfully. Lin Ming felt that his combat power had reached an unprecedented peak. He now even hoped to fight with Yang Yun and use this battle to test his strength. Lin Ming fell from the 9 heavens thunder domain and flew straight out of the 8,000-mile black swamp. For Lin Ming now, the danger of the 8,000-mile black swamp was nothing. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming had already arrived outside the 8,000-li black swamp. At this moment, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming. It was the light of the sound transmission note. The sound transmission note. Is it Duan Mukwon, or the God-forsaken clan? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Now in the entire Xianan continent, the only people who can find Lin Ming through the sound transmission node are Duan Mukwon and others. At that time, Lin Ming and Duan Mukwon met in the God-forsaken clan and left a sound transmission mark in the middle 1,000 worlds in order to find them in the future and bring them back to the Holy Demon continent. The sound transmission mark can only be used to transmit messages and cannot lock Lin Ming's location. So Lin Ming is not afraid of his sound transmission mark being leaked. Only a few people including Li Yifan know about my relationship with Duan Mukwon, and Duan Mukwon is a low-key person, so Yang Yun shouldn't pay attention to them. But it's different for the Forsaken Gods. The whole world knows that I have a close relationship with the Forsaken Gods. Yang Yun won't attack the Forsaken Gods, will he? Logically speaking, Lin Ming could only be considered a friend of the Forsaken Gods. Even if Yang Yun wanted to force Lin Ming out, it would be meaningless to attack the Forsaken Gods. But there was no guarantee that he would be so cruel as to vent his anger on the Forsaken Gods. In that case, the Forsaken Gods would not be able to resist at all. The fire flickered for a few breaths and then went out. After listening to the message in the sound transmission note, Lin Ming pondered slightly. Yang Yun arranged the teleportation array all over the world to deal with me. Let me go to the White Jade Mountains to meet the Snow Wind Fairy to discuss countermeasures. It can't be a trap. Mo Guang suddenly said. If Yang Yun controls the God-forsaken clan, then it is not difficult to get your sound transmission mark. Lin Ming shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. The message was sent by Duan Mukwon and Feng Shen. In order to gain my trust, Duan Mukwon also told me a few things that happened in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the Holy Demon continent. No one knows about those things except us. Duan Mukwon and Feng Shen are unlikely to be found by Yang Yun, and with their personalities, even if they are caught by Yang Yun, they are unwilling to be controlled by Yang Yun. Mo Guang nodded. Indeed, especially Feng Shen, who has a cold and arrogant personality. Even if he is killed, there is no way to control him. It seems that the God-forsaken clan is fine. Yang Yun doesn't seem to have done anything to them. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If the God-forsaken clan was massacred because of him, Lin Ming would feel very guilty. Maybe it's because of the goddess and Qianxue. Don't forget that the demon is also from the Sea of Miracles, and the God-forsaken clan has a close relationship with Qianxue and the goddess, and may even be their descendants. The ancient demon should know this. Not only that, the God-forsaken clan also carries a mysterious blood curse. Now even if Qianxue may have fallen, the ancient demon dare not rashly attack the God-forsaken clan, or he might be cursed to death. That's right. Whether it's the eternal demon pit or the God-forsaken clan, there are inexplicable curses. Even the emperor-level strongmen who enter the blood-killing plane will be cursed and killed. Beiyan Mountain Range, Fairy Zufeng, let's go. Lin Ming flew straight to the White Jade Mountain Range. In fact, even if he might encounter Yang Yun's trap, Lin Ming was not too afraid. He also knew the formation that Yang Yun knew. Even combined with the knowledge of the righteous formation of another god realm powerhouse, Lin Ming's formation theory level was still higher than Yang Yun. Even if Yang Yun set up a formation trap, Lin Ming had the ability to break it. As for fighting, Lin Ming was even less afraid, and even looked forward to it. At this time, a million miles away, in a hidden cave in the White Jade Mountains, Fairy Zufeng sat in front of a jade table, her face a little burnt. Next to her sat an old man in green and a middle-aged man in white. They were Shang Yushan, the grand elder of the Shang family, and Li Qianxue, the divine emperor of the 7-star divine kingdom. Li Qianxue was the divine emperor with the least experience among the 4 divine kingdoms. He had been in office for only more than 300 years, and his cultivation was not outstanding. He had just entered the middle stage of the divine sea. His strength was far inferior to that of Sita Haoshan, a veteran middle-stage divine sea expert. This was also the reason why the 7-star divine kingdom was at the bottom of the 4 divine kingdoms. The most critical factor affecting the national strength of a divine kingdom is the strength of the top master in the divine kingdom. In this regard, the 7-star divine kingdom could not compare with the other 3 divine kingdoms. In the past 40 days, we have sent out more than 100 sound transmission nodes in dozens of places. Yang Yun gave us only 2 months to complete the teleportation array. Now there are only 20 days left, and we haven't found Lin Ming yet. Shang Yushan said slowly, with a hint of anxiety in his old eyes. The sound transmission talisman we use can only cover 6 million miles. If Lin Ming is not within this range, we can't find him at all. Li Qianxue sighed. With such a large Xianan continent and the 4 seas, even if there are sound transmission marks, it is not easy to find Lin Ming with the sound transmission talisman covering a range of 6 million miles. They can't set up hundreds of ultra-long distance teleportation arrays at once like Yang Yun, and if Lin Ming hides in some large arrays, he can isolate the sound transmission talisman. At this point, we have only this method. If we can't find him, it's fate. There's nothing we can do. Opposite Li Qianxue and Fairy Zufeng, the patriarch of the God-forsaken clan, Shibei, said. Next to Shibei, Duan Muquan, Fengshan, and Lan Qin sat. Now there are only 20 days left, and the hope of finding Lin Ming is getting slimmer and slimmer. It is also very difficult to make this ultra-long distance sound transmission talisman. Even the 7-star divine kingdom and many Holy Land level families such as the Bei family and the Shang family only have about 100 or so. It is too late to find materials to make new ones now. If the sound transmission talisman is used up, there is no hope of finding Lin Ming. Will Lin Ming not believe us and think it is a trap? Shang Yushan frowned and said. No. Fengshan was very frugal with words, but he was very sure. I hope so. Fairy Zufeng shook her head. She and Shang Yushan both had Yang Yun's tracking mark on their bodies. Although they were gathered here under the pretext of setting up a transmission array, they still had to take great risks. If Yang Yun was not practicing in seclusion now, and he secretly lurked here, they would definitely not be able to detect it with their cultivation level, and the result would be imaginable. Fairy Zufeng was worried, and suddenly her heart moved. She faintly felt that the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth was agitated, and a strong breath enveloped her. Someone is coming. Snow Wind Fairy and the others' hearts tightened at the same time. They sent out their senses to investigate and saw a young man in white clothes passing through the White Jade Mountains like a startled wild goose. Although the White Jade Mountains spanned hundreds of miles, and the location of the cave where Snow Wind Fairy and the others were located was extremely hidden, and there were some formations set up at the entrance of the cave, the young man in white clothes still locked the location of the cave in just half an incense stick of time. This young man in white clothes was naturally Lin Ming. After a sweep of his divine sense, he did not find any signs of ambushes or traps around. Lin Ming fell directly to the cave. Seeing through this level of formation was of course an easy task for Lin Ming, who was proficient in both the righteous and evil formations of the divine realm. Lin Ming is here. Snow Wind Fairy's eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. What a trick. With such a huge White Jade mountain range and a hidden formation, they can see our location at a glance. The young are really formidable. 7-star Divine Emperor Li Qianxue exclaimed. Seeing Lin Ming was like seeing hope. Just the one trick he showed off when he first arrived was enough to shock people. I've been stuck in writing recently, so please bear with me. It was really hard to write this. I still remember the chapter 10, and I'm asking for a thumbs up. Chapter 936 Counterattack. Lin Ming fell into the cave, dressed in white, spotless. His clothes were made of countless lightning threads, dust-free, and could be automatically repaired if damaged in a fight. If worn by a mortal, they would be invulnerable to swords and guns, and could be passed down from generation to generation. The aura on Lin Ming's body was like the ocean, unfathomable. Little brother Lin, you are finally here. After seeing Lin Ming again after a few years, Shibei was filled with emotion. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming's strength had surpassed his. This growth rate was incredible. Chief Shibei. Lin Ming bowed and saluted, still as a courtesy for the younger generation. He did not mean to be arrogant, just because his strength surpassed Shibei. When Lin Ming was still weak, if it were not for the protection of the God-forsaken clan, he would not have been able to save his life from Sitahei Ocean's pursuit. This was equivalent to a life-saving grace, and he would certainly not forget it. Haha, little brother Lin, you don't have to be so polite. I can't afford it. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Shibei laughed, and felt very comfortable. Beside him, Duan Muquan, Fengshan, Lankin, Snow Wind Fairy, and Shang Yushan also greeted Lin Ming one by one. Lin Ming had met all of them. Little brother Lin, I'm Li Qianxue, the ruler of the 7-star Divine Kingdom. The only person Lin Ming did not recognize was Li Qianxue, the Divine Emperor of the 7-star Divine Kingdom. In front of Lin Ming, Li Qianxue's tone was also very gentle, and he even forgot to call himself the Divine Emperor. So it's the 7-star Divine Emperor. I was also a good friend of Li Yifeng before. Lin Ming smiled and returned the greeting. Haha, we are all family. Please take a seat. This time I asked you to come here, to discuss with you the plan, to deal with Yang Yun. Duan Muquan's sound transmission talisman only mentioned that Yang Yun arranged a teleportation formation to deal with Lin Ming, but did not elaborate on the details. However, Lin Ming knew Yang Yun very well. He had a big advantage, that is, he shared a lot of memories of the ancient demon. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Lin Ming had already vaguely guessed what Yang Yun was planning from Duan Muquan's few words. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. He really wanted to know what Yang Yun had done recently to confirm his judgment. Let's not talk about Yang Yun's matter for now. Fairy Zufeng, Master Shang, I found that you were all branded with a war spirit mark. What's going on? The war spirit tracking mark is not a sophisticated and hidden tracking method. As long as someone who also has a war spirit can easily detect it, but it cannot be erased due to insufficient willpower. Hearing Lin Ming's question, Fairy Zufeng and Shang Yushan sighed bitterly. Most of the powerful sea gods who entered the miracle temple were marked with war spirits by Yang Yun and controlled by him. However, people like Li Qianxue escaped. For them, even if Yang Yun really controlled the world, if they gave up everything and hid in the deep sea, they could spend their old age in peace, but they couldn't. They would be shrouded in the shadow of Yang Yun all the time. Fairy Zufeng immediately told the story. I don't know what kind of adventure Yang Yun had. His battle spirit has reached the silver perfection. This is beyond our understanding. Fairy Zufeng sighed. In China continent silver level battle spirits are already legends, and silver perfection is simply unimaginable. Fairy Zhu Feng was able to identify this realm because she heard about it from the old man of creation. Fairy Zhu Feng's master Bei Feng Feng had a very good personal relationship with the old man of creation. When Fairy Zhu Feng was in trouble this time, she first thought of looking for the old man of creation to help remove the mark of the battle spirit. However, the old man of creation was also powerless. The battle spirit of silver perfection was no longer something that the strong men in the Sea of Gods could possess. According to what Elder Zhaohua said, Yang Yun may have a powerful soul in his body. The realm of this soul may be the middle to late stage of the divine transformation realm above the divine sea, or even beyond the divine transformation realm. When Fairy Zhu Feng said this, she also felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. The late stage of the divine sea has the capital to become the best in the world. Above the divine sea, Cheyenne continent has never had one in the past 100,000 years. If it weren't for what Elder Zhaohua said, they wouldn't even know the existence of the divine transformation realm. After hearing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but nod secretly. Elder Zhaohua was indeed very knowledgeable. Although he didn't have much talent for cultivation, he had been in the divine realm for so many years, and his vision was not comparable to that of the warriors in the lower realms. From all the signs, he could guess the reason for Yang Yun's rise. Lin Ming said, Yang Yun does have a silver perfect war spirit. This war spirit comes from a demon in the Sea of Miracles. It now resides in Yang Yun's body. When it was in the Temple of Miracles, it tried to take over my body. It relied on its silver perfect war spirit. Lin Ming said this, and everyone was shocked. Li Yuxiao said in astonishment, it wants to take over your body? Then you. Li Yuxiao looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, obviously wondering how Lin Ming escaped from the hands of the ancient demon. When he was in the Temple of Miracles, Lin Ming's strength was not as good as that of the early Sea of Gods. I had another adventure, and escaped by luck. Lin Ming brought up the topic with one sentence. Everyone heard that Lin Ming didn't want to say more, so they naturally didn't ask questions without knowing the tact. Lin Ming said, the silver perfection battle spirit is indeed powerful, but the ancient demon has been sealed in the Sea of Miracles for 100,000 years. His soul is weak, and his battle spirit will is no longer as strong as the real silver perfection. Moreover, my battle spirit is of special quality, so it is not difficult to remove the tracking mark for you. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he stretched out his finger, and a grey energy lingered on his fingertips, slowly rotating. It was his Hang Meng battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit was at the peak of silver great success, and the grade was slightly lower than silver perfection, but his battle spirit had been tempered in the Hang Meng key for a long time, and its quality was even better than that of the ancient demon's battle spirit. Can you erase the battle spirit mark left by Yang Yun? When the Snow Wind Fairy and the Monk Yushan heard Lin Ming say this, they were overjoyed and looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Although they knew that Lin Ming's battle spirit was very strong, they did not expect that he could have a silver perfection battle spirit that could only be obtained in the late stage of divine transformation at the 5th level of life full. The war spirit mark left by Yang Yun was branded on their bodies, like a death warrant. They were always cautious, and did not dare to disobey Yang Yun's orders, for fear of being killed by Yang Yun. The Sea of Gods had a lifespan of 4 to 5,000 years or even 10,000 years. They were the best of the best, with everything in the world at their fingertips. They were free and unrestrained between heaven and earth. Who would be willing to be treated as a slave and live in fear every day? Therefore, when they learned that Lin Ming could remove the war spirit mark on them, Fairy Zhu Feng and Shang Yushan were extremely excited. Lin Ming used some of his senses to detect the tracking marks on the two people. It was indeed silver perfect without a doubt. This made him ponder slightly. Back then in the Miracle Temple, the ancient demon abandoned 2/3 of his soul to escape from the stranglehold of the magic cube. But now it seems that the ancient demon abandoned the unimportant parts of his soul, but the real core was retained by it. Otherwise, its battle spirit would have fallen several levels like the old man of the dwarf demon tribe in the blood-killing plane. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. A stream of grey air sank into the body of the Snow Wind Fairy, circulated for a cycle, and wrapped up the battle spirit mark left by Yang Yun. Little brother Lin, if you get rid of these two battle spirits, Yang Yun will know immediately. Shang Yushan's heart moved. Although he was eager to get rid of the shadow of the tracking mark as soon as possible, he didn't want to alert the enemy. Lin Ming said, if you know, you know. I have roughly guessed how Yang Yun is going to deal with me. He is practicing a kind of magic skill, and he probably hasn't mastered it yet. Brother Duanmu said before that it will take about a month to set up the network of teleportation arrays, right? Yes. Duanmu nodded. Yang Yun gave us 2 months, and there are still 20 days left. How is it possible to set up hundreds of large arrays without any mistakes in one go? From setting up the arrays to debugging and fixing any errors, it will take at least a few more months. Yang Yun is such a smart man that he can even refine oil from sand. How could he waste several months of time on me to practice? I guess he is practicing a kind of magic skill, and it will take several months to master it. By then, he can even break through the middle stage of the Sea of God in one breath. By then, his cultivation will be successful, and his strength will be even higher, and hundreds of large arrays will be set up and debugged. That will be my doomsday. Lin Ming saw through Yang Yun's plan in a few seconds, naturally with the help of the memories left by the ancient demonic technique. Shang Yushan suddenly realized something when he heard this. No wonder, this time when I saw Yang Yun, I felt that his aura was even stronger, and he had a weird temperament, and his whole body was filled with blood, which was completely different from his previous ethereal aura. Really? That should be the great blood refining technique without a doubt. Lin Ming confirmed his guess. The ancient demon knew many techniques, but the only one that was suitable for Yang Yun to practice in the early stage of the Sea of Gods and could quickly improve his strength was the great blood refining technique. What's more, the most important thing is that after the great blood refining technique is practiced to perfection, only a trace of blood and energy can lock a person's position within a range of tens of millions of miles, which is most suitable for Yang Yun to find himself. The great blood refining technique. No wonder when Yang Yun killed Yang Luotian and Oyu Yahuadu, he drew out their blood essence. It turned out to be used for training, and the 7 Sea of Gods with alien blood who disappeared in the past year were probably killed by Yang Yun for training. Fairy Zhu Feng was sharp-minded. Just by hearing the name of the great blood refining technique, she guessed a few methods of practicing it. The training method of extracting blood and refining marrow in the magic way is extremely common. Killed Yang Luotian, Oyu Yahuadu and the 7 Sea of Gods with alien blood. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Jiuding Taishang Shenhuang and the great Yehuang Shuzu, who were once famous and could be called the masters of the Xianan continent, died just like that and became Yang Yun's tonic. It was really unpredictable. Brother Lin, since you know the situation of the great blood refining technique, it will be easy. You can use these few months to escape to the area deep in the South China Sea where the teleportation array cannot reach. Practice it for 10 or 8 years, and then come back to kill Yang Yun. Li Yuxiao laughed and said, knowing Yang Yun's background, he was not afraid. Escape. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Why should I escape? Now that Yang Yun's magic skills have not been practiced yet, isn't this the best opportunity for me to kill him? Lin Ming's voice contained a faint murderous intent, which shocked everyone present and made them speechless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Commanding the World. Kill him back. Are you going to kill Yang Yun now? Li Yuxiao's eyes widened. He never thought that Lin Ming would have such an idea. Most people would subconsciously choose to escape after learning about Yang Yun's plan. After all, no matter how many teleportation arrays Yang Yun arranged, it was impossible to cover the vast and boundless sea area. As long as Lin Ming escaped to the deep sea, which was tens of millions of miles beyond the coverage of the teleportation array, Yang Yun would have to run his legs off to find Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming did not escape, but fought back, which really stunned him. Little brother Lin, is it too reckless? Shibei was also unsure. Lin Ming's idea was too crazy, but it was also in line with Lin Ming's usual style. He had always been like this. When he was still in the late stage of Zuanden, he dared to promise that after he broke through the fate, he would challenge all the masters of the destiny list of Shura Divine Kingdom by himself, and finally won. This kind of courage is indeed not something that ordinary people can have. Yang Yun should be more powerful than Bai Yao after this retreat. Even if he has not mastered the magic now, he is still the best in the world. Fairy Zhu Feng frowned slightly. She did not persuade Lin Ming, but just silently stated this fact. She did not know about Lin Ming's battle with Bai Yao, and could not guess how strong Lin Ming was. However, based on Lin Ming's past actions, he should have some confidence in making such a crazy decision. The best in the world? He is just the best in the world of Xianan continent. Lin Ming said this, and everyone present was speechless. He is just the best in the world of Xianan continent. With this tone, what else could they say? For example, Fairy Zhu Feng and Li Yuxiao, their lifelong goals were only the late stage of the Sea of Gods, and the hope of achieving it was extremely slim. As for Shang Yushan, he relied on chance to break through the Sea of Gods. His lifelong goal was just to find some natural treasures to prolong his life and survive for a few more years. As for the late stage of the Sea of Gods, the best in the world, that was a legendary thing, and it had nothing to do with him. It can be said that in the minds of these people, Yang Yun is equivalent to the super kings in ancient history such as the Demon Emperor and the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor. He is a bit out of reach, but in Lin Ming's eyes, he seems to be nothing at all. Little brother Lin, you. Bai didn't know what to say. Yang Yun is extremely cunning and talented, but he is only in his 40s and has cultivated to the 8th level of life full and is in the early stage of the Sea of Gods. You may suffer if you underestimate him. Lin Ming shook his head and said, Patriarch Bai, there are endless creatures in the universe and the road of martial arts is endless. Although Yang Yun is powerful, he is only at the 8th level of life full and in the early stage of the Sea of Gods. This talent is nothing in the divine realm. As for opportunity, he met the remnant soul of an ancient demon in the late stage of the divine transformation realm who guided him in his cultivation and provided him with resources. What does that count for? Some geniuses in the divine realm have realm masters as their teachers. Moreover, their talents and resources are countless times better than Yang Yun's. There are countless people like Yang Yun in the 3000 worlds, but most of them died halfway in their pursuit of the path of martial arts. The only thing that Yang Yun is better than them is probably his scheming, cunningness, and ambition. However, the path of martial arts requires great luck, great perseverance, great wisdom, and endless accumulation of resources to have a glimmer of hope of success. Yang Yun is still far from it. If a mere Yang Yun can make me hide in the depths of the South China Sea for 10 or 8 years to avoid him, then I don't need to continue to practice martial arts. I can just stay in Xianan continent and be my number 1 in the world. After Lin Ming's words, everyone present, including the arrogant geniuses such as Duan Muquan, fell silent. Lin Ming obviously meant the divine realm and made plans to ascend. While they were still working hard for the late stage of the divine sea, Lin Ming had already set his sights on the divine realm and regarded the geniuses of the divine realm as competitors. This gap is indescribable. Fairy Zhu Feng was silent for a while and said in a worried voice, Lin Ming, although you took advantage of the time to kill Yang Yun when his magic power was not yet completed, but the time is not as good as the location. Yang Yun is practicing in the depths of the divine palace of the Ninding Divine Kingdom. The Ninding Divine Palace is guarded by formations. It is not easy to break in. The Bei clan where Fairy Zhu Feng belongs is considered a subsidiary family of the Ninding Divine Kingdom and knows a lot about the Ninding Divine Palace. The depths of the 9 tripods Divine Kingdom's Divine Palace are considered to be the place with the richest heaven and earth vitality in the entire Xianan continent, so it is reasonable for Yang Yun to practice there. What the fairy said is right, but the advantage of the place is not as good as the harmony of the people. Yang Yun has lost the hearts of the people in order to quickly master his divine skills. The great formation of the 9 tripods Divine Palace also needs someone to preside over it to exert its power. Yang Yun is in seclusion. How can he preside over it personally? As for the others, even the powerful Sea of Gods of the 9 tripods Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid they are not willing to serve Yang Yun, a demon who killed his great-grandfather and used coercive means to enslave all the Sea of Gods in the world, right? The righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few supporters. Fairy Zhu Feng, His Majesty the Divine Emperor and Master Shang, please gather all the Sea of Gods who have been planted with tracking marks here. I will remove the tracking marks for them together, and then, before they are teleported to the 9 tripods Divine Kingdom's Divine Palace through the teleportation array arranged by Yang Yun, I will engrave a formation plate to gather everyone's attacks and work together to break the formation. At that time, I will fight with Yang Yun. Lin Ming's words were full of energy and contained strong confidence and momentum. This was the so-called aura of a king. Everyone was inevitably infected by what he said. Fairy Zhu Feng sighed in her heart. This kind of confidence and dominance was accumulated slowly. Even if someone like Lin Ming did not practice martial arts, he could still become an emperor in the secular world. Okay, I'll go and call them together. Shang Yushan and Li Yuxiao said together. Yang Yun had done everything he could to quickly master his magic skills and had offended all the powerful people in the Sea of Gods. Now they just lacked a leader so that they could attack Yang Yun together, and Lin Ming was the best candidate for this leader. After removing the tracking marks on them, they will certainly be grateful to Lin Ming. At that time, dozens of Shenhe strongmen will attack through the array disk together. No matter how strong the array of geoding palace is, it will not be able to resist. Yang Yun is digging his own grave. One by one, the sound transmission notes were sent out by Shang Yushan and others. Speaking of which, Yang Yun's teleportation array network has been completed for the most part. After knowing the exact location of the warriors, it is also very fast to use the chain sound transmission to transmit information across tens of millions of miles. Sure. One after another, the array talismans were sent out, combined with the array flags and array discs, and quickly evolved into a large array in the air, and slowly fell down. This is a man and a woman. 2 Shenhe strongmen are setting up a long-distance teleportation array. This is naturally the task assigned by Yang Yun. Seeing that the formation was about to be completed, the man sighed and said with a dull look, "It's the 12th teleportation formation. There are still 20 days left. It seems that we can complete the task without any problems. I just don't know if there is any error in the previous teleportation formation." Yang Yun gave a death order for this teleportation formation mission. If it cannot be completed, the consequences will be serious. The woman remained silent, as if she didn't hear it. Seeing this scene, the man felt heartbroken and whispered, "Jua, don't worry. Things may not be as we think. There may be other reasons for the disappearance of those few Sea of Gods." The man didn't know how to comfort her. The man and woman were a couple. The woman named Jua was planted with a tracking mark by Yang Yun, which was not a big deal. The most important thing was that she had a different blood called Moonlight. Before that, 7 Sea of Gods with different blood were missing, 3 of whom were confirmed dead, and the other 4 were also in danger. The person who took action was most likely Yang Yun. How could she not despair? This feeling was like a lamb raised in a pen waiting to be slaughtered. The man said a few words, but couldn't say any more. His strength was stronger than the woman named Jua. If it was before, Jua's life was threatened, the man could have said some bold words to protect her, but now, facing Yang Yun, he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The gap was too big, and he didn't even believe what he said about protecting his wife. When the man didn't know what to say, suddenly a flash of fire flashed in front of him. It was the light of the sound transmission note, and the sound was transmitted to the man and Jua at the same time. "Li Yuxiao, the 7-star Divine Emperor, what do you want to do with us?" The man was slightly startled and listened attentively. The content of the sound transmission note was very long. When he heard Li Yuxiao mentioned that Yang Yun killed 7 powerful sea gods with alien blood in order to practice the great blood refining technique, the man was so angry that he trembled all over, and Jua's face was pale and her lips trembled. Although Li Yuxiao said it without evidence, there was no need to doubt such things. They naturally had the ability to distinguish right from wrong based on reason, and Li Yuxiao had no reason to lie. Before, they were just speculating and still had a chance, but now that they know the exact situation, they are completely pushed into the abyss of despair. Yang Yun, this beast. The man gritted his teeth, his heart full of anger and hatred. You know, the magic skills are often killing and lustful. If his wife is kidnapped by Yang Yun, who knows what will happen? He has practiced martial arts all his life, reached the highest level of the Sea of Gods on the continent, and was crowned as an emperor, but in the end he can't even protect his own woman. The man clenched his fists, his nails were digging into the flesh, but when he heard the news later, his fingers gradually loosened, and a trace of expectation, surprise, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Lin Ming has returned, united all the Sea of Gods in Qianxue continent, attacked the Geoding Palace, and can also erase the war spirit mark for us. He looked at his wife, and saw the same shocked expression into his eyes, but in this shock, there was a glimmer of hope. Even if he can't defeat Yang Yun, being able to remove the tracking mark first is a life-saving grace. It's been less than 4 years, and Lin Ming is going to fight Yang Yun? How can he have such strength? The man muttered to himself, and he actually said that he could remove the tracking mark for us. Could it be that his fighting spirit has also reached the silver perfection? Is this possible? Jua crushed the flames of the sound transmission note, bit her lip and said, no matter what, I will go and take a look. Even if I die in battle, I will not let Yang Yun treat me like a pig in a pen. Chapter 938, Destroyed. In a canyon 100,000 miles away from the White Jade Mountains, more than 50 Sea of Gods gathered in just 3 days. Excluding the Shura Divine Kingdom and the more than 20 Sea of Gods affiliated with the Shura Divine Kingdom and the Northwest Desert, 80% of the Sea of Gods from the entire Qianxue continent have come. Your Majesty Kaixing, where is Master Lin? Yes, where is Master Lin? People ask Li Yuxio one after another, especially those Sea of Gods with tracking marks on their bodies, or with different bloodlines and divine bodies. They were particularly anxious. You know, all of them have tracking marks, and are controlled by Yang Yun. If they gather to resist Yang Yun, if they win, they will naturally be happy. If they fail, they will definitely die. The Sea of Gods, with a lifespan of thousands of years, are the overlords of one side. Who would want to die? If Yang Yun hadn't forced them to have no way out, they would not fight to the death. Now that they are risking their lives, of course they need a qualified leader, otherwise they might as well linger, if they know they are sending themselves to death. No one doubted Lin Ming's talent, which was definitely the best in the Qianxue continent in the past 100,000 years. However, they were not sure about Lin Ming's strength. After all, 3 or 4 years ago, Lin Ming was not as good as an ordinary Shenhe strongman. Now, even if Lin Ming had more adventures, how could he fight against Yang Yun? When everyone was getting anxious, Lin Ming, dressed in white, walked out of the cave in the White Jade Mountains. At this time, he had a restrained aura and a calm step, as if he was walking in the void and walking on the wind. Everyone, please be patient. Lin Ming raised his hand and pressed it in vain. There was an invisible field energy in his voice, which made those who heard his voice involuntarily quiet down. He is Lin Ming, and he seems to be a little different from the portrait given by Yang Yun. Indeed, although his appearance is similar, the temperament contained in Lin Ming himself cannot be reflected in the portrait. I have seen many powerful people, some of whom are powerful and aggressive, some of whom have a long breath and are as deep as the sea, some of whom have a restrained breath and return to nature and luck no different from ordinary people. But this Lin Ming is the most peculiar. Looking at him, it feels like facing a chaotic starry sky, without order, without borders, and unpredictable. The speaker is an old man in a green shirt with a white sheep beard, standing in the air with a spinning compass under his feet. This old man is called Xianjing Zhenren. He broke through the Sea of Gods with his own strength, and his cultivation reached the peak of the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. Before Yang Yun, Zhao Huo, Leo Ren and others appeared, his strength ranked among the top 10 in Qianxue continent. The compass under his feet is rumored to be able to predict the past and the future, which is quite mysterious. Xianjing Zhenren has a very high prestige among the strong men in the Sea of Gods in Qianxue continent, just because of his eyesight. When he first saw Lin Ming, he felt like he was facing a chaotic starry sky, which was actually the Hongmeng space. Xianjing Zhenren, you have the best eyesight. Can you calculate whether Lin Ming can fight against Yang Yun? I always feel unsure. After another 5 or 6 years, maybe there is still a possibility. Xianjing Zhenren said, the future has infinite changes, and it is not easy to calculate. My current cultivation level is just to calculate the future fortune of mortal country. I don't have the ability to calculate the future fate of a real dragon. Xianjing Zenren shook his head repeatedly, which attracted Lin Ming to look over. I didn't expect that there is a technique in this world that can calculate the future. This is really amazing. Xianjing Zenren, can you unlock the tracking mark on us? A gentle and pleasant, but slightly hurried female voice came. The one asking the question was a woman named Jua. She had alien blood and a tracking mark. If Yang Yun wanted to kill her, she would have no way to escape. Yes, can you remove the mark for us first? Someone immediately agreed with Jua. This was the most important thing. After removing the mark, even if the operation failed, there was still a possibility of escape. However, although Lin Ming's battle spirit was powerful, they could not believe that he could reach the silver perfection in just a few years. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was only the 5th level of life. According to Fairy Zufeng, the silver perfection battle spirit required at least the late stage of the god transformation realm to achieve it. The span between the 5th level of life and the late stage of the god transformation realm was unimaginable. Okay. Lin Ming stretched out his right hand and flicked it lightly. A grey energy shot into Jua's body like an arrow. This grey energy was naturally the Hongmeng battle spirit. Although it was only the silver perfection, its quality was stronger than the silver perfection battle spirit of the ancient demon. The battle spirit wandered around and turned into a silver grey pistol. It aimed at the battle spirit mark on Jua and hit it hard. Crack. The battle spirit mark shattered like glass and was instantly dispersed and wiped out. Grey energy flew out of Jua's body. It was only a few blinks of an eye, but Jua had a dazed expression on her face. Is this done? This has been lifted. Jua's husband was beside her and said in disbelief. He also had a war spirit. Although it was only the lowest level of bronze formation, he could sense a little bit. The war spirit mark on Jua's body disappeared. In a few blinks of an eye, Yang Yun stayed in their bodies, making them unable to sleep and eat for several years. The war spirit tracking mark that was like a death warrant was actually wiped out by Lin Ming as easily as pulling a carrot. This is too easy. There are many powerful people in the Sea of Gods who have war spirits. They have all discovered this, which proves that Lin Ming's war spirit is stronger than Yang Yun's. Silver grey war spirit, how can it be silver grey? Xianjing Zenren couldn't understand. He knew a lot about the grades of war spirits, but he had never heard of a silver grey war spirit. Lin Ming naturally did not explain much. He said, let's move faster. Yang Yun should have discovered that the war spirit mark he left behind has been erased. In 10 breaths, I will erase the war spirit marks on everyone, and then we will all go through the teleportation array to the imperial city of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, and kill Yang Yun. Lin Ming spoke with full energy, and his words were full of the confidence of a king. 10 breaths? How can 10 breaths be enough? Everyone was wondering if Lin Ming had made a mistake. At this moment, Lin Ming flicked his fingers and dozens of silver grey war spirits flew out, like short and exquisite spears, and shot into the bodies of dozens of divine sea powerhouses. This scene made the warriors present dumbfounded. Is Lin Ming going to remove the war spirit marks for everyone in one breath? This is too fierce. They thought that removing the war spirit mark required carefulness, and that it could only be completely erased by slowly wearing away with willpower over and over again. They were already very surprised that Lin Ming had erased the war spirit mark on Fairy Jua in just a few blinks of an eye, but they didn't expect the next scene to be even crazier. Lin Ming was going to erase the war spirit marks in pieces. In fact, this was not surprising. Lin Ming's original Hongmeng war spirit was originally more powerful than the war spirit of the ancient demon. When the ancient demon left the war spirit mark, it was also left in pieces. Of course, Lin Ming could erase it in pieces. Bang bang bang. A faint sound came from everyone's body, like the sound of a broken soul. Dozens of war spirit marks were completely erased by Lin Ming in 10 breaths. This scene shocked everyone present and made them speechless. Maybe Lin Ming really had some chance to grow to a level that was enough to defeat Yang Yun in 3 or 4 years. At this time, in the depths of the 9 Cauldrons Palace, Yang Yun was immersed in a pool of blood, and he had reached a critical moment in his cultivation. His body was enveloped in a blood diagram. He swallowed the sticky blood, which flowed through his body's meridians, and then seeped out from his pores. A trace of the essence of blood energy was deposited in Yang Yun's body. Between Yang Yun's eyebrows, the vertical spindle-shaped red line slowly split open and evolved into a bright red eyeball. The surface of the eyeball was covered with a layer of blood essence, which looked very strange. Around Yang Yun's body, the blood diagram was also slowly shrinking, as if it was about to merge into Yang Yun's body. It expanded and contracted, as if breathing and heart beating, which was very strange. It's time. After absorbing the blood diagram, my great blood refining technique will be close to perfection. The next thing to do is to breed the blood lore. It will only take 1 or 2 months at most for my great blood refining technique to be fully developed. At that time, I will use the blood lore to absorb a trace of Lin Ming's blood energy, and I will be able to see Lin Ming within a range of tens of millions of miles. Find him, kill him, seize his luck, and learn his powerful secret. Then I can embark on the road to the peak of martial arts. It turned out that the shuttle-shaped red pattern between Yang Yun's eyebrows was the prototype of the third eye, the blood lore eye. When this eye is fully condensed, it can cover a range of tens of millions of miles to search for Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming's blood energy, Yang Yun had already obtained it during the fight with Lin Ming during the trip to the Miracle Temple a few years ago. The blood lore eye absorbs the blood energy and sees through Lin Ming's location. This is the specific method of finding Lin Ming through the great blood refining technique. Blood diagram, blood and flesh gang body merge into one. Yang Yun roared, and all his strength burst out like a landslide and tsunami. The rich blood and ki condensed into substantial tentacles. Each tentacle was only as thick as a little finger, but there were thousands of them. These tentacles entangled the blood diagram, which was expanding and contracting, and tried to pull it completely into their bodies. The tentacles contracted to resist the natural power of the blood diagram, and Yang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and his veins were bulging like earthworms. Using all his strength. Almost. Yang Yun gritted his teeth, and watched as the blood diagram had already been 80% absorbed into his body, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the depths of his soul, as if being pricked by a needle. Huh? What? Yang Yun was distracted, and the blood diagram broke free of 1/10 of the blood tentacles, and began to expand outward again. Someone erased my war spirit mark. Yang Yun was furious. The war spirit mark was connected to the war spirit of the main body. If it was erased by force, it would naturally affect the main body, especially at this critical moment of cultivation. If it was not done well, it might lead to a demonic state. However, if only one war spirit mark was erased, he could still bear it. Click the like plus next chapter in the lower right corner to get the next chapter. Really, if you don't believe it, try it. Ahem. I have no moral integrity. Chapter 939. Failure at the last moment. Yang Yun took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Because he was in seclusion, he had no time to track the locations of the powerful sea gods whose marks he had planted, and he didn't know they had gathered together. It was not until a mark was wiped out that he was awakened by the pain in his soul. Although this war spirit mark was left by the ancient demon, Yang Yun had swallowed the ancient demon and had merged with the other soul. The ancient demon's war spirit mark was equivalent to his own, and he would also feel pain if it was wiped out. The marks of the war spirits are left behind are all different. The one whose mark was erased was that woman named Jua. She actually dared to betray me. I don't know what method she used to erase the mark. Could it be that Lin Ming did it? Thinking of this, Yang Yun shook his head slightly. It's unlikely. Even if Lin Ming has a strong will, it is impossible for him to push the war spirit to the level of silver perfection in a few years, when the 5th level of life is lost. Maybe he got some treasures from the old man of fortune that were passed down 100,000 years ago. This old thing has many trump cards and is cunning. However, this time I have cultivated the Eye of Blood Law. I will also eliminate him. I also left a trace of his blood power. Yang Yun smiled coldly. He always left some tricks behind when he did things. As long as he mastered the great blood refining technique, he would also extract blood from the old man of fortune to refine his marrow. Yang Yun used his mind to extend his tentacles to grab the blood path diagram again. Just now, he only let 1/10 of the blood tentacles loose, and the impact was not too great. This time, the battle spirit destruction mark disturbed me at the most critical moment of my cultivation, and almost made me fail in my cultivation. After I have cultivated to perfection, fairy doer, I will slowly settle this account. It seems that you are also of a different bloodline, hey? Yang Yun sneered, and his smile contained a cruel taste, which was completely different from his previous handsome and elegant self. This was because of the change in temperament, brought about by the great blood refining technique. The second and more direct reason was that Yang Yun devoured the soul of the ancient demon. He did not have the ability to erase the spiritual mark of the ancient demon. After merging with it, his personality was inevitably affected by the ancient demon. The current Yang Yun is actually no longer pure Yang Yun, but a fusion of Yang Yun and the ancient demon, dominated by Yang Yun's original personality. Such a fusion is a very unstable state. Unless Yang Yun can quickly improve his realm in a short period of time, refine the soul of the ancient demon, and restore his pure self, he is likely to become mentally disordered and become a madman. Yang Yun instantly cast hundreds of seals with his hands, and runes rushed into the sea of blood. Blood Dao diagram, blood and flesh body merge into one. His whole body energy burst out again, and the red tentacles rushed out like sharp arrows, grabbed the blood Dao diagram, and shrank again, integrating 80% of the Dao diagram into his body with great difficulty. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook, and a sharp pain came, turning into a torrent that rushed into his sea of spirit. The impact caused thousands of blood tentacles around Yang Yun to break. At that moment, the dozens of war spirit marks that Yang Yun left in the bodies of many sea of spirits were collectively shattered, and Yang Yun's life soul was directly impacted. If it was normal, such an impact would not be a big deal for Yang Yun, just to make his sea of spirit hurt, and would not cause direct damage. But now, it is the most critical time for his cultivation, and the sudden impact on the sea of spirit is enough to make people go crazy. You know, the magic skills emphasize quick success, and they will do anything to improve their strength. They are more than 100 times more dangerous than the steady righteous skills. Absorbing the flesh, blood, essence, and soul of others can easily absorb the chaotic and disordered divine thoughts, which can cause danger. Take the great blood refining technique as an example. Absorbing the blood power of others can easily cause the blood and ki in your body to become disordered. Even if you practice well, you may go astray, not to mention being seriously disturbed. Puff. Yang Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and was backfired by the out-of-control frenzy of blood and ki. Several blood vessels in his body burst, and his meridians were cut off by the violent energy. These blood and ki forces all contain a strong resentment, which is the pain and unwillingness left by the deceased before his death. Who would like to be extracted for blood and marrow after death, and then have their blood and essence swallowed by others to practice? How can you be willing to end up like this, after practicing martial arts for a lifetime? Question mark? If you are unwilling to accept it, it will turn into resentment, especially for the sea of gods who have comprehended the war spirit. Their resentment is even stronger, fused in the blood, forming a tangible will body. If you can't suppress it, you will be backfired. People who practice martial arts pay attention to not being involved in cause and effect, otherwise they will have to bear the power of resentment. Damn it. Yang Yun suddenly roared like a wounded beast. However, his willpower is very strong after all, reaching the state of silver perfection. He forcibly suppressed the endless resentment in the sea of blood. His long hair was stained with blood and became extremely sticky. At this moment, he was like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. At this moment, the blood Dao map lost the restraint of the blood tentacles and spread violently. The Dao pattern went deep into the sea of blood. In just a few breaths, it expanded more than 100 times, and finally gradually merged into the sea of blood and disappeared. Yang Yun was completely angry. Influenced by the personality of the ancient demon, he was no longer the gentle and cunning Yang Yun, but became easily angry and crazy. Who is it who can wipe out the dozens of tracking marks I left behind in just a few breaths? Could it be Lin Ming? Did he have another adventure? Yang Yun's face was as gloomy as water. He spent several months to condense this blood map, and when he was about to succeed, he failed. Otherwise, if he absorbed the blood map, he would have a great chance to break through the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, but now he needs several months of hard work. After that, it will take another month or two to condense the blood eye, which adds up to almost half a year. This also means that another half year will be left for Lin Ming to grow. Lin Ming's talent makes Yang Yun feel scared, and he never wants to see such a thing happen. These ants dare to resist me and ruin my plan. After killing Lin Ming, I will execute them all. Yang Yun said sinisterly, and at this moment, an old and sad laugh came from the depths of his soul. Hehe, Yang Yun, you ungrateful little beast, you thought you devoured me? It's ridiculous. Now, you have been subtly assimilated by me. Don't you realize it? You would never say such words. You are no longer the real you now. You have lost yourself. The old and shrill voice echoed in Yang Yun's spiritual sea. Yang Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. Old thing, you want to break my martial arts heart, but it's wishful thinking. Sooner or later, I will completely refine you, so that you can no longer influence my personality. Now, get out of here. Yang Yun shouted, and the old voice was immediately swallowed up. The ancient demon has now become a broken soul fragment, and can't fight against Yang Yun at all. Suddenly rushing out of the blood pool, Yang Yun was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and his 3 eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light. In him, the style of the former Jihading prince could no longer be found. Half a year, and I have to let Lin Ming grow for half a year. Damn it. I have to kill him before he grows up. Otherwise, in half a year, although I'm very confident of breaking through the middle stage of the Sea of Spirits, who knows what progress Lin Ming will make. Yang Yun took out a few soul-nourishing pills and healing pills and swallowed them. At this time, he was in a very bad state. Many meridians in his body were damaged, and his Sea of Spirit was a mess. His will was suppressing those chaotic resentments, otherwise leaving these hidden dangers would make him lose himself in the future and fall into madness. Yang Yun was practicing to heal his wounds. At this moment, suddenly a flame of a sound transmission note flashed in front of his eyes. It was a message from the strong man of the Shura kingdom who served him. Hearing the content of the sound transmission note, Yang Yun stood up suddenly, and his heart was filled with shock and anger. More than 50 Sea of Gods warriors gathered outside the 9 Tripods Palace, trying to break through the formation of the 9 Tripods Palace, and the young man in white at the head is suspected to be Lin Ming. Lin Ming. I was looking for him, but he came to me on his own initiative. Yang Yun's eyes flickered. He never thought that Lin Ming would have such courage to gather the Sea of Gods warriors from the Cheyenne continent to attack the 9 Tripods Palace. He wanted to hunt down Lin Ming all over the world, and before the plan was implemented, Lin Ming came to kill him. Exclamation mark. Just this ruthless and decisive courage made Yang Yun very frightened. It's really damned that he chose this time. It seems that the dozens of Sea of Gods warriors were wiped off the tracking marks by him. How did he do it? Yang Yun's face was as gloomy as water. Lin Ming wiped off the tracking mark, causing him to be injured, and then came to kill him aggressively at this time. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was extremely terrifying that the other party could do this. Moreover, Lin Ming's side was full of momentum, but now he was suffering from the backlash of the blood and ki, and could not fight with Lin Ming at all. He had to leave at least a quarter of an hour to suppress his injuries with secret methods. Activate the formation of the Jihading Palace. Hold on. After Yang Yun issued the order, he began to devote himself to healing. Outside the Jihading Palace, a huge colorful light shield lit up. This was the light of the Jihading Palace's protective formation. As a behemoth close to the 6th grade sect, the Jihading Kingdom's protective formation was naturally impregnable, but the premise was that there were enough strong people to preside over it. 30 miles away from the Jihading Palace, Lin Ming stood in the air in white clothes. Behind him, more than 50 Shenhe strongmen floated. At this time, Lin Ming had become the leader of all Shenhe strongmen in Cheyenne continent, a well-deserved king. Attack. Lin Ming had no expression on his face and his voice was cold. He threw a formation disc out, and it was spinning in the air. The prelude to death officially begins. Chapter 940, 9 Cauldrons Formation. This array rotating in the air is the simple array set up by Lin Ming to gather the attacks of more than 50 sea gods. Otherwise, the attacks will be scattered, and it will be difficult to cause the strongest blow. Everyone, let's attack together. Yes, use all your strength. If you hide it at this time, you will really want to die. Yes, use all your strength. We have been oppressed for so long. This time, we will vent our anger and break this turtle shell first. Even clay people have 3 points of earthiness, let alone these arrogant sea gods. They have been ruled by Yang Yun's high pressure for so long, and they have already accumulated a lot of anger. At this moment, more than 50 sea gods are all trying their best. These sea gods have stood out among the billions of creatures on the Cheyenne continent. Which one of them is an ordinary person? Moreover, they have lived for thousands of years. How can their accumulation over these thousands of years be underestimated? Who doesn't have some trump cards in the bottom of the box? Now it is a matter of life and death. No one will foolishly hold back, otherwise it will be a joke with their own life and the lives of everyone. Many people not only used their full strength to attack, but also took out the explosion talisman and thunder god pearl from the ancient ruins from the Zumi ring. Although they were not as good as the death bead of the old man of creation, as treasures left over from 100,000 years ago, their lethality far exceeded the full strength attack of ordinary sea of gods, at least equivalent to the level of Yang Luotian and others. More than 50 sea of gods made their full strength attacks, and the entire sky was covered by the light of energy. Exclamation mark. The void trembled, and all the energy beams, after the gathering of the formation, turned into a long rainbow that supported the sky and hit the 9 tripods palace fiercely. Just when the protective shield of the 9 tripods palace was about to withstand such a terrifying energy baptism, 10 strong men flew out from the 9 tripods palace. Among these people, 7 were covered with fish scales, with long snake tails, fish tails, and gills behind their ears. They were obviously the various tribes of the deep sea. The other 3 were warriors of the Shura kingdom, and Sitabonan happened to be among them. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When Sitabonan saw Lin Ming, his eyes showed a monstrous hatred. Everyone, let's attack together and defend the 9 cauldrons palace. The 10 strongest men were all at the divine sea level. 7 were at the early stage of the divine sea, and 3 were at the middle stage of the divine sea. They injected energy into the 9 cauldrons at the center of the formation. At this time, they naturally did not dare to hold back and use their best skills. Yang Yun was injured in his training and was not in the best condition. They had to delay for a while, otherwise they would be the first to die. With the 10 strongest men presiding over it, the energy of the 9 cauldrons palace's protective formation rose to a high level. Boom. The rainbow of light, like a startled dragon, hit the 9 cauldrons formation heavily, shaking the heaven and earth. The terrifying loud noise seemed to shake the entire Cheyenne continent. The ground collapsed in pieces, and a vast shock wave swept out wantonly. Above the 9 cauldrons palace, it seemed as if a sun rose. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles were all defeated by the shock wave, and turned into countless rubble. The rainbow of light roared, as if it was going to drive the 9 tripods palace deep into the ground. The formation outside the 9 tripods palace shook violently, but it was still far from being completely broken. This protective formation embodied the heritage of a great kingdom of gods. With 10 weak sea of gods presiding over it, it could resist the joint attack of more than 50 sea of gods. To truly break it, at least Lin Ming's attack must be increased by 30% or 40%. But now everyone has gone all out. How could there be room for improvement? Oh no, with these people presiding over it, the power of the formation has increased several times, and it is difficult to break it in one go. Liu Xiao's face was bulging with veins, and he used 120% of his strength. Seeing that he could not break through the 9 tripods palace in one go, he was very anxious. Fairy Zufeng, Yang Chenglin, you are all from the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom. Do you know what the weaknesses of the 9 cauldrons palace array are? Fairy Zufeng was an outsider after all, and shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Yang Chenglin was a member of the royal family of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom, but he knew the 9 cauldrons array very clearly. He transmitted his voice. This array has almost no weaknesses. The 9 cauldrons palace array is suppressed by 9 large cauldrons of the highest grade, heavenly grade treasure level. These 9 cauldrons have been tempered over the years and have reached the pinnacle of treasures, close to holy weapons. When the 9 cauldrons are combined into one, their power has increased by dozens of times and can only be broken by external force. While speaking, he glanced at Lin Ming, wanting to see what method Lin Ming would use at this time, but he saw that Lin Ming had stopped attacking and closed his eyes, as if the Hades was sensing something. This made him extremely anxious. He knew that Lin Ming's understanding of the formation was unmatched. However, at this critical moment, when more than 50 sea of gods were all at full strength and could not hold out for more than half an incense stick at most, could Lin Ming understand the 9 cauldrons palace formation and use clever strength to break the formation? You know, this kind of protective formation is almost impossible to break. This is the characteristic of the protective formation. It is not like the trapping formation, killing formation, illusion formation and the like, which have ways to break. Moreover, the 9 cauldrons kingdom has existed for so many years, and its strength is close to that of the 6th grade sect. In the past 10,000 years, countless proud sons of heaven have emerged. Although they are not as good as Lin Ming, how could the 9 cauldrons palace formation, that has been accumulated from generation to generation, be broken by Lin Ming in just half an incense stick? He wanted to remind Lin Ming, but found that Lin Ming had closed his consciousness and seemed to have fallen into a state of ecstasy, which made him even more anxious. At this time, Situ Bonan in the Divine Palace laughed wildly. Haha, you still think you can break this 9 cauldrons formation? What wishful thinking. You probably don't know yet, Emperor Yang Yun is still practicing magic deep in the 9 cauldrons Divine Palace. In just a few quarters of an hour, he will be able to finish his retreat and kill you like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The 9 cauldrons Divine Palace has the 9 cauldrons to suppress it. There are a total of 10 people on Situ Bonan's side, 9 of whom are in charge of a divine cauldron, which is enough to resist the attacks of more than 50 powerful people in the divine sea. Situ Bonan took the time to infuse energy into the sound waves, which resounded thousands of miles away and clearly reached everyone's ears, disintegrating their fighting spirit. Yes, Situ Bonan wanted to disintegrate the fighting spirit of these powerful people in the divine sea, saying that Yang Yun's healing was a divine skill that would be completed so that they would have an irresistible heart and fail. The youngest of these 50 or so sea of gods had lived for hundreds of years, and they had seen many storms. They would not be deceived by Situ Bonan's words, but Yang Yun's prestige over the years was so great that it almost formed a shadow in their hearts, and they dared not resist at all. Moreover, they had no way to verify whether what Situ Bonan said was true or false. As a result, many people's fighting spirit was shaken, and the seeds of fear were planted. Once the seeds of fear were planted, the might of the attack was weakened by 10% or 20%. Seeing this scene, Liu Xiao was very anxious. Master Lin Ming closed his eyes and was not moved at all. At this time, the entire 9 cauldrons formation had been transformed into countless lines in his perception, like a dense layer of spider webs. These spider web-like energy threads were the skeleton of the energy in the strongest part of the 9 cauldrons formation's protective shield. Even if Lin Ming was proficient in all kinds of arrays in the divine realm, it was impossible for him to break through the 9 tripods array in a short time. The protective array was different from the killing array, the trapping array, and the illusion array. The latter 3 had to suck the enemy into the array to trap and kill people, which brought about the possibility of breaking the array. The protective array originally blocked the person who broke the array outside, and all the array mechanisms were located inside the protective array. It was not easy to break through. However, although Lin Ming could not break through the 9 tripods array, he could rely on his understanding of the array to find a gap on the surface of the 9 tripods array under the fierce attack of more than 50 divine sea masters. The joint attack of more than 50 divine sea masters should not be underestimated. Even if Yang Yun was hit head on, he would be wiped out. Of course, the premise is that he must be able to attack. After all, these divine sea masters have limited realms, and it is impossible for them to collectively hit Yang Yun. With such a powerful attack, the 9 tripods array was shaken violently, and a gap appeared when it shook. At that moment, in Lin Ming's field of vision, there appeared a number of weak energy points, where the energy lines were very sparse, and some lines even had a tendency to break. Found it, a total of 12 gaps. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze fell on the 9 cauldrons formation like a thunderbolt of divine punishment. Situ Bonan looked at him, and had the illusion that his soul had flown away. This brat. Humph, So what if you have sharp eyes? What's so scary about you? Although I'm far from your opponent, what can you do to me outside the formation? Thinking of this, Sitobonen became more confident. Lin Ming, Emperor Yang Guan will soon come out of retreat. This day next year will be your death anniversary. I will take your soul and extract your soul to refine your marrow, to avenge the Shura kingdom. Really? Lin Ming sneered. His smile was like a cold wind from the abyss of the nine netherworlds, which made people feel inexplicably palpitating. At that moment, a gorgeous red lotus slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming, and the whole sky was dyed with a layer of crimson glow. Such a strange sight actually overshadowed the dazzling light from the joint attack of more than 50 powerful Sea of Gods. Devil's martial will, Hang Meng space. Lin Ming spoke word by word, his voice cold and ruthless, like the judgment of a god, resounding between heaven and earth. At that moment, the Emperor's force field enveloped the sky and earth, and under the blessing of the Hang Meng war spirit, it swallowed up the nine cauldrons formation. Such a strange sight shocked all the warriors present, and Sitobonen was even more trembling, with a feeling of losing his soul. What is that red lotus? Sitobonen felt that just looking at the red lotus, it seemed as if his soul was sucked in. Looking at the other warriors around him, each one was also in doubt, as if they had encountered something terrible. Thanks to book friend 100,420,111,506,761 for the 10,000 reward, please. Like. The next update will be at 10 o'clock. Chapter 941. Kill them all. Break. Lin Ming shouted, and the Hang Meng space swallowed up all the power of the laws. However, even so, it also needed strong energy support. Lin Ming's realm was not enough, and it was impossible for him to truly swallow the nine cauldrons formation. After all, this was a super protective formation that more than 50 Shenhe powerhouses could not shake, symbolizing the highest achievement of the Xianan continent's formation. However, if he only started from the 12 gaps in the nine cauldrons formation, and dissolved the already weak power of the laws in the gaps, Lin Ming could still do it. Hiss. The demon martial will was divided into 12 torrents, like a long rainbow leading to a stream, and rushed directly to the 12 gaps in the nine cauldrons formation. At that moment, there was no expected powerful energy collision, no dazzling divine light, no earth-shaking loud noise, but the 12 gaps were silently disintegrated. The nine cauldrons formation is a 5-element formation, containing the 5-element rules. The 5 elements are united and have unparalleled power, but in the Hang Meng space that disintegrates all the laws, it must also be restrained. Each point that was disintegrated was actually sealed by countless dense energy skeletons, just like a spider web. The gaps between the energy lines were only the size of rice grains. Not to mention people, even flies could hardly pass through. However, as long as there was a gap, no matter how small it was enough for the invisible and immaterial force field to pass through. Lin Ming shouted, and the demon force field was divided into 12 paths, rushing into the nine cauldrons formation like a flood, pouring down on Sitobonen and others. Yes, Lin Ming really couldn't tear open the nine cauldrons formation, but if he could kill the strong men who presided over the 9 divine cauldrons in the nine cauldrons formation, then the power of the nine cauldrons formation would be weakened by half, and then breaking the formation would not be a difficult task at all. What? At that moment, Sitobonen clearly felt a vast and terrifying energy pouring down on his head. This feeling was like a mortal under a volcanic eruption, watching billions of pounds of magma pouring down on his head. Damn it. What kind of power is this? It actually rushed into the nine cauldrons formation. Let's attack together to resist the attack of this little beast and repair the nine cauldrons formation. Sitobonen shouted hysterically. The other 9 great sea gods did not dare to neglect it. They temporarily withdrew the energy poured into the 9 great sea gods and wanted to fight against the heavenly demon force field. However, the heavenly demon force field is part of the supreme divine martial arts level. It is the capital that Hunyuan shines and relies on to traverse the universe. Even if Lin Ming can only exert less than 1/10,000th of its power, it is enough to suppress the sea gods. Suppress and kill. Lin Ming waved his hand. His voice was extremely cold. This momentum was like the legendary King Yama of the Yama Temple who made a big stroke on the Book of Life and Death and sentenced people to life and death. Boom. The primordial space erupted inside the 9 cauldrons formation. The 5 deep sea clans who were the first to bear the brunt of it were shocked. The beams of true essence they released were like white snow under the scorching sun. After rushing into the primordial space, they disappeared. Disintegrate all rules. Decompose all energy. This is chaos Hongmeng. What? The strong men of the deep sea tribes were horrified. They used their best skills to resist the energy. Even if they were not powerful enough and were defeated and exploded by the energy, they would not be surprised, but they would definitely not disappear like this. This kind of scene was the first time they saw it. How could they not be shocked? However, their shock only lasted for 1/100th of a blink of an eye. At that moment, the Hongmeng space was completely covered, and the protective true essence of the 5 deep sea tribes Fenghuang strongmen exploded directly, followed by their clothes, skin, muscles, meridians, bones, bit by bit, all shattered into dust and dissipated, completely annihilated. Everyone witnessed this scene, and their eyes widened. Not to mention Citabonen's side, even the more than 50 Shenhe strongmen on Lin Ming's side felt a chill on their backs and sweat on their palms. It was natural for Lin Ming to defeat the Sea of Gods strongman, and it was not surprising that he could kill the Sea of Gods strongman in seconds. However, he was separated by the 9 cauldrons formation and a distance of dozens of miles. He killed 5 Sea of Gods strongmen in just one encounter, one of whom was just entering the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. It was impossible not to be terrified. This was equivalent to Lin Ming's ability to take the life of any one of them with a thought, even if they were extremely far away and the formation could not protect them. This kind of magical power was beyond their understanding. Moreover, the way these 5 people died was too horrible. They were silently shattered to pieces. No, even shattered to pieces was not enough to describe it. Instead, they disappeared silently and annihilated. It was true annihilation. Not a trace of breath was left in the world, and nobody was left. That silent state, that weird scene of watching 5 Sea of Gods strongmen dissipate and decompose like billions of dust, made them terrified. And Lin Ming did not move from beginning to end. Only a strange red lotus bloomed behind him, and he did not even raise his hand. This scene was shocking. What kind of skill and magical power is this? Question mark? How is it possible? How is it possible? Citabonen's eyes widened. He knew very well that he was able to survive only because Lin Ming did not target him, but killed the other 5 Sea of Gods first. Otherwise, he would have died long ago and ended up like those people. With a thought, he killed people dozens of miles away and regarded the 9 cauldrons formation as nothing. He was simply a demon. Escape. This was the thought of all the survivors. They simply did not have the courage to face the demon like Lin Ming. Can you escape? Lin Ming's mouth curled up a sneer. Killing the 5 people first was because he was not sure that he could kill the 10 Sea of Gods at the same time. Now it would be much easier to kill half of them first and then the other half. Hongmeng's space, kill. Lin Ming's whole body of energy burst out, and the heavenly demon marshal will sweat like a tsunami, directly engulfing the 5 Sea of Gods flying at full speed. Citubonen screamed in agony. He was the weakest among all the people, and he was old and frail. He fell to the last, and was the first to be swallowed by the demon's martial spirit. Bang! With a crisp sound, Citubonen's body protecting true essence exploded directly, and then he watched his legs being shrouded in the primordial space, and began to break and dissipate, followed by his body, arms, and neck. His old flesh and skin fell off like dead bark in the primordial space, his flesh and blood were dripping, his meridians were broken, and everything silently turned into dust. There is nothing more terrifying than watching your body dissipate like dust. No, Citubonen roared unwillingly, but was swallowed up by the primordial space. People only saw him struggling weakly, and finally he was completely shattered into nothingness. After Citubonen, the other 4 Sea of Gods were not spared, and were swallowed up by the Hongmeng space one by one. With a series of screams, their protective essence was broken, and their bodies collapsed. It only took Lin Ming a few breaths of time to kill the 10 Sea of Gods from the beginning to the end. From the beginning to the end, Lin Ming did not move a step, and he easily completed the killing. With a thought, dozens of miles away, the Sea of Gods were killed. This kind of power is really like the King of Hell, who writes a big stroke on the book of life and death, and decides life and death. Lin Master Lin. The more than 50 sea of gods did not know when they had stopped their attacks. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. The 10 dead masters were not just cats and dogs, but powerful people of the same level as them. Now facing Lin Ming, they have no power to resist. If they were in his place, I'm afraid they would have the same fate. Facing someone who can kill them with a raise of his hand, they will certainly feel heavy pressure. Master Lin has unparalleled magical powers. I didn't believe you could compete with Yang Yun before. Now I know that I was really ignorant. Master Xianjing said in front of Lin Ming with a bitter sigh. His words were full of respect. Even though he was known as a divine fortune teller, he didn't expect Lin Ming to have such strength. Lin Ming shook his head and said, I was able to kill these 10 great sea gods because I relied on a special martial art. In fact, although I didn't move my body just now, I used all my strength. It's not as easy as you see. Otherwise, I would have killed the 10 great sea gods at the same time, without having to kill 5 first and then 5. It was not easy for Lin Ming to activate the Hang Meng space. He had to use all his strength. Even if the Hang Meng space was activated to the extreme, he would not have any extra energy to use for martial arts. However, despite this scene in the eyes of others was real. Lin Ming moved his mind and killed people dozens of miles away, and the original body did not move at all. Alright, everyone, the 10 sea gods who presided over the 9 cauldrons formation are now dead, just like a tiger that has lost its claws and teeth. Everyone, go all out and break this formation. Although Lin Ming's demonic martial will can disintegrate the laws of the 9 cauldrons formation to a certain extent, it cannot completely destroy it and must rely on the power of others. Alright. More than 50 sea gods attacked with all their strength again. Dozens of rainbows of light gathered through the formation plate and condensed into a dragon of light, roaring and crashing into the 9 cauldrons formation. Boom. The formation trembled violently, and the area within 1,000 miles was completely razed to the ground by the manic energy. Fortunately, the 9 cauldrons palace symbolized absolute majesty. It gathered all the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles, and warriors and mortals were not allowed to live nearby. Otherwise this battle would have been a disaster. The 9 cauldrons formation lost the support of the 10 sea gods and could no longer withstand the combined attack of more than 50 sea gods. The protective shield shook more and more violently, and finally with the sound of cracking, cracks appeared. Once the cracks appeared, they expanded rapidly like the giant mouth of a demon, spreading out and covering the entire formation in an instant. Then, with a loud bang, the 9 cauldrons formation completely collapsed. This is the top formation of the 9 cauldrons kingdom, which was built after more than 10,000 years of accumulation. If there are enough powerful sea gods presiding over it, even if 100 sea gods join forces and attack together with the world's #1 person, they cannot break it. At the beginning, Yang Yun also subdued many sea gods in the miracle temple with lightning speed, and killed Yang Luotian and Oyu Yahuadu. Only in this way did he make the plan progress so smoothly. Otherwise, Yang Luotian would stay in the 9 cauldrons palace for more than 10 years, and Yang Yun would also be very troubled. Chapter 942 Battle with Yang Yun. Once the 9 cauldrons formation was broken, the 9 cauldrons palace was completely exposed to the attack firepower of more than 50 powerful people from the Sea of Gods. Such a large palace, with a radius of hundreds of miles, with jade buildings and crane towers, like a fairyland on earth, is now facing a devastating disaster. Please show mercy. There are a large number of disciples and clansmen of my 9 cauldrons kingdom in this 9 cauldrons palace. They are innocent. Yang Yun is in an independent small world in the deepest part of the 9 cauldrons palace. We just need to break through there. Snow Wind Fairy, Yang Chenglin saw that the attack was about to fall on the 9 cauldrons palace and hurriedly called for a stop. They were all people of the 9 cauldrons kingdom, and of course they did not want to see the disciples of the 9 cauldrons kingdom being slaughtered. You two are right. Lin Ming raised his hand to stop, and his mind swept, and in the blink of an eye he locked the location of the small world. There was a red pagoda there, and blood was soaring into the sky. Yang Yun must be in it. The 9 cauldrons palace was hundreds of miles in radius, and Yang Yun had no place to hide. If you don't come out, I will beat you out. Lin Ming waved his right hand, and the great wilderness blood halberd jumped into his palm. On the blood halberd, the energy of thunder and fire intertwined, emitting a dazzling light like the sun, piercing the rainbow. Lin Ming smashed out with a halberd, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, separating the sky. The vast power of thunder and fire intertwined, and in the thunder and fire, two vague Dao diagrams, one red and one purple, emerged. The Xianshan Dao diagram emerged in the martial arts attack. This is the ability that Lin Ming gained after breaking through the 5th level of life, engraving Dao patterns on the surface of the Zuanden, and integrating the formation diagram into it. It is a phenomenon that only occurs after the laws of heaven and earth are comprehended to a very high level. These Dao diagrams are naturally condensed and represent the operating rules of the original energy. Xianshan Dao diagram. There are many knowledgeable people among the powerful people in the Sea of Gods present, and they can tell at a glance what the Dao diagram and Lin Ming's attack is. Incredible, a casual attack contains Dao diagrams, and 2 Dao diagrams. This realm is completely beyond our speculation. It is rumored that when the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor used the Sword of Judgment, he would also condense a purple Dao diagram, but it was only 1 round. However, Lin Ming has 2 rounds, 1 fire and 1 thunder. Lin Ming's 5th level life fall has already surpassed the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor back then. As Guan Hong appeared, the sky and the earth changed color. This was Lin Ming's self-created martial arts. Although its exquisiteness was far from comparable to the great supernatural powers of the God realm, it was the most suitable for Lin Ming, and was tailor-made for Lin Ming. Boom. The thunder and fire energy poured down like a landslide and tsunami. At that moment, a long roar sounded in the deepest part of the 9 Cauldrons Palace, and a huge blood diagram emerged out of thin air and met Guan Hong. The thunder and fire Dao diagram merged into one, and collided with the blood diagram. In an instant, the void was shattered, and the red pagoda in the deepest part of the 9 Cauldrons Palace was broken in half, and half of the pagoda collapsed completely. A strange man in red slowly flew out from the ruins of the broken pagoda. He had 3 eyes, and the 3rd eye between his eyebrows was still wrapped in red crystal, and had not yet fully developed. This person was naturally Yang Yun. At this time, Yang Yun had no expression on his face, and just looked at Lin Ming indifferently, not knowing whether he was happy or angry. Yang Yun. Beside Lin Ming, the other dozens of Shenhe strongmen all shrank their eyes when they saw Yang Yun appear. Even with Lin Ming in charge, even with so many people joining forces, when they really faced Yang Yun, they still felt a little timid. This was due to the accumulated prestige. This was like a mortal in front of a tiger. Even if there was a warrior who could fight the tiger by his side, they would still find it difficult to feel at ease. No one could guarantee that this warrior could completely stop the tiger and keep them safe. Among all the people, only Lin Ming could remain calm and composed when facing Yang Yun. Yang Yun, it's been nearly 4 years since we last met. Time flies. 4 years. Haha, you just hid from me for 4 years. I have to admire you. Your strength has improved so quickly, and your battle spirit is close to the gold level, right? Otherwise, how could you wipe out dozens of my tracking marks in a few breaths? Yang Yun's eyes flashed with cold light when he said this. When he was about to complete a major stage of his skills, he was disturbed by Lin Ming, which led to his failure and even damaged his soul. He almost went crazy. He couldn't even suppress the ancient demon he had swallowed before, causing it to wake up, affecting his personality and almost losing himself. How could he not hate it? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Yun deeply, as if he wanted to see through Yang Yun. He shook his head and said, "Golden battle spirit, I'm still a long way off. The golden battle spirit is fundamentally different from the silver battle spirit. Although the silver battle spirit is sharp and can strengthen the warrior's attack, its impact on the warrior's final combat power is not decisive. It can only be said to be icing on the cake. However, the golden war spirit is different. Once it reaches the level of a golden war spirit, the war spirit can be powerful enough to directly form a projection of the world of will and influence the real world. Lin Ming, you are really a character. You have been hiding from me for nearly 4 years, but you picked the best opportunity to challenge me. You are really lucky. In these 4 years, you seem to have had good fortune again." Lin Ming said slowly, "My luck is accumulated by myself. One victory after another, one escape from danger after another, engraved the idea of winning in my bones. I'm not involved in cause and effect, and I have no worldly ties. Naturally, I have great luck. But you have committed too many sins of killing. You imprisoned your own father, and killed your great-grandfather. These things will form an unpredictable fate, shackles that will imprison you. And my so-called adventure is not an adventure. It is there. Those who are capable can get it. I can get it, because of my strength. Lin Ming raised the great wilderness blood halberd, and the halberd blade pointed directly at Yang Yun's eyebrows. The killing god force field and Shura force field dissipated invisibly. Everyone around felt a murderous aura that was almost condensed into substance. They had to retreat, and retreat to a safe range. This level of battle was beyond their strength. At Yang Yun's feet, a series of bloody images also emerged. He drew a blood-red long sword from the Zumi ring, stepped on the bloody image, held the sword in his right hand, and stroked the sword with his left hand. A trace of blood remained on the sword. This was the most important battle in his life, and he would definitely go all out. Lin Ming, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding genius in the Xianan continent in the past 100,000 years, but you still have to lose to me. Yang Yun pointed his sword directly at the world, and his words were full of a domineering aura. At that moment, he was like the king of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ming laughed after hearing Yang Yun's words. Yang Yun's face turned cold. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you. You're already injured, and you're suppressing the injury with a secret method, but you're still smearing the blood essence from your palm on the sword blade, using the power of the blood essence, depleting your lifespan, and puffing up your face, to make yourself look fat, but you're so confident. You're really just bragging without thinking. Lin Ming's voice was light, and seemed to be a casual chat, but when it fell into Yang Yun's ears, it shocked his heart. This kid, how can you tell that I'm injured? Yang Yun used the great blood refining technique to damage his lifespan for 300 years and then suppress the injury. It was not visible on the surface, but Lin Ming revealed it in one sentence. How can he not be shocked? This made him feel that everything was under Lin Ming's control. How could this be? Could it be that he had calculated the time to make me injured by erasing the war spirit mark before? Or is there a master who can predict future destiny and help him secretly? This is impossible. Lin Ming's sudden words can be said to be words of attacking the heart. Even though Yang Yun is a person who does not show his emotions, he was still frightened by Lin Ming's words, and his belief in winning this battle was shaken a little. At the moment, when Yang Yun's mind was slightly cracked, Lin Ming rushed out suddenly. Behind him, a blood-red emperor lotus suddenly bloomed, and the primordial space was covered with overwhelming. In this life and death duel, Lin Ming naturally would not talk about the gentleman's spirit. Everything was focused on killing Yang Yun. Humph. So you used words to attack my heart and sneak attack me. You have a good plan. This proves that you have no chance of winning me. Blood formation diagram. Explode. Yang Yun waved his hand, and 3 blood formation diagrams flew towards Lin Ming in a shape of a Chinese character. They exploded directly when they were halfway through the flight. Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd hit the 3 exploding formation diagrams heavily, and the offensive slowed down. Lin Ming had the upper hand, so Yang Yun could only detonate the 3 formation diagrams first to delay Lin Ming's offensive. Lin Ming, I will let you see the power of the great blood refining technique. The great blood refining technique can refine all the blood in the world. As long as you are a flesh and blood body, you will be restrained by this set of magic skills. 6 paths of reincarnation, 8 divisions of Buddha, blood pool hell, refining. At that moment, Yang Yun's whole body was full of blood, and his long red hair flew upside down. Behind Yang Yun, a blood-red scroll slowly unfolded. On the scroll, countless creatures were painted, and these creatures were all suffering great pain. The 10 great tortures in the world, cutting the nose, digging out the eyes, burning with fire, boiling in oil, slow slicing. In addition, there are 18 hells, black rope hell, tongue pulling hell, steamer hell, iceberg hell. All kinds of pain are staged in the picture scroll. The blood pool is surging. The blood waves are rolling. This kind of picture scroll just looks at it. It makes people feel extremely depressed. If you finish reading this picture, you will definitely go crazy. More than 50 sea of gods, even if they are dozens of miles away, they don't have the breath of facing the picture scroll, but they also feel that the blood in their bodies begins to heat up, as if they are faintly summoned by the picture scroll, and their hearts beat faster and faster, almost jumping out of their chests. What a strange magical power. It can attract and summon the blood power in the human body. If you are apt in this picture, I'm afraid you will turn into pus and blood in an instant. The great blood refining technique is indeed worthy of its name. It can directly refine people alive. These sea of gods are also people with extensive knowledge. Just by looking at the power of the picture, you can guess its power. However, Lin Ming stood with his hands behind his back, completely unmoved. The great blood refining technique was only a decent magical power in the divine realm, not amazing at all. And most importantly, Yang Yun had not yet been able to cultivate it to perfection. Chapter 943, Insight into Weaknesses. Blood refining diagram. Collected. Yang Yun pressed down on Lin Ming. The blood refining diagram was like a world that contained endless living beings. It exuded a terrifying attraction that wanted to swallow Lin Ming directly. The blood diagram rolled, shaking the world. A stream of violent, painful, and crazy auras flowed out of the blood refining diagram and gathered into a stream of divine thoughts. The intricate and painful divine thoughts hidden in the blood refining diagram eventually merged into one and condensed into a blood-colored airflow, which also enveloped Lin Ming. A move of the great blood refining technique attacked the flesh and soul at the same time. For a while, there were gusts of cold wind, and the whole world was dyed red by the cold blood. More than 50 sea of gods retreated when they saw this scene, but Lin Ming just held the great wilderness blood halberd with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. From this move, he could see that Yang Yun's great blood refining technique had been completed by 99%, and he had already condensed the blood refining diagram, and it was only a matter of time before it was integrated into his body. But this 1 point difference is a world of difference. After all, the great blood refining technique is just a set of divine skills that can be applied to the level of divine transformation. It is only comparable to the complete great wilderness halberd art. Now that Lin Ming has seen so many top martial arts, he doesn't take it seriously at all. Purple Lion Lightning Source, break it for me. Lin Ming's mental power connected to the evil god's young sprout, and the Purple Lion Lightning Source roared and rushed out madly. At the same time, Lin Ming's right hand wiped in the Zumi ring, and a purple lightning spear shot out. It was the weapon that Jiang Ziji left in the purple extreme ring. Using this weapon to perform thunder-related skills is better than the great wilderness blood halberd. Lin Ming raised his hand and threw the purple lightning spear out, merging it with the Purple Lion Lightning Source. The power of thunder is the most effective against the blood evil spirit of ghosts and monsters, and it is the most suitable to fight against the blood refining diagram. As soon as the Purple Lion Lightning Source merged with the lightning spear, it immediately turned into a thunder lion with a body of 1,000 feet long. It roared and rushed directly towards the blood refining diagram that spanned 10 miles of space. A fierce light flashed in Yang Yun's eyes. It's actually the power of the thunder source. You, a small warrior who has lost your life, can actually control the thunder source, the origin of thunder. You are so lucky. However, do you think that you can resist my great blood refining technique with the power of the thunder source alone? Too naive. My great blood refining technique is a technique that touches the law of the origin of the power of ki in blood. It is the ultimate state of mind of blood. After unfolding, it turns into a blood field, almost forming a space of its own, formulating the rules of heaven and earth. How can it be broken by the thunder source you released? I will swallow your thunder source now, take it for myself, and refine the blood refining diagram with the power of thunder. Yang Yun shouted, and the 1,000-foot purple lion was completely surrounded by the blood refining diagram. The thunder lion roared, but the blood refining diagram turned into a deep red space, the blood domain. A domain is a space. Although its quality is like a firefly to the bright moon, compared to Lin Ming's Hang Meng space, Yang Yun's cultivation is at the peak of the early stage of the Sea of Gods after all, and he is a little short of entering the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. Therefore, when this blood domain is used, it is also a cloud covering the sun, and it is extremely powerful. The blood domain is absorbing the power of the Purple Lion Thunder Source, and wants to refine the Purple Lion Thunder Source. Thunder is the power of death and the power of life. If it is used properly, it can indeed be used to temper flesh and blood. If Yang Yun can integrate the purple lion thunder source into his blood refining diagram, he can enhance the power of the blood refining diagram. The purple lion thunder source was shrouded in the blood domain, rushing left and right, and couldn't rush out at all. At this moment, Lin Ming laughed loudly, the ultimate of the artistic conception of blood. The word ultimate is too worthless when it comes to you. It's just a second-rate technique, and you haven't practiced it to perfection yet. I'll break it for you to see. Lin Ming shouted, and the energy in the young sprout of the evil god burst out. The first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dungeon opened at the same time, and Lin Ming's speed instantly soared to the extreme. Stepping on the light and shadow of the mysterious thunder, Lin Ming disappeared in an instant, and shuttled through space, and came to the front of the blood field. At that moment, his white clothes were whiter than snow, and his clothes rustled in the wind. After reaching the 5th level of life, after engraving the Dao diagram on the Zuanden, his whole aura was different, and his strength was even greater. Chase the lightning. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and he thrust out with a halberd. A halberd light several dozen feet thick, wrapped with endless red lightning, rushed to the point where the energy fluctuation of the blood field was the strongest. Bang! With a shattering sound, this point was directly broken by Lin Ming's halberd. However, Lin Ming did not stop. In just a thousandth of a second, he launched 12 attacks in a row. 12 attacks, each of which hit the strongest point in the blood domain, breaking this point. The 12 attacks combined to create 12 broken points. Crack, crack, crack. Like the sound of crystal shattering, the blood domain, with these 12 points as the center, completely shattered. A large amount of blood and energy flowed out along the cracks, making the nearby space full of holes. At that moment, the blood refining diagram that gathered countless suffering creatures was also torn apart. This diagram seemed to have life. After it was torn apart, a large amount of blood flowed out, like a flood, that broke the dam and spilled down. What? You broke my blood domain? At that moment, Yang Yun's eyes widened, his eyes full of madness and disbelief. The blood refining diagram was torn apart by Lin Ming at the first sight, and the blood domain also collapsed. The blood domain is connected to Yang Yun's life essence and blood. Although it can be condensed again after being broken, it will hurt his life fire. He can't recover without several months of hard training. Especially now that Yang Yun is injured. He used a secret method and spent hundreds of years of life to suppress the injury. He can't withstand several such injuries. Moreover, Lin Ming did not tear up the blood refining diagram with absolute strength. In fact, his strength could not reach this level. Lin Ming saw through the weakness of the blood domain. The attack of 1,000th of a second shattered the 12 strongest points of the blood domain, causing its power to lose support and collapse. How could this happen? How is it possible? Yang Yun couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. He had worked hard for several years to practice the magic skills, and for this, he risked the world's disapproval and slaughtered a large number of fierce beasts and strong people with different bloodlines. But Lin Ming saw through the weakness at a glance. If the great blood refining technique is cultivated to perfection, there will be no such weakness. However, Yang Yun's great blood refining technique is not perfect now. Even so, it is impossible for anyone to see through it at a glance. This is beyond common sense. It is as if Lin Ming himself has also cultivated the great blood refining technique and has a deep understanding of all the energy structures in the great blood refining technique. Could it be a flash of fire suddenly flashed through Yang Yun's mind? Unless the other 2/3 of the soul of the ancient demon was devoured by Lin Ming. Only in this way could Lin Ming see through the weakness of the great blood refining technique at a glance, because he already knew it. The ancient demon possessed your body, but you swallowed up its soul instead? A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Yun's eyes. You are just a life-destroying cultivator, but you swallowed up the soul of the ancient demon without erasing its spiritual imprint? You are simply a lunatic. Yang Yun had no choice but to swallow up the soul of the ancient demon, because this demon lived in his spiritual sea and used him. If he didn't do it, he would probably be swallowed up by the ancient demon in the end, and he also needed the ancient demon's memory. But Lin Ming, who had great luck, swallowed up the soul of the ancient demon at the risk of losing himself. Is he crazy? In a flash, Yang Yun didn't have time to think. Lin Ming had already rushed over. At this moment, Lin Ming had no expression on his face and said indifferently, "Yang Yun, what a coincidence. I also have domain skills. I will show you what a real domain is, and what the ultimate of artistic conception is." Behind Lin Ming, a strange red lotus slowly bloomed. It was the Emperor's lotus. As soon as the Emperor's lotus appeared, it seemed to cover the entire sky. The area within a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in a chaotic and infinite energy, isolating all laws and all energy. The heavenly demon force field, Hongmeng space. Lin Ming's Hongmeng space is many times more powerful than the blood domain. Even if he only has the 5th level of life falling cultivation, it is more terrifying than the blood domain. Good for you, Lin Ming. In order to restrain me and understand my weaknesses, you actually risked losing yourself to devour the soul of the ancient demon. I really didn't expect it. No wonder you could see that I was injured and suppressed it with secret methods before. No wonder you could easily break the Zhuangzi locking heaven array I set up in Cheyenne country. Even if you don't know my skills and formations, you have a lot of understanding. Lin Ming said disdainfully, "Yang Yun, you really think too highly of yourself. I have never regarded you as an opponent, but only as a whetstone in my growth process. I will never do anything that will affect my future achievements in order to defeat you." Hongmeng space, shroud. Yang Yun was undoubtedly shrouded in the Hongmeng space. The energy essence in his body, along with his flesh, blood, and soul, instantly began to bear the tremendous pressure of the Hongmeng space. If he did not use his body protecting true essence to resist, it would dissipate instantly. Yang Yun sneered repeatedly. Hunio and Wu-Yi. Humph, Beiyao is right. You really understand Hunio and Wu-Yi. But unfortunately, Hunio and Wu-Yi requires the strength of Cheyenne's level, or at least the strength of the Realm Master level to fully exert its terrifying power. With your ability, you can't even reach 100,000th or 1 millionth of the magic of Hunio and Wu-Yi. Do you think that the higher the realm of the skill, the greater the power? If you can't exert its power, no matter how high the realm is, it's useless. But my great blood refining technique is different. It is completely suitable for my level of cultivation. You devoured the memory of the ancient demon, so you should know that there is a set of desperate methods in the great blood refining technique. You force me to do this. The great blood refining technique refines the essence and blood of all things into itself. The blood refining diagram that Yang Yun used before was condensed from the essence and blood of all things. This power comes from the essence and blood of all things. This is not the strongest skill of the great blood refining technique. The strongest part of the great blood refining technique lies in the warrior himself. That is to burn the warrior's own flesh and blood to fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944 Pan Wu Divine Cauldron. Yang Yun's face was ferocious. After merging with the soul of the ancient demon, he no longer looked gentle and elegant as before, but turned into a real demon. He roared, suddenly stretched out his finger, pointed it at his forehead, and stabbed it in. In the center of Yang Yun's eyebrows, there was a third eye, the eye of blood law, but at this moment, it was pierced by Yang Yun's finger and the eyeball burst. Bang! The red crystal wrapped around the eye of blood law exploded, and a trace of blood burst out, bright and red. How cruel it is to stretch out your hand, to pierce your own eyes. At that moment, Yang Yun's face was distorted, and his momentum suddenly surged. After the eye of blood law was shattered, the blood energy escaped, and Yang Yun opened his mouth, and swallowed it all. His body began to change, growing taller and longer, with muscles all over his body. In the skin on his back, some fine red lines gushed out, dancing like the tentacles of a jellyfish. His bones and muscles were emitting blood-colored brilliance, like red silk threads, which traveled thousands of feet in the sky, before sinking into his body. At that moment, Yang Yun's cultivation was already infinitely close to the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. It could even be said that he had reached the middle stage of the Sea of Gods in a short period of time. He destroyed the Eye of Blood law, exhausted the magical powers that he had cultivated over the years, and completely exploded the power of the Great Blood Refining Technique, bringing the realm of the Great Blood Refining Technique to perfection. If Yang Yun had already cultivated the Great Blood Refining Technique to the highest level, he would not have been forced to this point. However, he was now seriously injured, and was forcibly suppressed by secret methods. Lin Ming had seen through his weaknesses, and he was also shrouded in the Hongmeng space. Yang Yun had none of the advantages of time, place, and people. It could be said that he was now in the worst state to fight Lin Ming. If he did not fight hard, he would really be finished. I destroyed my blood magic eye, ruined these 3 years of hard training, and let the blood power of my body reach the extreme. But if I can kill you, everything is worth it. Only by killing Lin Ming and learning the secret of Lin Ming, Yang Yun has a hope to soar into the sky, break through the sea of gods, break through the divine transformation, and become the overlord of the divine domain. Otherwise, with Yang Yun's qualifications, he is nothing in this vast universe. There are countless people like him, but they all died on the road of martial arts. It's a dream to want to climb to the peak of martial arts. Yang Yun bit his tongue fiercely, opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. At that moment, the blood gathered into a bloody rain and splashed down. The sky was full of blood rain. Ghosts cried and gods howled, as if billions of ghosts were crying between heaven and earth. Demon slaying blood rain, a vicious martial art included in the Great Blood Refining Technique, burns one's own blood and lifespan. Using this move will consume 100 years of lifespan. Lin Ming's expression changed. He knew every move Yang Yun used. The lifespan of a warrior is so precious. The skills that consume lifespan will only be used when desperate. But now, when Yang Yun made a move, all he used were desperate martial arts. Every drop of blood rain contained a spirit. It was the wronged souls of countless creatures killed by Yang Yun in practicing the Great Blood Refining Technique. It contained endless resentment. If it invaded the spirit, it would drive people crazy and die of insanity. The blood rain poured into the Hongmeng space wantonly. The Hongmeng space annihilates all energy and the laws of all things, naturally including blood. With the sound of kai kai kai, drops of blood rain were burned, resentment was destroyed, and dissipated into the invisible. However, the Hongmeng space is not invincible. It may consume the energy of Lin Ming's body to destroy the laws. Seeing the large area of blood rain being swallowed up, Yang Yun felt no pity. He bit his tongue again, and spurted out 3 balls of blood in one breath. 3 balls of blood, 1 ball of 100 years of life, plus the previous ball. Yang Yun burned 400 years of life in one breath. More blood rain was swayed, and the blood rain was pouring down, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was like a waterfall from the sky. Under the pouring of this blood rain, the coverage area of Hongmeng space was drastically reduced and shrunk more and more. Lin Ming, who was in it, also felt the rapid loss of his body energy. The power of Hongmeng space is great, but the consumption is also extremely amazing. If it weren't for Lin Ming, and another warrior came to perform it, let alone suppressing the Sea of Gods, he would have been sucked dry by activating Hongmeng space. Suppressing Hongmeng space, Yang Yun felt that his strength had returned, and became as surging as the tide. At this time, he restored his combat effectiveness to the strongest state through various secret methods at all costs. Ha ha ha. This is my strongest power. I'll show you my full strength. If you hadn't plotted to break my Great Blood Refining Technique, I would have fought you in this state in a month or 2. Now I have lost 1,000 years of lifespan in total, and I have reached this state. In the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, depending on the number of times one has survived the fall of life, one can only live for 4 to 7,000 years. When Yang Yun was young, in order to quickly improve his strength, he used some magic secrets under the guidance of the ancient demon, which had already cost him 2,000 years of lifespan. Now he has lost another 1,000 years in one go. His own life fire has begun to decline, which means he is approaching middle age. If he doesn't kill Lin Ming, and find a way to make up for his lifespan, his potential will gradually be exhausted, and he will never be able to break through. It can be said that Yang Yun has already burnt his boats. At that moment, Yang Yun's whole body energy was running to the extreme, and he burst out with the strength of the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. Yang Yun's middle stage of the Sea of Gods, with the eightfold life fall as the foundation, plus the resources of many ancient demons, and the practice of the divine realm, is far beyond the reach of the warriors of the Xianan continent, and is even stronger than the eightfold Thunder Emperor tens of thousands of years ago. At this time, his full strength attack, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind and clouds disappeared, as if the thousands of blood pools in the Shura Hell reappeared in the world. Facing this attack, Lin Ming let out a long roar. Yang Yun, no matter how much you burn your life, you are practicing a second-rate technique in the divine realm after all. How much power can you exert, even if you turn the world upside down? And my technique is 2 sets of supreme divine martial arts, and I practice both the Dharma and the body, and I also have the Hongmeng battle spirit. My foundation, my artistic conception, my blood, and my will are far beyond your reach. You try your best, but it only makes me excited and eager to fight. Burn, blood of the ancient phoenix. At that moment, a dazzling light burst out from Lin Ming's brows, burning the world. Behind him, a phantom of an ancient phoenix appeared and soared into the sky. Lin Ming held the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand and stabbed it out with the halberd. The bloody aura on the halberd was burned. Boom. With a earth-shattering explosion, Yang Yun's sword light was directly shattered by the great wilderness blood halberd. At this moment, Yang Yun took out a 3-legged tripod from the Zumi ring. The tripod was engraved with countless patterns of flowers, birds, insects and fish. Among these patterns, there were also the 4 sacred beasts of azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger and black tortoise. The ancient tripod was stained with blood, as if it had experienced countless years. Seeing this sacred tripod, Lin Ming did not feel much, but the faces of the more than 50 Shenhe powerhouses around him all changed drastically. This is the Panwu Divine Cauldron, the #1 divine weapon in the Xianan continent. Yes, it is indeed the Panwu Divine Cauldron, the sacred weapon of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, that suppresses the national destiny. Its quality is even higher than the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd in the complete Demon Emperor armor. It was originally controlled by Yang Luotian. After Yang Luotian's death, the Panwu Divine Cauldron naturally fell into Yang Yun's hands. This sacred weapon is rumored to weigh 2.16 million jin. This is the first time I have seen it. To be precise, it has never appeared in the past 5,000 years, because no force is worthy of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom to use the Panwu Divine Cauldron. As soon as the Panwu Divine Cauldron appeared, Yang Yun wrapped the body of the cauldron with a layer of blood and qi, and smashed it towards Lin Ming. The 2.16 million jin giant cauldron weighs almost 4 times as much as the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Because it was refined by Yang Yun, it can be activated at will according to Yang Yun's will, and it does not require too much energy. At this time, the impact is like an ancient meteorite falling to the earth. If a strong man in the Sea of Gods is hit, his body will be instantly shattered and die. Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and the 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia opened simultaneously. After the 4 gates were opened, Lin Ming only had more than 2 million jin of strength, which was not enough to compete with Panwu Divine Cauldron, but he still had true essence and war spirit. Hongmeng war spirit, merge. A silver gray spear-shaped war spirit flew out from the sea of consciousness and merged into the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Lin Ming shouted loudly, raised his hand, and threw the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd out. Boom. The blood halberd flew across, and the space vibrated, like thousands of thunders exploding together. On one side was a giant cauldron of 2.16 million jin, and on the other side was a Great Wilderness Blood Halberd of 800,000 jin. Both were flying at a speed faster than sound. How terrifying would it be when they collided? Bang! The Blood Halberd and Panwu Divine Cauldron collided heavily, like the roar of morning bells and evening drums, and the space within a radius of several miles collapsed. Panwu Divine Cauldron shook violently and flew backwards, and the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd was also bounced away. At that moment, a deep dent appeared on the cauldron of Panwu Divine Cauldron, which was obviously left by the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. On the other hand, the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd was not damaged. This was the power of the war spirit. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd was blessed by the Hongmeng war spirit and was indestructible. The Panwu Divine Cauldron was damaged. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd weighing 800,000 jin resisted the Panwu Divine Cauldron weighing 2.16 million jin. And it was the Panwu divine cauldron that was damaged? Everyone saw the dent and could hardly believe it. The first sacred artifact of the Xianan continent, the foundation of the Nine Cauldrons divine kingdom, and the divine object that suppressed the country's destiny, was actually damaged. How strong was the impact force? In a flash, without giving everyone any chance to react, Yang Yun threw the Panwu divine cauldron and ignored it. He held the blood sword and came to Lin Ming in a flash. The sword tip was like a venomous snake, piercing Lin Ming's throat. This sword pierced the void and was extremely fast. Lin Ming smiled coldly and retreated violently. With a flick of his right hand, a milky white thunderball emerged from his palm. It was the divine thunder that Lin Ming had collected from the Bailey Thunder domain. Chapter 945, Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Yang Yun had no intention of using the Panwu divine cauldron to severely injure Lin Ming. He only wanted to use the Panwu divine cauldron to gain a slight advantage. Although Yang Yun was born in the Nine Cauldrons kingdom, he was truly proficient in the magic skills taught to him by the ancient demon. In Yang Yun's opinion, the Nine Cauldrons kingdom's skills were far less powerful than the inheritance brought by the ancient demon. Yang Yun, who practiced the magic skills of the divine realm, was not good at activating the Panwu divine cauldron. He was best at the magic blood sword refined by the magic skills of the divine realm in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Yang Yun stabbed out 1,000 swords. Each of these 1,000 swords cut through time and space. At that moment, endless blood waves surged in the sky, and thousands of feet of light rainbows soared in the sky like blood dragon phantoms. The mountains within a radius of 100 miles, including the Nine Cauldrons palace everywhere in the formation, were all cut and shattered by these 1,000 swords. Although Fairy Zhu Feng and others had begun to evacuate and collect the disciples of the Nine Cauldrons kingdom, a large number of disciples of the Nine Cauldrons kingdom were still shattered in this terrifying sword aura. Even several weaker Sea of Gods had their protective essence shattered by the sword energy, causing their blood to surge. Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but retreat, terrified. In addition to the strongest Nine Cauldrons formation at the outermost, the Nine Cauldrons palace also had many formations inside, but now most of them were destroyed by Yang Yun's attack. Except for a few palaces, guarded by special formations, all were turned into powder. 1,000 swords blocked all of Lin Ming's evasive directions, and then stabbed straight down with Lin Ming as the center. I know you have a strange set of body movements that incorporate the law of space, and you can almost teleport in the void with unparalleled speed, but my 1,000 swords have even cut through the power of space. Without the power of space for you to control, I wonder how you can teleport. Yang Yun's crazy voice came, and Lin Ming had already thrown out the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd at this time. He did not continue to use the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, but took out 2 long spears, one red and one purple, from the purple extreme ring. The red long spear was exactly the standard weapon that Lin Ming got from the ancient Phoenix City. Although the grade was not high, it was extremely hard, and the purple long spear was the weapon of the Purple Lightning Kirin clan, which was collected by Jiangzi. The 2 spears were held together by Lin Ming, and behind Lin Ming, a red and purple two-color Taoist diagram flashed at the same time, and the highly compressed thunder and firepower sprayed out from the young sprout of the evil god, Guan Hang. Thunder and fire intertwined, and the sounds between heaven and earth were swallowed up. The power of thunder and fire met the 1,000 sword lights. The fierce collision plowed hundreds of huge gullies on the ground, each of which was dozens of feet deep and thousands of feet long. After the purple extreme domain was greatly suppressed by the demon slayer blood rain, the power of Yang Yun's skills was superior to Lin Ming. 1,000 sword lights, most of which were shattered, but they were faintly about to tear apart Lin Ming's lightning and fire curtain and pour down on Lin Ming. At this moment, 7 inconspicuous light balls, some white, some purple, and some purple gold, as small as walnuts and as large as fists, silently broke through the sword light under the cover of the infinite lightning and fire curtain and came to Yang Yun's eyes. Huh? What is this? Yang Yun's mind trembled. Although the light ball in front of him could not feel the powerful power at all because of the restrained energy, it was not an ordinary energy that could break through the sword net woven by his thousands of sword lights and come to his eyes. In Yang Yun's eyes, Lin Ming was cunning and would definitely not use useless magical powers. Without even thinking, Yang Yun retreated violently. He would never touch these 7 light balls. However, at the moment he retreated, under the control of Lin Ming's mind, these 7 light balls collided with each other. At that moment, the dazzling divine light of the collision between Guanhang and Qiandao sword light was swallowed up. In the void, it was dark, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. All the light was swallowed up. Then, a purple light flashed, and a purple sun suddenly appeared. Each divine light emitted by this sun was tens of thousands of miles long, like a sword of a god, spanning the world. These light balls were the divine thunder that Lin Ming absorbed from the sky above the Bailey Thunder domain of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The Bailey Thunder domain was an absolute life-forbidden zone. Even after Lin Ming broke through the 5th level of life, swallowed the purple lion thunder source, the body of the thunder spirit, and had the support of the evil god's young sprout, he could not really rush into the Bailey Thunder domain. The thunder light and the Yuan Si divine tree there could destroy him. The entire 100 Li Thunder area was a super formation set up by a divine domain Qianxue level figure to seal an ancient existence that was suspected to be a divine beast. The reason why there were thunder and lightning over the 8,000 Li Black Swamp, and the reason why the Sea of Miracles was also called the Ocean of Storms were all because of this thunder formation. And these thunderballs were taken from this thunder formation. Even if they were just a drop of water in the ocean, compared to the entire formation, they were the power of a true Qianxue level figure after all, and their power was endless. At the moment, when the purple sun exploded, the heaven and earth trembled, as if the plane where the Qianxue continent was located, could not withstand such divine power. How is this possible? This is the divine thunder of thunder punishment Qianxue. How could you have such power? Yang Yun shouted in horror. In the Battle of Gods 100,000 years ago, thunder punishment Qianxue was one of the participants and the opponent of Hunyuan Qianxue. The ancient demon belonged to the side of thunder punishment Qianxue, so he naturally knew the power that thunder punishment Qianxue possessed. Of course, compared to the existence of the level of thunder punishment heavenly venerable, this ancient demon is just an ant, but he saw the divine thunder of heaven punishment that spread all over the plane. How could he forget the scene of destroying the world? Yang Yun devoured the soul of the ancient demon, so he naturally remembered the divine thunder of heaven punishment. Even if it was just a tiny bit, the power of the explosion was extremely terrifying, especially since Yang Yun was far inferior to the ancient demon. Facing this terrifying lightning, the layers of blood mist that Yang Yun used to protect himself were burned by the thunder and turned into nothingness. He even felt that his life fire was pierced. Puff! Yang Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Although he avoided 70% of the power of the divine thunder of heaven punishment, he was still injured by the residual power of the explosion of the divine thunder of heaven punishment. The divine thunder of punishment you got from the Sea of Miracles. Impossible. Although there are a lot of divine thunder of punishment over the Sea of Miracles, how can you control it? You can't control this power. Yang Yun couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. He inherited the memory of the ancient demon, and he knew the situation over the Sea of Miracles very well. However, with so many divine thunder of punishment, so many divine trees of Yuan Si, and thousands of dragon trapping ropes placed there, he couldn't take them. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get these powers, but he would also be completely killed by the divine thunder. But now, this power is controlled by Lin Ming, whose realm is lower than his. I've said it before, I have more than one supreme divine weapon. The second supreme divine weapon can control the power of thunder and fire. You can die in peace. Lin Ming's voice reached Yang Yun's ears directly. He was not afraid to tell Yang Yun. Anyway, Yang Yun was already a dead man in his eyes. Taking advantage of Yang Yun's serious injury, he launched an attack and used the power of the heavenly punishment thunder. Moreover, Lin Ming also knew all of Yang Yun's weaknesses. How could Lin Ming let Yang Yun escape under such circumstances? Demon martial will, suppress and kill. Lin Ming shouted, and his whole body's true essence was running to the extreme. The Emperor's lotus slowly bloomed, and the lotus petals burned like flames. The Hang Meng space expanded again. Without the suppression of the demon slaughter blood rain, Lin Ming once again fully exerted the power of the Hang Meng space. If Yang Yun wanted to fight against Lin Ming's Hang Meng space, he would have to consume hundreds of years of his life. Even if he was an eightfold life-falling divine sea stage cultivator, he would run out of energy if he continued to consume without cost. Boom. Yang Yun was enveloped by the Hongmeng space without any suspense. His strength and true essence were constantly melted by the power of chaos. With the sound of hissing, Yang Yun's body protecting true essence had been consumed by 30%, and his energy was also greatly weakened. Humian Wuai, Xian Fashenlei, you actually possess the power of two great celestial masters at the same time. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Yang Yun shouted, and he bit his tongue again, spurting out a bloody rain. Demon-killing bloody rain. At this time, Yang Yun's eyes were already blood red. You know, Yang Yun's life fire was close to the point of decline, and he was seriously injured and suppressed by secret methods. However, in this situation, he urged the demon-killing bloody rain again, overdrawing his life, and completely risking his life. Who? Countless blood clouds condensed in the sky, and blood rain was pouring down. The Hongmeng space was once again suppressed by the bloody rain of demon slaughter. However, Lin Ming sneered repeatedly, Yang Yun, the lifespan of the middle stage of the Divine Sea is only 4 to 7,000 years. You were already very close to the middle stage of the Divine Sea before. In addition, you have a profound foundation, so your lifespan should be more than 4,000 years, or even 5,000 years. But you are squandering your lifespan, and weakening the fire of life, which has destroyed your potential for martial arts. Martial artists can only make rapid progress when they are young, and their cultivation begins to decline in middle age and old age, let alone breaking through the realm. Even if you can escape this battle, you can't break through the divine transformation. You will die of old age in the Divine Sea realm. Every word of Lin Ming's speech was heart-wrenching. He just wanted to provoke Yang Yun. Yang Yun was extremely ambitious. He wanted to cultivate to become the Realm Lord and Heavenly Venerable of the Divine Realm, and even reach the pinnacle of martial arts. But his talent is average. Although he has had some adventures, it is far from those warriors who really have great opportunities. His lifespan has been consumed so much that his potential will be greatly affected. This is the pain in his heart, and Lin Ming stabbed this pain, making him crazy. Nonsense. Why should I run away? I killed you, and took away your secrets and opportunities. Even if my potential is consumed, I can make it up. Yang Yun said, a bloody light flashed in his eyes, as ferocious as a beast. Seeing Yang Yun's eyes, Lin Ming suddenly moved in his heart. I finally understand. I was surprised before. I could feel the breath of the ancient demon in you at the beginning, but the ancient demon didn't seem to exist in you, and you knew too much about 100,000 years ago, just like the ancient demon. Now I understand that you have merged with the soul of the ancient demon and lost yourself. You have lost your previous calmness and wisdom. Today, you are destined to die. Chapter 946 Death of Yang Yun. Lin Ming's words once again stung Yang Yun, and the pain was even more severe, deep in his bones. Lin Ming's words of soul fusion, loss of self actually meant that Yang Yun himself was dead, which meant that Yang Yun's body had been replaced by another person. After hearing what Lin Ming said, how could Yang Yun not go crazy? He roared with bloodshot eyes. Shut up. I'm who I am. I'm Yang Yun, Lin Ming. Don't try to shake my fighting spirit with words. It's a waste of time. Haha, you are guilty. If you are still yourself, why are you guilty? No matter what I say, you should be calm and indifferent. You are furious and crazy, because you are no longer Yang Yun. From today's battle, I found that your personality has changed a long time ago. You have become crazy, easily angered, and hysterical. The Yang Yun in my impression is someone who does not show his emotions on his face and is very scheming. People can't guess what he is thinking. You are not Yang Yun, but a combination of Yang Yun and the ancient demon. The real Yang Yun is dead. Do you know? Already dead. He died the moment you merged with the ancient demon. And now standing in front of me is a monster with a fused soul. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I will kill you. Yang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he spurted out another large mouthful of blood. In the sky, blood rained down, forming a blood waterfall. The blood of ordinary warriors is extremely limited. If Yang Yun spurted out as much as he did, he would have been dead long ago. Yang Yun could do this, and not die naturally, because of the blood refining technique. Facing the more terrifying blood rain of demon slaughter, Lin Ming laughed. Yang Yun, merging with that ancient demon is the biggest mistake you have made in this life. Now you have lost your wisdom and rationality. You are just a crazy demon. Your ambition is too big, your desire is too big, and in the end you are dominated by ambition and desire, and killed yourself with your own hands. In the future, you will have endless demons, split personality, lose yourself, and go completely crazy. Yang Yun is a man who is patient and cunning, has great courage and determination, and is a great man of his generation. If nothing unexpected happens, his future achievements will exceed the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor and the Southern Xinjiang Witch God, and reach the level of the Demon Emperor and Emperor Sakyamuni. But unfortunately, his ambition is too big, his desire is too big, and he is destroyed by his desire. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. The inner demon of a warrior can kill himself, as can desire and ambition. Yang Yun roared one after another. At this moment, he was really like a demon. He actually bit off his tongue, and punched his chest hard, his sternum collapsed, and he directly forced out a mouthful of his lifeblood to spray on the blood sword. At that moment, the blood arrow in Yang Yun's hand hummed with excitement, like an ancient demon, that had been sealed for 100,000 years and was released. At this time, Yang Yun was really crazy and completely reckless. This mouthful of blood arrow consumed another 800 to 900 years of his life. At this point, Yang Yun's lifespan was less than 1,000 years. Although Yang Yun's life fire was now extremely vigorous, it was obtained at the cost of burning his blood. Once his blood was burned out, he would enter his twilight years and his potential would be completely exhausted. At this moment, Yang Yun's lips and teeth were all stained with blood, and blood was scattered all over his head, like a ghost from the abyss. He suddenly laughed miserably, and his laughter was as unpleasant as the cry of a ghost. Lin Ming, you have the destiny to be crowned as an emperor. How can you understand my pain? My ambition is higher than the sky, but my life is thinner than paper. I was born as a bastard. My mother is immortal. I died tragically in the harem, and was buried in a mass grave. When I was a child, my life was no more valuable than a dog. I had no talent, no resources, but I survived in the harem full of deceit and oppression, where people paved the way with their heads. When I was 12 years old, I met the only good fortune in my life, that is, the ancient demon. However, it was just using me. It trained me, just to use me as a chess piece. It planted a restriction in my body. If it can't find a suitable person to take over in the future, it will take over my body. I endured humiliation and endured everything. In order to quickly master the magic skills, I endured pain and torture that ordinary people could not endure. I consumed my essence and blood, my lifespan. To overcome the emotional calamity, I killed my favorite woman. To overcome the inner demon, I cut off my 7 emotions and 6 desires. I have paid so much and endured so much, just to get back everything I lost from God. I want to be the best, the master, the king of kings, otherwise, I will not be reconciled. You said that I made the biggest mistake of my life, but if I don't swallow the ancient demon, I will die, you know that? If I don't swallow the ancient demon, I can't get all its memories. How can I ascend to the realm of gods? How can I become the king of the world? RRRRR. I hate the injustice of heaven. I hate the tricks of fate. Why do I pay so much, but I'm not as good as you? Why? I must kill you, take the secret from you, go all out, and burn my boats. Great blood refining technique, extinction 3000 swords. At that moment, Yang Yun was completely crazy. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed out 3000 swords. The essence and blood burned, and his body could no longer bear such a huge energy. His injuries finally couldn't be suppressed and broke out. His meridians began to break, and his flesh and blood began to burst. Fire of life, hold on a little longer, let me shine your brightest. At that moment, Yang Yun was covered in blood, and he turned into a bloody Dao diagram, surrounded by 3000 sword lights, and attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming held the great wilderness blood halberd. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned to the extreme. The power of the evil god was running to the extreme, and the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia was fully activated. There is no fairness in this world. Geniuses in the divine realm are born with countless resources. They have divine bodies and bloodlines inherited from their parents. Realm master level masters as teachers, supreme skills to learn, and the most outstanding daughters of heaven to provide dual cultivation and nourishment. How can they compare? My luck, the divine crystal cube, has only brought me some memories in martial arts skills. Except for one supreme divine martial art, the rest are not much stronger than the level of the skills practiced by the ancient demon. I did not experience the oppression of the royal harem, but I also experienced the tragic and gloomy teenage years. The betrayal of lovers, the indifference of clan members, no resources, endured hidden injuries, and risked everything. After you became successful, you had the support of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, but I did not. After you showed your talent, you had endless resources available, but I had to fight for it myself. You are the decision maker of the highest power center of Xiaonan continent, and I can only take the first step from a mortal martial arts house under the jurisdiction of a small 3rd grade sect. The path of martial arts is to go against the will of heaven. Hate the injustice of heaven and the injustice of the earth. Put everything on luck, always want to plunder the secrets of others, and take them for yourself. Your heart is dominated by ambition and greed, and you are willing to destroy your personality and use any means to achieve your goal. This is destined to your failure and death. Yang Yun, you are dead. I only killed the monster. That was a combination of you and the ancient demon. Lin Ming's words were transmitted to Yang Yun's mind in just a tenth of a blink of an eye. Even the magic cube of the divine crystal in his body was not concealed. Because this battle was originally a life and death battle, there was naturally no possibility of leaking secrets. Ancient phoenix blood, condensate. With a shrill phoenix cry, the golden phoenix phantom formed by the burning blood of the ancient phoenix rushed out of Lin Ming's body and formed a huge flame Dao map in the air with a diameter of 20 feet. On the Dao map, countless fire patterns flowed, and there was a mystery of the chaotic stone carvings of the ancient Phoenix city. Purple lion lightning source, condense. Roar, roar, roar. The purple lion lightning source rushed out from the evil god's young sprout, roaring continuously, and the loud sound like thunder resounded throughout the universe. Then, the purple lion lightning source also condensed into a thunder Dao diagram, which was larger than the flame Dao diagram, with a diameter of 30 feet, which could cover a palace. Countless lightning patterns were like tiny electric snakes all over the thunder Dao diagram. Its patterns were similar to the patterns on the surface of the 12 thunder Dao fruits, reflecting the origin law of the operation of the thunder force. The phantom of the ancient phoenix condensed into flames. The purple lion lightning source condensed into thunder. This was Lin Ming's strongest move, and its power surpassed that of the thunder fire Dao diagram above the rainbow. A halberd stabbed out, like the end of the world. At that moment, the whole world was shrouded in 2 Dao diagrams, one red and one purple. These 2 Dao diagrams were like a huge millstone, grinding the world to pieces. This was already close to the power of the origin of the great Dao, and it was simply beyond the understanding of the warriors of the Xiaonan continent. 3,000 sword lights, all pierced into the thunder and fire Dao diagram. Bang, 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 bang. A series of loud noises. Countless sword lights shattered. The 2 Dao diagrams trembled violently. Countless thunder and fire Dao patterns were also shattered by the sword light, turning into raging energy and rushing into the void. To use the thunder and fire Dao diagram, Lin Ming's consumption was also great. He only had the cultivation of the 5th level of life and death. Even with the support of the 8 gates of Dunjia, a complete spiritual body and an extremely deep source of energy, he was close to the limit. Die. Lin Ming waved the blood halberd, and the 2 Dao diagrams overlapped and squeezed towards Yang Yun. At this time, Yang Yun's sword light had been broken by more than half. He roared, and blood splattered all over his body. Behind him, another blood array slowly unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yun stabbed out 3,000 swords again. 3,000 swords after 3,000 swords. Yang Yun's body has begun to collapse. His blood vessels are broken, and he spews blood. Stubborn. Lin Ming's muscles swelled up, and his veins bulged like earthworms. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He swung the great wilderness blood halberd and slashed down. In the void, the lightning and fire arrays were completely superimposed on each other, and then, it exploded completely. At that moment, the sky and the earth lost their color. The raging energy swallowed up a piece of the sky. The world was separated, and the moon was destroyed, and the stars sank. Such terrifying energy was poured all over Yang Yun's body. In an instant, the blood-colored magic sword broke, and Yang Yun's already broken body was swept into the violent storm. The protective true essence was torn like waste paper, and the meridians were shattered. The body completely exploded. Chapter 947, Reduced to Ashes. Thanks to Lingling 2000, the leader of the Alliance, for the red again. Thank you very much. The light dissipated, and everything in the world returned to silence. Lin Ming's face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He had consumed all his strength in the last attack, and even used a little of his life essence. The life essence can be replenished later, but it will require a lot of natural treasures. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was too difficult to use the most powerful blood of the ancient phoenix and the purple lion lightning source in his body, to activate the thunder and fire dual system Dao diagram, and merge them into one. After all, he only had the 5th level of life. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was razed to the ground. Under Lin Ming's feet was a huge abyss with a radius of dozens of miles and an unknown depth. This was left by Lin Ming's last attack. More than 50 Sea of God warriors had already retreated 100 miles away, and were speechless when they saw the terrifying fight between the two. In the past 100,000 years, there have been more than a dozen number 1 warriors in the world. After Yang Yun practiced the great blood refining technique, his strength was already ranked in the upper middle level among them, but he was still killed by Lin Ming. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ming was only at the 5th level of life full, while the number 1 warriors in the world, since ancient times, were at least at the middle level of the Sea of God. The gap between the middle level of the Sea of God and the 5th level of life full was too big. If it was an ordinary warrior, the 5th level of life full would not even be ranked on the fate list. A mid-level Sea of God warrior could kill hundreds of 5th level life full warriors with a flip of his hand. Lin Ming's background was so profound that it was unpredictable. If he continued like this, he might be able to break the legendary 9th level of life full. By then, his strength would reach an unimaginable extreme. There is no doubt that Lin Ming will ascend to the God realm, but he will leave mythical legend on the Xianan continent, unprecedented and unparalleled. Yang Yun is still alive. Lin Ming looked closely and saw that Yang Yun had been broken into a pile of flesh and blood under the abyss, but his head was still intact. The fire of life was so weak that it could go out at any time, and his breath was like a thread. Lin Ming took a step and landed in front of Yang Yun. Lin Ming. Yang Yun's 7 orifices were bleeding, his teeth were shattered, and his tongue was bitten off by him before. He simulated the sound with energy, but it was unclear. It feels very unwilling to have your ambition shattered, right? Lin Ming said expressionlessly. At this time, he looked at Yang Yun with a cold look. Yang Yun did everything he could to achieve his goal, and ended up like this, but he deserved to die. Yang Yun laughed grimly, with a look of deep resentment and curse. You can stand in front of me as a winner now. Then one day, others will stand in front of you as winners, and you will have the same fate as me. Ha ha ha. He hated Lin Ming to the bone. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are good, but on the dying Yang Yun, there was only madness and curse. The original Yang Yun, whether he was hypocritical or cunning, at least on the surface, he was a gentleman, and he was completely different from the madman in front of him now. This can only be said that after Yang Yun lost himself, he has become completely crazy, and the original Yang Yun's personality has disappeared from him. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. This is the end of rashly merging souls. Thinking about it, he is really lucky, owning the magic cube, which can clean the soul imprint, and only absorb memories, without any effect on self-consciousness. The magic cube has caused many big figures in the gods domain to fight for it, but no one knows what secrets it has, and what its real function is. What is its essence, and how is it formed? The origin of the magic cube is mysterious and unpredictable. In fact, until now, Lin Ming has not relied on the magic cube much. That is, he has absorbed some memories. The owner of these memories is a figure like the Demon Emperor, who is not as good as the Realm Master and the Holy Lord of the Divine Realm, let alone the Heavenly Lord. The magic cube must have other users, but his realm is too low, and he can't use it at all. Lin Ming was thinking, and suddenly he felt a burst of burning sensation in his heart. This feeling came from the magic cube. Since the magic cube merged with Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming could no longer find it. It seemed to disappear out of thin air. Lin Ming could not contact it, could not activate it, and could not command it. Even when Lin Ming's body exploded into blood mist, when he was crossing the life-threatening death, he could not find the trace of the magic cube. Lin Ming could only passively accept its will for the magic cube. However, this time, he felt a will from the magic cube. This will could only be felt a little bit when Lin Ming fed the magic cube with blood essence. Is the magic cube going to devour Yang Yun's blood essence? Lin Ming's heart moved. Yang Yun was only a powerful person in the Sea of Gods. He had already fed the magic cube a powerful person in the Sea of Gods, that is, the old man of the dwarf demon clan in Zishalan. He thought that the next level would be at least the stage of divine transformation, but he didn't expect that the magic cube seemed to be interested in Yang Yun's blood essence. Hehe, Lin Ming, I know you want to climb to the peak of martial arts, but there are countless martial artists. Who doesn't want to climb to the peak of martial arts? How many people finally approach the peak of martial arts? The road of martial arts is paved with heads. Sooner or later, you will be the same as me, the same as me. Yang Yun shouted and cursed frantically. Lin Ming looked at him with pity and quietly sent out a stream of energy, covering Yang Yun's flesh and blood. What are you going to do? Yang Yun was startled and suddenly found that a strong suction force was acting on him. The blood and energy in his body quickly dissipated and gathered towards Lin Ming. You're going to swallow me? Yang Yun's face twisted. He was too familiar with this feeling. He had practiced the great blood refining technique for several years and had swallowed the blood of countless fierce beasts and powerful divine bodies and sea masters. So how could he not know what Lin Ming was going to do? The blood essence in Yang Yun's body was quickly drained away. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were bloodshot. There was a monstrous hatred in his eyes. However, the rapid loss of vitality made him weaken rapidly. The phantoms formed by the blood mist, including dragons, strange fish, white tigers, pythons, and various sacred beasts, were all sucked into Lin Ming, or more accurately, into the magic cube. On the surface of the magic cube, a faint blood-colored vortex formed, and all the blood phantoms were crushed by the vortex. Until the end, the blood-colored phantom of a 9-headed snake was swallowed by the magic cube. At this point, all the blood essence in Yang Yun's body was absorbed by the magic cube. At this time, Yang Yun's face was extremely pale. At this point, he was finally going to die. This made Lin Ming search Yang Yun's tenacious vitality. Generally, a strong man in the Sea of Gods would not survive for more than 10 breaths after his head was chopped off, but Yang Yun was tossed like this, and he was still hanging on. This was obviously due to the great blood refining technique. Yang Yun had refined countless bloods with extremely tenacious vitality, including the powerful Hydra blood. It seems that the white demon was swallowed by Yang Yun. Lin Ming certainly recognized the Hydra phantom, and felt the breath of the white demon from it. The Hydra blood was also a very powerful clan in the God realm, with countless clansmen. Lin Ming, one day, you will. Yang Yun seemed to be about to issue the last curse, but at the moment he said this, his head suddenly split open, and a clear crack started from his crown and split all the way to his jaw, just like a ripe watermelon, which would naturally burst open when gently touched by a watermelon knife. Yang Yun's voice stopped abruptly, and he died completely. However, at this moment, a remnant soul rose from Yang Yun's cracked head. The soul power was already weak. It struggled and twisted. This soul carried the breath of the ancient demon. It was the ancient demon spirit that was suppressed by Yang Yun and had not yet merged. But now that Yang Yun's spiritual sea was broken, this spirit naturally had nowhere to hide. The magic cube seemed to have no interest in devouring this spirit and fell silent. At the beginning of the miracle temple, the magic cube devoured the ancient demon because it took the initiative to come to the door and wanted to take over Lin Ming's body. Yang Yun is dead, and you still have a spirit left. You are so tenacious. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and he pinched the spirit in his hand. Squeak. The spirit was pinched by Lin Ming, and immediately let out a piercing scream, like a rat with its neck pinched. A stream of thoughts was transmitted to Lin Ming's mind. It was the voice of the ancient demon. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know many secrets of the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit. There are many treasures left by powerful people there. You haven't really entered the Sea of Miracles yet. I can take you to find treasures. The ancient demon struggled frantically, but Lin Ming just smiled coldly. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched it. With a light sound of bang, the ancient demon was wiped out. At this point, Yang Yun, Bai Yao, and the ancient demon were all dead. Lin Ming took a breath and touched his chest. The magic cube was completely silent. Although it absorbed the essence and blood again, it did not open the magic cube space again. This made Lin Ming slightly regretful. It seemed that the next time, to open the magic cube, it really needed the essence and blood of a powerful person in the god transformation period. Lin Ming speculated that it was not the magic cube that really absorbed the essence and blood, but the powerful soul sleeping in the magic cube. That is, the saint who used the magic cube to devour the souls of the powerful people in the 10,000 gods. Those powerful people in the god realm, each of them is a super strong one. The demon emperor is among them, but he is just an ordinary one, even a bottom one. However, he was all wiped out by the woman with one move. That woman needs blood essence to repair her own soul. Before, every time she sucked blood essence to open the magic cube, she was just reminding herself that she needed the blood essence of a stronger person to restore herself. Now, the magic cube will absorb Yang Yun's blood essence, which means that Yang Yun's blood essence is finally high enough for the woman to use. This should also be because Yang Yun practiced the great blood refining technique, and the blood and ki in his body are too strong. The ordinary Sea of Gods are not qualified to be used by the woman. The realm of the Sea of Gods is too low for the woman. Chapter 948 The best person in the world. The cube's fluctuations again made Lin Ming realize one thing. He was getting closer and closer to the day when he could truly awaken the cube. If the soul of the woman in the cube awakened, perhaps he would be able to uncover the secret of the cube and even figure out what the cube was. I don't know if this woman will be a friend or an enemy. People of her realm, even a trace of residual soul is extremely terrifying. I must strengthen my strength as soon as possible. Only my own strength is the most fundamental. Lin Ming thought so, and looked up to see that more than 50 Sea of Gods flew over together. Now there are only about 90 Sea of Gods in the entire Xianan continent, and these 50 people account for most of them. If it were normal times, more than 50 people gathered together, what a terrifying scene it would be. This is equivalent to gathering most of the power of Xianan continent. What forces can't be flattened? Even if they attacked the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, Yang Luotian would be so scared that he would shrink in the Nine Cauldrons Palace and dare not come out, and could only rely on the formation to resist. But now, these 50 people dared not even breathe in front of Lin Ming, and they all felt great pressure. Lin Ming is too strong. Now that he has killed Yang Yun, he is the undisputed number one in the world, which is equivalent to the status of the Demon Emperor 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Absolute master. Moreover, he has only reached the 5th level of life full. In less than 3 or 4 years, it will be as easy as eating and drinking to break through 1 or 2 levels of life full. By then, he can even kill the Sea of Gods in groups with a thought. Among the more than 90 Sea of Gods in Xianan continent, nearly half of them broke through the Sea of Gods by chance. That is, more than 40 people. Among the remaining 50 people, most of them broke through the Sea of Gods by their own comprehension, but they were neither divine bodies and divine veins nor 7-level life fall, but the most common 6-level life fall. Although their strength is stronger than those who broke through the Sea of Gods by chance, it is difficult for them to step into the middle stage of the Sea of Gods in this life. At most, there are only 20 people in Xianan continent who have broken through the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, and only one of them is in the late stage of the Sea of Gods, that is Old Man Fortune. The rest of the late stage of the Sea of Gods were killed by Yang Yun. Therefore, the cultivation, strength, and foundation of the Sea of Gods of Xianan continent could be described as a mob in front of Lin Ming. Master Lin. Many Sea of Gods saluted Lin Ming without any prior arrangement. As for the name of little brother Lin, no one dared to call him that anymore. This was the status suppression brought by absolute strength. If Lin Ming now had the intention of establishing a sect, he could take the opportunity to annex the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom and build a 6th grade sect in the future. Yang Yun is completely dead. Fairy Zhu Feng saw Yang Yun's body lying on the ground, which was already bloody and his essence and blood were sucked out. She was a little bit unbelievable. This generation of demon owl, Yang Yun, who had enslaved many sea of gods of Xianan continent for nearly 4 years, was finally dead. Not only Fairy Zufeng, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and those sea of gods who had been planted with tracking marks and had alien blood felt even more relieved. The woman named Jua suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Ming. Master Lin, killing Yang Yun is a life-saving grace for me. Jua will remember this grace in my heart. Following Jua, another burly middle-aged man bowed deeply to Lin Ming. My life and death brother Luomo died at the hands of Yang Yun. Thank you Master Lin for killing Yang Yun and avenging this blood feud for me. Yang Yun's death was a great relief to everyone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master Lin, if you need anything from us, just tell us. We will die for you. Some other warriors said. Lin Ming said calmly, Yang Yun is also my enemy. There is a life and death battle between him and me. Although I helped you by the way, it is not a favor. But you said that I have something to tell you, and it is indeed true. Master Lin, please tell us. We will do it, even if we have to go through fire and water. The warriors present expressed their opinions one after another. With so many powerful people from the Divine Sea gathered together, each of them was the overlord of a large force in the Xianan continent. What could not be done? Lin Ming smiled and said, it's not that serious. Everyone present here is basically a warrior from the 3 major divine kingdoms of Kaixing, Jioding, and A, or a subordinate of these 3 divine kingdoms, right? Yes, there are also some idle people without any sect or school, about 7 or 8 people. Because the Shura divine kingdom has a grudge with Master Lin, it has completely turned to Yang Yun. We don't trust them, so we didn't contact them. Liu Xiao of the 7 stars said hurriedly. Yes. Lin Ming nodded. I have 2 requests. The first is that I hope that in the future, there will only be 3 major divine kingdoms around the Sea of Miracles, and the Shura divine kingdom will be removed from the list. Lin Ming's words were shocking, directly wiping out a divine kingdom, but he did have the qualifications to say this. After hearing Lin Ming's words, Liu Xiao took a deep breath, but he was not surprised. The Shura divine kingdom had long been incompatible with Lin Ming. In the future, Lin Ming would ascend to the divine realm, and he would leave some relatives and inheritance in the Xianan continent. If there was a hostile force eyeing him covetously, how could he feel at ease? The 4 great divine kingdoms have existed for more than 10,000 years. Now, because of Lin Ming's words, one of them will be gone, and from now on, there will be a tripartite situation. How is it? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Good. Including Liu Xiao, the important figures of the 3 great divine kingdoms agreed at once. In fact, the 4 great divine kingdoms have been able to exist in a stable state for more than 10,000 years, entirely because of the mutual restraint. The cost of launching a war is too high. As for the idea of uniting several great divine kingdoms to destroy one family, if you can unite, others can also unite. The interests of the 4 great divine kingdoms are intricate. It is not that simple to unite and launch a war. But now, because of Lin Ming's words, everything is not a problem. Lin Ming said, after destroying the Shura kingdom, the territory, resources, and benefits obtained will be distributed by the 3 kingdoms through negotiation. I will not interfere, and I will not take any share. I only have one request, which is to try not to cause bloodshed. If it can be resolved by peaceful means, then do not resort to force. As for the inheritance of the Shura kingdom, do not exterminate it. After absorbing it into your 3 kingdoms, let them continue to exist. After Lin Ming's words came out, the leaders of the 3 major forces present were all overjoyed. This was equivalent to giving them a huge piece of cake. With Lin Ming's deterrence and the 3 kingdoms joining forces, the Shura kingdom was doomed to perish. There were probably not many people who dared to resist. This battle was destined to exchange the smallest loss for the biggest gain. The Shura kingdom had existed for 10,000 years, and the resources it had accumulated were so rich that it was unimaginable. They were divided equally among the 3 kingdoms, and many Holy Land families and even the 5th grade sects could get a share. Where can such a good thing be found? Lin Ming said, there is one more thing. There is a person named Wang Yichan in the Northwest Desert, which is affiliated with the Shura kingdom. I don't want him to continue living in this world. Lin Ming's true identity was exposed because Wang Yichen informed Yang Yun, which led to the disaster of the Lin family. Lin Ming had an enemy with Wang Yichen during his wedding, and he had been in trouble with this poisonous snake since then. Lin Ming didn't want to have such a poisonous snake thinking about his family after he ascended to the god realm in the future. Of course, it would be easier to get rid of such a person. This is a small matter, leave it to me. Li Qianxue volunteered. Wang Yichen was just a warrior who died. Killing him was like killing a chicken. As for the Northwest Desert, they would never dare to protect Wang Yichen, otherwise they would be courting death. It has only been 11 years since Lin Ming officially embarked on the road of martial arts at the age of 15. 11 years ago, he was just an insignificant little person, but now, Lin Ming's words can change the pattern of Xianan continent. In the next 3 years, the Shura kingdom was divided and annexed, and disappeared completely. The great hero, Sita Haoshan, was forced into a desperate situation and died. The Shura kingdom no longer existed on this continent. Of course, this is all a story for later. At this time, Lin Ming had already traveled tens of millions of miles to the giant kun in the South China Sea. In the small world inside the giant kun, Mu Qianxue, Qin Xingsun, Mo Guang, Lin's father and mother gathered together, including Lan Yunyu, who also appeared here. After so many years, seeing Lin's father and mother again, Lan Yunyu felt guilty and embarrassed. She bowed to Lin's father and mother. It can be said that Lin's father and mother watched Lan Yunyu grow up. After such a long separation, they were filled with emotion when they met again. Lin Ming stood aside, saying nothing. At this time, Mu Qianxue came to Lin Ming and asked softly, "When are you going to leave?" Lin Ming's heart trembled slightly. He knew that this so-called departure was actually going to the god's realm. After parting now, he didn't know when they would meet again. He felt extremely guilty towards Mu Qianxue. After the two got married, they only enjoyed a few months of tenderness. Then Lin Ming went to the 4 great divine kingdoms. They had been separated for several years. When they met again, he would ascend to the god's realm again. I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Ming didn't know what to say. Mu Qianxue smiled gently. You don't have to feel guilty about anything. In fact, the day I gave my heart to you, I knew that I might not be able to accompany you forever in this life. I just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. No matter what the future holds, I have chosen it willingly. In fact, without you, I would have died in the South China Sea War. I'm also a martial artist. For martial artists, martial arts is everything, and feelings and family affection are just side issues. You can just go to the divine realm without worry. I will take care of everything in the lower realm. Mu Qianxue whispered in Lin Ming's ear. For a warrior, unless they are a warrior who specializes in the way of love, most of them are devoted to practicing martial arts and have no time to care about feelings. Practicing martial arts is fighting for life against heaven. Unless they are sure that there is no hope in this life, they will start to marry wives and concubines and spend lavishly. Otherwise, they will most likely practice hard and pursue the great way wholeheartedly and become indifferent to things like feelings and enjoyment. Mu Qianxue was also a martial arts genius. Although she was not as good as those top emperor level geniuses, she had enough precious resources brought by Lin Ming and several drops of ancient phoenix blood in her body. She would not have any problems breaking through the sea of gods in the future. She was not a woman who would complain about being alone in an empty room after leaving a man. She also had her own martial arts pursuits and was very independent. If she had not met Lin Ming, it would not be unacceptable for her to remain single for life. Chapter 949, the greatest event of all time. In the following months, Lin Ming followed his relatives and friends in the giant kun and swam towards the Xianan continent. During this time, Lin Ming rarely practiced and enjoyed all kinds of fun with Mu Qianxue, his parents, Qin Xingsun and others. Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue met after a long time, so naturally they had to enjoy sex. Neither of them had much experience in this matter. Usually, they suppressed all kinds of desires in their hearts because of practice, but now they indulged themselves and never tired of it. Lin Ming, what do you plan to do with Sister Xingsun? Do you want to take her to the god's domain? After just trying the lovemaking, Mu Qianxue lay in Lin Ming's arms, her face flushed, and she said with a slight breath. Lin Ming stroked the warm and soft jade in his arms, and pondered for a while. This time, the fact that the Lin family was controlled by Yang Yun cast a shadow on Lin Ming's heart. Fortunately, those people did not pay much attention to Lan Yunyu, otherwise, the consequences would be even more serious. If he took Qin Xingxuan to ascend, he would have another weakness. He didn't know how powerful the enemies would be in the god's domain in the future. If he had a constraint, he would have no time to worry about it, and it would be very likely that Qin Xingxuan would be implicated. Lin Ming himself valued feelings. If Qin Xingxuan really had an accident in the future and was humiliated to death, it would be unimaginable. If he left Qin Xingxuan in Xianan continent, then because of the blockade of Hunyuan Xians and staying in Xianan continent, Qin Xingxuan should be able to be safe, even if he offended the major forces in the god's domain. Lin Ming shook his head and said, no, Xingxuan's cultivation is too weak. Even with my help, it will be very difficult for her to ascend to the Sea of Gods in the future. It will be even more difficult to ascend to a higher realm. Besides, the passage between Xianan continent and the divine realm is sealed. I'm afraid that there will be some twists and turns if I take her to ascend. Now I don't know how to ascend to the divine realm. I'm afraid I need to ask the old man of fortune or the temple spirit of the ancient Phoenix Hall for help. The law of this world is that only the Sea of Gods can ascend to the divine realm. Lin Ming is only at the 5th level of life now. Even if his strength has surpassed that of the average Sea of Gods in the late stage, he cannot violate this law. If he wants to ascend by himself, he will probably have to pay a price. It will be even more difficult to take someone else with him. Mu Qianxue said, I think it's simple, but leaving Sister Xingxuan in the lower realm is a hardship for her. Mu Qianxue said so. Lin Ming felt extremely guilty. He could bring countless opportunities to Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue, but he couldn't be with them after all. Lin Ming took out a Zumi ring from his bosom and said, there are 80 million spiritual stones, various rare elixirs, natural treasures, heavenly treasures, etc. In addition, the Panwu Divine Cauldron, a sacred object that suppresses the fate of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom, is also in it. Leave it to Shenhuang Island to suppress its fate. I think with my deterrence, and some powerful people in the Sea of Gods have also received my blessings, no one dared to take the idea of Shenhuang Island for a long time. After Lin Ming killed Yang Yun, he naturally accepted all of Yang Yun's property. In addition to the collection of the 2 former owners of the blood killing plane who were killed in the blood killing plane, Lin Ming's wealth must be measured in billions. Mu Qianxue silently took this Zumi ring. This is an astonishing wealth, almost equivalent to the treasury of a large divine country, especially the Panwu Divine Cauldron, the artifact that suppresses the fate of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom. How much value it should have is simply unimaginable. But Mu Qianxue couldn't be happy. This was Lin Ming's explanation before he left. Then how do you treat Sister Xingxuan? Mu Qianxue asked. The wedding will be announced to the world. I will also take this opportunity to move Shenhuang Island to the central area of Xianan continent. With my power, I will establish a firm foothold and make it a holy place from now on. 3 months later, the giant Kun arrived at Xianan continent. Lin Ming and others quickly arrived at the central area of Xianan continent through the teleportation array. Speaking of which, Yang Yun did a good thing before his death, which was to build a very complete teleportation network, making it more convenient for warriors in Xianan continent to travel back and forth. Then, a big event came out of Xianan continent, that is, the news of Lin Ming's wedding. The powerful men of the Sea of Gods from various major sects received invitations one after another. Lin Ming, the #1 man in the world, was going to hold a double cultivation ceremony with an unknown woman. The giants of the 3 major divine kingdoms and many Holy Land families were all surprised, and there were many people who were disappointed. You know, Lin Ming's current status is very popular. Even though they knew that Lin Ming would ascend to the divine realm in the near future, many forces were also thinking about marrying the most outstanding daughter of heaven in their forces to Lin Ming. You know, even after Lin Ming ascends to the divine realm, he will leave his influence in Xianan continent. No one dares to touch his people. After all, no one dares to guarantee that Lin Ming will not come back in the future. Besides, Lin Ming's network of contacts is also deeply rooted. So many powerful people in the Divine Sea have received his blessings, many of whom saved their lives. It can be said that they owe Lin Ming a huge favor. Warriors who have reached the Divine Sea realm generally do not easily owe favors to others, so as to avoid karma. Therefore, it is not pleasant to owe favors to others, and they are eager to find a chance to repay. In this case, whoever dares to touch Lin Ming's family members who left behind in Xianan continent will probably become the target of public criticism without Lin Ming taking action. Moreover, if Lin Ming returns to know about the matter of saving Lin Ming's family members in the future, he will probably have to reward them heavily. At that time, I don't know what kind of strength Lin Ming had reached. If he casually gave them some things, they would have enjoyed them endlessly. Therefore, if they could pick out the most perfect woman, win Lin Ming's favor, and then win some favor with her outstanding talents and looks, then it would be like climbing up the big tree of Lin Ming, and they would enjoy endless blessings for 10,000 years. Now Lin Ming is getting married, how could they not be disappointed? However, some people were quick-witted, and they soon found out that Lin Ming had already held a grand wedding when he was in the southern sky region, and this was the second time, which meant that Lin Ming already had a wife. This was a good thing, proving that Lin Ming did not refuse to take a concubine, which was easy to deal with. It should be noted that Lin Ming had been cold and indifferent for so many years in the central area of Xianan continent, and he was afraid that Lin Ming was the kind of person who pursued the ultimate in martial arts, and was not interested in matters between men and women, so there was really no way to start. Although they chose the most outstanding daughters of heaven in the clan, these forces did not mind whether they could be Lin Ming's wife, and they would be happy, even if they were concubines. So taking this opportunity, many forces brought heavy gifts and the most outstanding young talents in the clan to Lin Ming's wedding ceremony to broaden their horizons. Of course, a beautiful and talented girl was indispensable. The wedding was held in the new Suzaku Palace, a Suzaku Palace, suspended in the sky by the formation. Several fairy mountains nearby also floated in the air under the blessing of the formation. Above the fairy mountains, there were countless colorful lights that were nearly 1,000 miles long. Among them, the jade buildings stretched and undulated, and there were countless jade flowers, exotic trees, and rare treasures of heaven and earth competed to bloom in the restrictions. These restrictions melted 1,000,000 yuan of spiritual stones. The vitality of heaven and earth has been so rich that it is almost condensed into droplets. Various fragrances, clouds, and colorful clouds complement each other. A mortal who takes a breath will live for more than 100 years. It is a veritable paradise on earth. In fact, most of these arrangements were not ordered by Lin Ming, and he didn't have the heart to do so. As for Shenhuang Island, it was still weak, and could not be arranged. These formations were jointly arranged by the 3 major divine kingdoms and many Holy Land families. In order to make Lin Ming's wedding ceremony glorious and to please Lin Ming, these families worked hard and spent a lot of money. It can be said that Lin Ming's wedding was the first grand event in Xianan continent in tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid that only the super celebrations of several 6th grade sects at that time could reach the same height. Otherwise, who could invite nearly 80 Sea of Gods? It can be said that all the Sea of Gods in the entire Xianan continent came. Even Wang Wenli, who had lost his son in the northwest desert, came to watch the ceremony with a smile and prepared a generous gift to apologize. He was not heartbroken about Wang Yichen's death. After all, he had thousands of descendants, and he hated this son for bringing him disaster. In addition to the important figures of the 3 major divine kingdoms and many Holy Land families, many 5th grade sect masters, supreme elders, major celebrities, and heads of major 5th grade families also came uninvited with generous gifts. There were also many martial arts casual practitioners who, although they had no sect or school, had unique skills and were famous figures in the area and came to see the style of the world's #1 person. Moreover, it would be a great pity if they missed such a grand event that would not be seen in 1,000 years. For a time, in the sky near the new Suzaku Palace, and above the major floating fairy mountains, there were countless golden divine chariots, countless jade spirit boats, and countless auspicious beasts that pulled carts and served as mounts, just like a fairy grand event. Among these divine chariots and spirit boats, There was an extremely simple green cow that was particularly conspicuous. In addition to being able to fly in the clouds, this green cow was no different from the green cows used by ordinary farmers to plow the land. The visitor was naturally the old man of creation. Ha ha ha, little friend Lin, after 4 years of absence, you are still as charming as ever. Although I had expected you to become the best in the world, I didn't expect it to be so soon. I came here uninvited. You won't refuse to receive me, right? Senior Fortune, you are joking. I can have what I have today thanks to your support and protection. I would like to invite you to the banquet, but you are so elusive that I have no place to post a message. Lin Ming came out with a laugh. Old Fortune had done him a great favor. Even in the miracle temple, it was a helpless move for him to abandon him and run away. What's more, Old Fortune had also severely damaged Bai Yao. Otherwise, Bai Yao and Yang Yun would have joined forces and he would not have been able to escape, even if he had the magic cube. This grand event lasted for 9 days, but Lin Ming only showed up on the first day. He brought Qin Xingxuan with him to say some words of thanks to everyone, and after drinking with some important people, he left. This great leader disappointed many forces that had brought their sect's proud daughters with them in the hope of gaining Lin Ming's favor at banquets and parties. Chapter 950, The Incarnation in the Jade Slip. On the floating mountain, in the colorful glow, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan lay on the grass, watching the white clouds rolling in the sky. The various wonders made people intoxicated. With the world as the bed, the sea of flowers as the quilt, the beauty in the arms, watching the most beautiful scenery in the world, standing at the top of the entire continent, such a life has reached the extreme. Over the years, Lin Ming has been practicing hard, either killing or escaping. He has been in and out of danger countless times, and has survived many deaths, but he has never calmed down to enjoy life. If you don't experience such a carefree life once, your life will be incomplete. In addition to practicing hard, the road of martial arts often requires inadvertent perception. Experiencing the taste of life is also a part of practice. Lin Ming gently stroked Qin Xingxuan's body, and Qin Xingxuan nestled in Lin Ming's arms like a kitten, with unprecedented tranquility in his heart. After a long time, Qin Xingxuan suddenly remembered something and said, "Husband, Elder Zhao He left a letter for you before he left. Do you want to read it now?" Lin Ming smiled slightly and said, "I already know what Elder Zhao He said. It's about ascension. Unfortunately, I can't follow Elder Zhao He's wishes. Elder Zhao He has his own sect, and that sect is not as suitable for me as the ancient Phoenix clan. What's more, I'm only at the 5th level of life for now, and it is a bit reluctant for him to open the door of space for me. I can only decline Elder Zhao He's kindness." Lin Ming planned to ascend as soon as possible and certainly not wait until after the Sea of Gods. "Xingxuan, if nothing unexpected happens, I may stay in the lower realm for another year or two. Before I leave, I will raise your cultivation to Zuandan and Juas to life full. We will set off tomorrow and take you to a place. Where? You'll know when you get there. The place where Lin Ming took Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue was the blood-killing plain, the road of the emperor. With Lin Ming, the original owner of the blood-killing field, there was no one who dared to stop Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue from entering the emperor's road. Moreover, most of the tower masters and lords of these blood-killing fields were under the control of the demon light. In the future, the blood-killing field would also become a major support for the Phoenix Island. Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue entered the Emperor's Road from 2 different Tangshan towers, and Lin Ming also meditated on the Emperor's Stele. The Emperor's Stele Road was far less mysterious than the Will and Light Road. These Emperor's Stele were all the lore inscriptions left by geniuses who entered the Emperor's Road later. Except for a few people like the Demon Emperor, the rest of the inscriptions were basically not in Lin Ming's eyes. Even those top figures, the Emperor's Stele they left behind was at most as mysterious as the Thunder Jade Slip left by Jiangzi. This made Lin Ming slightly disappointed. At that time, Hunyuan Xianzhen and the goddess of the eternal demon pit only left 2 wool lamps, but no Emperor Stele. The biggest gain of Lin Ming on the road to the Emperor was to enter the primordial space left by Hunyuan Xianzhen and cultivate into a primordial war spirit in one fell swoop and come into contact with the mystery of the law of chaos. On the road to the Emperor Stele, there was obviously no such opportunity. In the next year, Lin Ming Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue spent their time in cultivation and tenderness. In this year, Qin Xingxuan successfully broke through the Zuonden, 2 years earlier than Mu Qianxue broke through the Zuonden at the age of 30. Mu Qianxue was already at the peak of the late Zuonden, and was only one step away from death. This was because she felt that her foundation was insufficient and deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have broken through long ago. As for Lin Ming, he used this year to thoroughly accumulate his cultivation, sort out the laws, and completely eliminate the hidden dangers left by the previous rapid progress of his cultivation. Just like that, in the spring of the following year, on a clear and sunny day, Lin Ming, accompanied by Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxuan, came to the Shenhuang secret realm of Shenhuang Island, and entered the forbidden area. Before Lin Ming entered the restriction, the temple spirit had already sensed it. An old and indifferent voice sounded and echoed in Lin Ming's ears. "Long time no see, trialist." "Yes, long time no see. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep again. I came here this time to ask you how to break the spatial barrier of the plane. I want to leave Xianan continent and go to the divine realm." The temple spirit said, "Trialist, Lady Feng Xianzi has thoroughly investigated the situation of Xianan continent before. This piece of time and space has been blocked. It is very difficult to open a space channel in this plane and ascend to the divine realm. The easiest way is to go to other worlds through the teleportation array and then leave through the space channel there. When you left ancient Phoenix City, Feng Xianzi gave you a few jade slips. One of the jade slips contains a strand of Feng Xianzi's hair. As long as you crush this jade slip, this strand of hair will become an external incarnation, and you can use it to contact Lady Feng Xianzi." Huh? Is there such a thing? Lin Ming was stunned. He did not expect that Fairy Feng had left such an arrangement. When he left the ancient Phoenix City, Fairy Feng gave him several fire-related artistic conception jade slips for him to comprehend at any time. He did not realize that there was any mystery in it. The temple spirit said, "Lady Feng Xianzi and Master Lan Yan calculated that you have unfinished cause and effect and luck that you have not yet inherited in Xianan continent. If you are sent to the divine realm too early, it will be detrimental to the development of your potential, so they let you return to Xianan continent. However, the white dragon is controlled by the fish and is controlled by the fisherman's birds. Although you are a dragon in the abyss and are highly valued by Lady Feng Xianzi, you are also full of disasters. Before you grow up, there is no one to protect you. Even if you have strong luck, you are in danger of falling. Therefore, Lady Feng Xianzi used 100 years of cultivation and combined with a strand of hair to leave this incarnation by your side. I didn't tell you about this so that you don't get lucky. Give full play to your potential and maximize your luck in Xianan continent. Sort out all the cause and effect, and if an accident really happens and your life is in danger, the jade slip will automatically break and evolve into the incarnation of Lady Feng Xianzi to protect you." Although the cultivation of this incarnation was suppressed to the peak of the late Divine Sea realm due to the restrictions of the laws of Xianan continent, it has perfectly inherited Lady Feng Xianzi's understanding of the laws. Killing the world's #1 figure in Xianan continent is just a matter of flipping her hands. The temple spirit said slowly. Lin Ming took a deep breath after listening. He had never thought that Feng Xianzi had done so many things in secret. Indeed, with Feng Xianzi's realm, let alone suppressing her cultivation to the late Divine Sea realm, even if she suppressed it to the life-falling stage, it would be enough to kill Yang Yun. You know, Lin Ming killed Yang Yun with the 5th level of life falling. Cultivation is not everything. If Feng Xianzi's real body came, she would suppress her cultivation to the 4th level of life falling. I'm afraid she could defeat Lin Ming, who was at the 5th level of life falling. This is the difference in realm. I didn't expect that senior Feng Xianzi would make such an arrangement. Lin Ming will remember this kindness in his heart. Lin Ming said very seriously. He was just a nobody. Even if he showed excellent talent, he was just a good junior after all. Moreover, he only won the first place in the trial of the ancient Phoenix City in the lower realm. The trial of the God realm was even more terrifying. There were too many geniuses. Moreover, a batch of geniuses appeared every 10 years, while those top figures had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Even the most outstanding genius of an era might not become a great man in the future. With Feng Xian's status, she could arrange so much for him with great painstaking efforts. It was enough for Lin Ming to remember this kindness. The palace spirit said, Ms. Feng Xianzi has indeed put a lot of effort into it, but you have not disappointed us. From the beginning to the end, this incarnation has not been activated, which proves that you have perfectly solved all the causes and effects of your life in Cheyenne continent. You can now choose any time to ascend. Of course, don't be too late, because you have already stood at the pinnacle of Cheyenne continent, and have brought your luck in the lower world to the extreme. At this time, the lower world will only become a constraint for you. Only by practicing in the God realm, broadening your horizons, seeking greater opportunities, and accepting more competition, can you make rapid progress. As for your current low cultivation level, you don't have to worry. The vast majority of warriors in the God's domain were born and raised in the native land. They also started from the body refining stage and cultivated step by step. In the ancient Phoenix clan, there are also disciples in the Xiantian stage and Zuandan stage. Of course, there are also disciples in the Shenhe stage and Shenbian stage. The ancient Phoenix clan is an extremely large clan. The number of clan members is difficult to count. I'm afraid there are tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions of clan members. Moreover, each of these clan members has a very high talent for cultivation. Of course, although the ancient Phoenix clan is huge, it is insignificant compared to the boundless God's domain. The voice of the temple spirit was still without any emotion. In just a few words, it showed the vastness and terror of the God's domain. In terms of the strength of the warriors, even if the 3000 worlds are added together, they can't compare to a corner of the God's domain. Lin Ming said, "Thank you, senior. I will officially ascend in 3 months. Everything is up to you." The temple spirit said here, and the voice slowly fell silent. In the next 3 months, Lin Ming completely gave up cultivation and took his parents, Lin Xiaoj, Qin Xingsun, and Mu Qianxue to travel around the Cheyenne continent. In 3 months, they sometimes flew in the clouds and mist, looking at the picturesque mountains and rivers from the sky. Sometimes they transformed into mortals, blended into the noisy market, and experienced the happiness of ordinary people. Or they spent a lot of money to enjoy themselves in the most luxurious places in the secular world and taste the luxurious life of kings and nobles. During the tour, Lin Ming naturally enjoyed the tenderness and lingering of Qin Xingsun and Mu Qianxue. Every night, they were warm and soft in their arms, and they were in love. Even later, when the 3-month deadline was getting closer, the two women gave up their reserve and let Lin Ming hug them left and right at night, enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives. They served Lin Ming together, meticulously. Long life, youth forever for thousands of years, worry-free endless wealth, beautiful women in your arms to pick at will, and service to the extreme. Everything in the world, as long as you move your mind, you can have it at any time. This kind of life is the ultimate. Good times are short after all. 3 months have finally come, and Lin Ming has also ushered in the moment of his ascension to the divine realm. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.